is a regular council meeting. Madam Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Cutrano.
Present.
Councilmember Goddard.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kohler.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Ackerman.
I'm here as well.
All present. Thank you.
Okay, and we have the approval of agenda and the affidavit of posting. Does anybody have any changes to suggest to the agenda? Vice Mayor Hellman?
The lengthy one.
How about we cut it in half?
Yeah, no comment. Yeah, I have, there were a few omissions on the April 7th minute, so I'd like to bump that one from consent. I can get into it if you'd like, or we could just continue it. I think we should just continue it personally.
If there are minor changes that could be emailed to Michelle, that's one possibility, is to continue it. But I'll ask Michelle, what's your preference, Michelle? Would you like to take comments?
Mr. Mayor, I think because the minutes are on the consent calendar, you would wait till you get the consent calendar to decide what to do with the minutes.
You're right. Okay, so we can move consent. We can move the approval of the minutes, which is item, that would be 7, off of consent, and we can.
Well, actually, I'm sorry.
Just wait till we get to consent.
Mayor, you would wait till consent before you consider any consent items and pulling items.
Okay.
The agenda itself, this is clarification to the audience, is that by approving the agenda, you're not pulling anything that you're going to pull from it and not discuss it at all.
Okay.
Or if you want to reorganize the agenda. But items on the consent, you could wait till you get to consent.
No, I wasn't aware of that. So
Okay, so I have a reorder item, but am I hearing that it's not the time to talk about what to pull off consent?
Right.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay.
I would wait till consent and then you could talk about pulling items. If you want to move stuff on the regular agenda around, now would be the time where you could wait till you get closer.
Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate moving number 27 and number 28 above consent. I think we're going to have a lot of attendees, and if we wait till the end of the meeting, I'm just concerned about the opportunity for public engagement.
I guess I would like to suggest, I mean, which ones were you talking about, 27 and 28?
yeah,
I think since we have such a long agenda, I was going to wait and see where we're at, but I kind of thought that since we haven't seen item 28, that when we get through consent, it may be that we want to continue that one just because we have such a long agenda. So
that's sort of my point. I have no interest in continuing it any further personally. I think we've waited.
well, it's the first time we've seen the ordinance.
Pardon me?
It's the first time we've seen the ordinance, so it's a little different than we've just discussed the concept.
Yeah.
I'd be in favor of that as well, of in particular moving or continuing item 28, just given how the size of the agenda and the fact that we might be pulling multiple things off consent.
And I'm going to add to that, and in agreement, and that how it came to us was slightly different than what we had initially discussed. And I think it warrants us having more time to do a little bit more homework and to speak more at length with the CAC at our own time.
well, I would, it sounds like there's a majority in favor of continuing that item number 28, but I will say that I've talked with Janet and with other people today, and I feel like we can get explanations of the rationale for the way it's written, and that might help. I'm just wondering whether if we continue it and don't discuss it, then are we going to be in the same position in a month when we talk about it again, that we won't.
Mayor, I would suggest that we see where we are. If we're amenable to Vice Mayor Hellman's idea of moving item 27, and then go through consent and then see where we're at.
Mhm.
Rather than, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Hellman, I didn't hear you.
I said I'm fine with that.
Okay, so why don't we just not make a decision on continuing item 28, but let's see where we're at after we get through item 27, the early items, the first items, then consent, then 27, and then get through consent and then decide where we're at on those other items. So I would make a motion to move item 27 before consent and otherwise leave the agenda as is.
I'll second that.
Okay, Michelle, if you could take a roll call, please, on that.
Yes. Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
That's all ayes, no nos. Passes.
Okay. And on July 1st, we had a closed session, and there's nothing to report on that. So then the land acknowledgement, would somebody like to read that this month? I can read it if you like. I'll read it. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. And for the meeting protocol, which we decided years ago, the council decided that should be read at every meeting, just to remind us of our agreements. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And we'll review the agenda at around 10 p.m. and again at 11:30 p.m. to see where we are. And I will just mention this is a very long agenda, but most of the items are on consent, and consent calendar is generally for items that are relatively straightforward and relatively low in impact. And so if we can all try to just think about keeping our, about seeing whether we can just get through the consent calendar quickly and not pull too many items from it. That's what will make the difference in how late tonight's meeting goes. So thank you. We have some announcements and I'm finding them here. So there are Chipper Days coming up. You can register at www.chipperday.com/Marin. So this is a new place to register for Chipper Days as this is transitioning over to the Wildfire Protection Agency. There are vacancies on a number of boards and commissions. Applications are available on the town website, or you can contact our town clerk, Michelle Gardner. And one of those, Climate Action Committee has up to 4 vacancies. The Open Space Committee has 1 vacancy. The Parks and Recreation Commission has 1 vacancy. The Volunteer Board has 2 vacancies. The Commission on Aging has 1 vacancy. And the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee has 5 vacancies and 2 youth vacancies. And the Fairfax Food Pantry continues to operate successfully and wonderfully on Saturdays from 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. at the Fairfax Community Church, 2398 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Okay, so we can now go into open time for public expression for matters not on the agenda. So matters not on the agenda tonight, consent calendar or the regular agenda. And if we can keep our comments as brief as possible and no more than 3 minutes. Thank you. Michelle, would you please open up the public comment for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to. The first speaker is Minna Kim, followed by Linda Novi. And Minna, you are unmuted.
Thanks, Michelle. Hi, everybody. It's nice to see you again. We just wanted to give an update on the Cascade Canyon activities around the Elliott Nature Preserve. First off, we wanted to say thanks for the turnaround sign. It's working. People are turning around at the intersection, the Canyon Cascade intersection. So I think that's been really helpful. So we really appreciate that. At the last open space meeting, we gave a short presentation focusing on the biodiversity in the Elliott Nature Preserve and suggested some sustainable use practices. But it turned a little bit political. So we then reached out to Vernon Huffman at the Access for Bikes, and we had a nice meeting with them, and he came and walked the preserve with us. And I think that, we really were able to hear each other's concerns and try to maybe work together a little bit. So I just wanted to say that. And then I also wanted to say at I think it was the last town council meeting, Barbara Kohler had made a comment about the white privilege in our neighborhood. And Barbara, I don't know if you know me, but because we were talking about the Elliott Nature Preserve, and it's kind of hard for me to say, because it really hurt my feelings being an Asian woman. I'm definitely part of the community. I love Fairfax, and I just don't feel like, you were the only one that didn't come out to see the Elliott Nature Preserve. I mean, Renee lives here, so she knows full well, but it was really upsetting to me. And I hope that we don't throw that kind of language around, the white privilege, because I feel like it's easy to say, like NIMBY, white privilege, stuff like that. And I just wanted to let you know that it was hard.
Okay, Mina, I apologize, but I did not say that. I may have said something that sounded like that, so I apologize. And I do know the Elliott Nature Preserve, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it was really late, so I totally, I just thought I'd mention it though. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina.
The next speaker is Linda Novi. Linda, you're unmuted.
Unmute. Thank you. Mina pretty much gave a full report. All I would add to it is that at the Fairfax Open Space Committee meeting, Mina put together a great PowerPoint presentation, and it had a slide about sustainable mountain biking practices. And we're just taking a look at that to see if we want to refine it a little bit more, but we'd like to share that with you. Our next meeting will be with Tom Boss, and we'll report back to you after we have that meeting with MCBC. But just to say that currently there are recognized and non-recognized trails in the Elliott Nature Preserve and Cascade Preserve that are being ridden by mountain bike riders day and night. And there are so far 7 of them, and that doesn't include the east side of the Cascade Preserve, and I want to go hike that. And most of these trails go through or in important wildlife habitat. Our concern is that Marin County Parks is not taking care of what they have, and that's their theme for the Measure A renewal, taking care of what we have. We really want to protect the habitat in the wildlife, and we want to see these kinds of issues addressed before improvements and changes are made in the preserve. So that just adds a little bit more to Mina's full report. And thank you. We'll keep you posted in open time going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rethink Police, and you are now unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. This is Joe McGarry, and Mayor Ackerman, I'd ask, I'm speaking on behalf of Rethink Police, if I could be given 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, Council. On the evening that Rico Tabaranza will be appointed police chief and a budget will be passed with unimaginative status quo police spending, I'm here to caution you that you have not made it through the rough period that has been suggested, at least in terms of the public demanding accountability and transparency from you and your police department. Quite the contrary, as we have all bared witness to a compounding anger to what feels like nonstop violence and killing of Black people in America at the hands of the institution of policing for the last 13 months since we first showed up in your Zoom. In June of 2020, we demanded that Fairfax explore the possibility that its own chapter of that very same institution of policing that killed George Floyd might have threads of that same bias and racism woven into the fabric of its same blue uniforms. You all started deep anti-racist work as individuals and made sincere commitments to make Fairfax a more anti-racist town. You spoke of systemic racism and white fragility, and the need for white folks to center the voices of BIPOC in our community, county, and country. You asked us to do the work as well and come together in hopes that we could start to address past harms of racism and do better with policy and as people to repair harms where possible and honor the lived trauma of those that could not be repaired. We were all going to do better. Within all this, for some reason that I can't explain, you placed the Fairfax Police Department, the local chapter of the same institution that has caused so much violence and loss of life in Black communities in America. You placed them above the conversation and didn't require them to do the same work you and I were doing. The journey to find anti-racism in Fairfax started with a police murder of a Black man, George Floyd, on May 25th, 2020. Still, we have yet to look at our own police department and ask them to explore the inherent racism and bias that may have been burst in their training or uniform. It literally makes no sense. As we waited for you to get the courage to make the ask, we grew frustrated and made 2 separate California Public Records Act requests for arrest data from 2015 to 2020 ourselves. Both of those were denied by the town, and you were all aware of that. Still no action, only silence from most of you, as this now blatant act of withholding information relative to the possibility of racism in the Fairfax Police Department was taking place. Lawyers who specialize in the California Public Records Act have told us that withholding the information is not based in law. The thought that you folks, who I think are genuinely committed to anti-racist work, would withhold information related to racism in policing is an extremely profound statement. It is at the crux of why police in America continue to cause harm, because elected officials feel any inquiry into policing will be perceived as anti-police, and that is still political suicide in 2021 in a county like Marin and a town like Fairfax. Where do we go when that is the case? We have obtained some data about policing in Fairfax in 2020, and what the data tells us is Black people were arrested at 15 times the rate of white people. Black people were arrested at a rate of 16 times the demographic presence of Black people in Fairfax. 70% of Black people who were arrested were referred to the district attorney for prosecution, while only 22% of white people arrested were referred to the DA. You have these statistics that require an inquiry and the release of the arrest data from other years for comparison, but still nothing. You may ask why we chose the period of 2015-2020 in our CPRA request. According to the Census Bureau Population Estimates Program, the Black population of Fairfax had climbed to almost 1.5% in 2014 and was on an upward swing. In 2015, the Fairfax Police Department had a spike year in total arrests, according to its very own yearly statistics. From that point to this point, the Black population in Fairfax has dropped 70%. I am not saying that the police played a role, but if we are truly committed to being a more anti-racist town, shouldn't we at least take a look and see what the racial breakdown of arrests looked like for that period? We're not going away, and we will continue to demand transparency and accountability. We wouldn't be doing this in this Zoom if we didn't have faith in this town council to do the right thing. You have shown incredible commitment and resolve in the last year to making Fairfax a more anti-racist town. We know it won't be easy or popular, but ask that you take the next courageous step and not only open up the arrest data for the last 5 years, you direct the police department to provide arrest data broken down by race moving forward. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Walt Vernon. You are unmuted now.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I also want to thank you all for your service. I wanted to thank you for the work with the Climate Action Committee over the past month on the Climate Action Plan and the all-electric ordinance. I did note that we had prepared an annual report to the town council looking at what we had accomplished over the past year despite the virus. And I think you all would be proud to see what your volunteers have accomplished. And so hopefully you'll get your hands on that soon. And I wanted to echo what Mayor Ackerman said, that we are looking for new members. And so we encourage people to join us. And in the meantime, I urge everybody to save water and sign up for Deep Green. And thanks for all that you do.
Thank you, Walt.
The next speaker is Patrice, followed by Linda.
I just wanted to interject, if I may, that we'll make sure the council gets a copy of that annual report. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the next speaker is Patrice, followed by Linda B. Patrice, you're unmuted.
Thank you. So we seem to have a person in town who is trying to stir up something that does not exist. While I was on ResJ and also a member of PPP, I don't know how many P's there were, SA, I sat down with now Chief Tabaranza, and he opened his file to me. And he showed me all of the data that we're being told does not exist and that the police are not making transparent. So first of all, I just want to say that there is a person in town who's not telling the truth. Second of all, I want to say, as an African American, this is the safest place I've ever lived in my entire life. And I'm a military brat, so I moved every 3 years. I've seen police departments from the East Coast to the West Coast, and I've never seen one like this. I've never seen one that arrives 2 minutes after I had my life threatened. I had my dog's life threatened, and they actually responded, and it wasn't against me. So we are not Minneapolis. We are not New York. There is no one size fits all measure to fix policing. And if you look at what Frank Egger has said about the 8-point plan to make policing better, Fairfax we've achieved all 8. So please don't let this one person sway your views, because it's hackneyed. It's not true. And I really, 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 really wish that white folks in town would stop trying to speak for us few Black Americans. And I'm speaking for the Black squirrel also. This is crap, guys. Like, let's talk to people who've actually dealt with the police in a meaningful way, and not people who are just looking from the outside and who have ulterior motives and ulterior agendas. And that's what it feels to me as an African American, one of the few living in Fairfax. I just don't feel that this person is representing my interests at all. And I wish they'd stop. And I wish that you guys would kind of stand up and say, hey, who are we talking to? Who is this information coming from? Does it make sense? No. Go sit in Chief Tabaranza's office. He has a huge notebook that he will gladly open to you and share all of this data. So nothing's being hidden. That's all I wanted to say for now.
Thank you, Patrice.
The next speaker is Linda B., followed by Ziana Griffin. Linda, you're unmuted.
Hi, all. Thank you for everything you do. And I want to say thank you to the council members who took the time to come and visit and walk the Elliott Nature Preserve and the surrounding streets. We appreciate the efforts you've made for traffic. And I did not know that Linda Novi and Mina were going to speak, but I'd still like to cover a few things. And thank you for referring us to the Fairfax Open Space Committee. A few of the folks that are striving to protect all the inhabitants of the Elliott Nature Preserve, including flora and fauna, have, at the request of FOSC, reached out and met with one of the local bicycle organizations and are in communication and will be meeting with another. Whereas bicycle damage may be a result of the mismanagement of the preserve by the Marin County Parks, it's not the sole issue driving our efforts to truly deem the Elliott Nature Preserve as a preserve and to protect aquatic life as well as the other discovered and yet to be discovered unique flora and fauna, including the butterflies, slugs, snails, amazing bat population and more, many of which were not noted in Marin County Parks Bridge Project CEQA documents. We hope that the council will continue to look at the facts unfolding that support saving the special 38.5 acres located in the town of Fairfax by taking back the stewardship of the Elliott Nature Preserve and putting a stop to the ongoing destruction under the auspices of conservation. This over-engineered, unnecessary project and misuse of taxpayer dollars must be stopped. The Elliott Nature Preserve is one of the most critical pieces of what makes Fairfax a treasure place to live in and visit. Help us save the integrity, beauty, and natural wonder that is Fairfax, and help us to continue to honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
The next speaker is John or Jane. And you are unmuted.
Hi, council members. John Omatis, resident of Fairfax. I don't want to, pile on the Res J thing, but I would encourage all of the town to attend some of the Res J meetings. They're quite interesting, and I don't really get to sit through them all, but I found it interesting in the last one I watched that the Res J committee wants to interview their own potential members and then make a recommendation to the town council for those members to be on the committee. And I don't understand. It's kind of I don't know. It's kind of weird. There's no other committee does that. It's kind of like cronyism in a way. It's like, my feeling right now is that the Res J is really insular, and with the PPSA committee and a lot of the members, and I'm sure they're nice people, but they really have their own agenda. They live in their own bubble, and there's a certain amount of, I guess, public comment that's just, frankly, I think is ignored. And then there's a certain amount of public comment from specific people that's promoted. I think it's kind of, the dynamic is pretty striking. So anyways, I think that I would ask that you reject any proposal from the Res J if it comes across your desk, that they actually interview their own members. Excuse me. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
The next speaker is Richard Mixman. You are unmuted now.
Good evening. I just
I'm struggling as I hear, you know, this really deep divide that we have in the town, and it's almost starting to really feel personal, and people are calling people out. And you know, for me, the big takeaway of some of the things that have been brought up and have come about in the last year is that there was an opportunity to have some new conversations, step back, pause, to reflect, and to hear some voices that haven't been heard before. And it's just very it's very disappointing that things have factionalized so much already, and there's a kind of you're with us or against us, or you're, you know, as opposed to the spirit of trying to hear what other people are saying and other people's experiences. And you know, there's a difference between ResJ and Rethink. You know, Rethink is a self-organized group, and they have a right to exist just like many other groups that are advocates and activists in town. And they have a point of view and they have a perspective, and and they're entitled to that, and they shouldn't be attacked for that. You know, you can disagree with it, disagree with their ideas. So I didn't really have any, you know, thing that I needed to say tonight. It's just very hard as I listen to everybody, and I feel this kind of bad dynamic that's going on, and I wish people could just be a little bit more patient and don't have to agree with people, but let people speak, let people share their points of view. And there are people that have a perspective about the institution of police, and they have things to say and think about that, and they're free to express those views. And maybe it applies to Fairfax, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you agree with it, or maybe you don't. But I don't think people should be isolated and called out. And you know, there's a lot of voices in town, and everyone should have an opportunity to speak. And that's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Liesl Blosch. Liesl, you're unmuted now.
Hi, I just want to say I'm actually on the ResJ, although I'm not speaking for the ResJ tonight, and it's been a really interesting experience. You know, we like to say here in Fairfax, only in Fairfax, and we really see ourselves as unique, but we're not really that different from the rest of the country in many respects. And I think right now across the country, a lot of people are being asked to reflect on systemic racism and white privilege, and it's really triggering for some people. So, you know, having to listen to others in our town who have experiences in the majority is kind of eye-opening and sometimes painful, but, you know, naming the inequity that exists is not creating a division. It's simply, you know, not naming that inequity is just papering over a division that already exists. So I think it's important that we talk about it. It's been a little difficult watching what feel like attacks on ResJ and on the whole notion of discussing the history of racial exclusion and strategies for equity here in Fairfax. You know, we have many people on our getting their first chance at serving the town. And a lot of them are young and potential future leaders. They're really full of hope and energy and vision, and we need that to propel this town forward in the coming decades. It can't be all of us older folks, you know, we're part of it too, but it can't be just us. The ResJ is a new committee, so there's going to be a learning curve. Several of us have actually been reaching out to other town committees to learn from what they are doing and how they have overcome various obstacles over the years to become successful committees. They've been really gracious with their time and expertise and honest about the challenges that they faced. So, for example, we are not the only committee that has had instances where we could not reach a quorum at a meeting, but other committees have learned ways to manage this issue over time. We can learn to manage this too. I guess what's more difficult is managing some of the sort of bitter comments that seem to attack the very existence of the committee and its members. You know, the attacks are a little demoralizing, and they feel like they're aimed at undermining the discussion of social equity in the town. And so I don't think it's any surprise that some people on our committee have up and quit, or that they feel embattled and hesitant about reaching out. But we really do need to reach out, and I think we're starting that process now. And I just did want to note that being an inclusive community is not a given. It really takes work, and we need to do that work to live up to our potential, and we're all going to make mistakes, and we have to be patient. I think most people, including most white people in Fairfax, are really willing to learn and grow and do not feel aggrieved by having this conversation. I think we just need the space to let that conversation move forward. And I, for one, will continue to reach out. So thank you. And I listen to all the comments that come to the ResJ and think very critically about them, even those that I don't agree with often have an element of truth that needs to be acknowledged. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we will, maybe that's no longer true.
Sorry.
They're always the last speakers.
I guess that prompted some people to raise their hands. We now have 4 more speakers. The first one is, I believe, Jane. You're unmuted now.
Thank you very much. What I say is not going to be popular with a great many people and quite popular with others. And what it's doing is calling attention to the great divide that has taken place ever since the protest for George Floyd's murder, which all of us, I suspect to a person in Fairfax, rejected and was repulsed by and found absolutely abhorrent. I disagree that Fairfax is like all the other cities and police departments, every place else. Certain people seem to be intent upon making our police department be looked at under the same magnifying glass. I think that is just, it's a terrible thing to do. It denies all the goodness of our police department. And quite frankly, what I'm going to say is I think the ResJ committee should be disbanded because it's not working. It has divided the town. They haven't done anything that we can see or hear in concrete form. Granted, it's difficult. I don't deny that they're passionate, well-intended people who care deeply about what they're trying to make happen. What I resent is they're trying to force the rest of us into marching to the white fragility drumbeat. If we don't do that, we're bad people. We the people of the town we're under attack. It's terrible. One side is pitted against the other. There is no conversation between the two sides. When those of us speak at the ResJ meetings, we're branded as being antagonistic, causing harm, all kinds of terrible things, just because we simply disagree or we have a different point of view. And this was radically shown at the last meeting when one of the ResJ members held up a sign she made while I was speaking saying, "Read white fragility." Is this the kind of leadership we want from people who are supposed to be promoting racial equity and social justice? It's not. It's promoting one view, their view. No other view is welcome. That's why nobody else is going to be on the ResJ committee except people who believe and want to do the white fragility, rethinking police thing, this whole national movement that's taking place. And some people are, trying to maybe take a position, be recognized in those groups, but it doesn't have any place in Fairfax, please. And the fact that most of you are pro-ResJ and you're the ones who are handing out money. That's foxes in the chicken coop and nobody can hear the chickens screaming, foul. I am. Foul play. It's not good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Bell, followed by Brian Poindexter. Mark, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. And going on with what Jane had just said, at the last meeting, while this person is holding up the sign, while council members Catrano and Kohler were making notes on what Jane was speaking, looking at the camera were council members Ackerman, Goddard, Hellman, and I don't know if she's the head of the ResJ or whatever, Alexandra Rosen. You were looking at the camera while she's holding up this sign, and I didn't hear any comment from any of you that this was really rude and uncalled for, and this intolerance really is just an example of why the ResJ needs to go, or maybe you need to reimagine it into something else with people who aren't such fanatical, closed-minded, guilt-ridden people. I heard, Bruce, that you said you didn't see it. Well, I went back into the video and at 1 hour and 24 minutes, I played it back several times. You were looking directly at the camera, as were the others. Stephanie might have been looking off to the side, but I think she was there for part of it. And this person needs to be expelled, from the ResJ because there's no place for that if you're trying to get racial equity and social justice. Furthermore, I would really have reservations about anybody else being on it who thought that that was okay, because I caught a little smirk from Ms. Rosen, though I may have misinterpreted that. This committee has done nothing. And the last, I believe in the budget, they want $20,000 to look at racial covenants in HOAs. Number one, there are hardly any HOAs in Fairfax. There's a federal law which makes it illegal. There's no reason to spend $20,000 on hiring legal people to look at this. It's up to the homeowners association to change it. It would take 20 minutes of a town attorney to look at their documentation and see whether or not they comply with federal statutes. You don't need 20,000 for that. As I said before, everything that ResJ, if you decide that they should continue to exist, every single item that they want money for should be scrutinized. And as far as the person who held up the sign, I would recommend reading The Mucusless Diet Healing System by Arnold Ehret, because it would clean you out, and I think that you need it. I'm out.
Thank you, Mark.
The next speaker is Brian Poindexter, followed by a telephone caller, the only one who has their hand up. Brian, you're unmuted now.
Hey, folks. Thanks for having us on for another rousing version of public comment. I am actually here because I'd like to quote a passage from potentially a misunderstood book by the title of White Fragility. One of the things that it says on page 13 is, I am not using this definition of racism, i.e. the one that says that racist people are immoral, and I am not saying that you are immoral. And it goes on to say on the next page, lay out a few questions that I think are really crucial for us all to be asking ourselves. The passage starts with, the racial status quo is comfortable for white people, and we will not move forward in race relations if we remain comfortable. The key to moving forward is what we do with our discomfort. We can use it as a door out, blame the messenger, and disregard the message. Or we could use it as a door in by asking, why does this unsettle me? What would it mean for me if this were true? How does this lens change my understanding of racial dynamics? How can my unease help reveal the unexamined assumptions I have been making? Is it possible that because I am white, there are some racial dynamics that I can't see? Am I willing to consider that possibility? If I am not willing to do so, then why not? I think it's undeniable that holding up a sign encouraging folks to read a book and having a reaction that's a bigoted response exhibits fragility of some kind. And whether you want to call that white fragility is up to you. But I do think that there's a real problem going on in the public discourse when we're talking about a book that's very clear about not making moral statements about what racism is. It's making statements that say racism is something that's entrenched in our systems. It's not what we do as individuals, although individuals can exhibit racist behaviors. And for a book that really raises a number of great questions, I believe that those questions should be the ones that we're confronting individually and collectively. I believe that the ResJ is doing that work, and I would love to see more support publicly and from staff for that mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian.
The next speaker is a telephone caller, and you are now unmuted. You may have to unmute yourself. By pressing *6 or the unmute button on your phone. So
there we go.
Yes.
There we go. Hi, I'm Kathy Flores, live in Fairfax. It has taken me a while to speak out about racial equity and social justice committee in Fairfax. Many thoughts have gone through my mind about this committee. 10 months ago, $100,000 was removed from police funds to start ResJ. The facilitator who was contracted to be paid around $40,000 worked more than her contracted time, said she would volunteer those excess hours, but later changed her mind and requested to be paid an additional sum of money. What was it, 25,000 or more? What are the facilitator and ResJ's committee's goals? What has been accomplished these past 10 months? I read that one of your committee members wants the town of Fairfax to pay for her therapy because it was causing her too much stress. If this is too stressful for her, she needs to resign. One body on ResJ has been quoted as saying, "We don't want anyone on this committee who supports the police." They would not be open-minded. This same person displayed her intolerance by holding a sign, "Read White Fragility," with a person who was speaking when a person who was speaking had a different opinion than hers. This person displays a lack of respect. Her behavior is inexcusable and needs to be removed. She does not deserve to be on any committee advising the town council or on any committee or classes held here in Fairfax. ResJ has been looking for 7 people to fill their committee for now, but because they feel that all white people are racist, they have been able to find anyone who fits their beliefs. ResJ has not been able to meet a quorum over the last few months. This says something. At last week's ResJ council meeting, multiple people made presentations to this unofficial meeting. Do we still pay them? Do we pay the facilitator $3.50 an hour? Do we still pay our attorney? We are an extremely tolerant and diverse town with a model police force. This committee is basing their premise on identifying Fairfax as having the same problems as cities across the country who really do need change. However, we are not one of those cities. This entire committee needs to disband. It has caused nothing but hate, hostility, anger, division, and distrust in our community. I believe that many people who reside in this lovely town will agree with my comment. All of you were elected to represent all of us, not the very vocal few. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
The next speaker is Danette City. You are unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to comment on, I know you guys all got an email from me about that incident that occurred in the last town meeting. I did not take that signage as a suggestion for people to read the book White Fragility. I actually took it as an insult to the speaker. And I have gone and watched and all the videos from ResJ and attended some of their meetings when I'm available. Otherwise, I go back and watch it. And I too have real concerns about that particular committee. The thing I also wanted to add about that book, White Fragility, that book is written by a woman who holds a PhD in multiculturalism, not psychology. Now, if you want to learn about racism in America, the book I recommend for you is called Confronting Racism, The Problem and the Response, edited by Jennifer Eberhardt and Susan T. Fisk. This is a fantastic book because it goes through decades and decades and decades of research into racism in America. It talks about what is implicit. It talks about what's explicit. It talks about whether implicit racism is stereotype activation. It talks about what happens when people of color and white people get together and how the interaction contributes to the problem. It doesn't just say white people are defensive. And as far as I'm concerned, to be called a racist or a white supremacist should be upsetting to people. And when you do it just blatantly, the way so many people in Marin County have taken up this book and its message, is frightening. I'm watching this county, and particularly Fairfax, fall apart. And when I was a kid growing up, Fairfax was the kind of town where you could dance in the middle of the street in your underwear, singing your song, and everybody's going to applaud you. Fairfax was a welcoming community, and we loved it. I grew up in San Anselmo, and we would always go to Fairfax because it was such a great town to hang out in because everybody was welcome there. And it's breaking my heart to watch these people tear each other apart and insult each other when that's just not necessary. You can talk about race and racism with loving kindness. It doesn't have to be mean-spirited. Follow a more Buddhist approach, if you will, please. and take that book, White Fragility, and put it aside for a moment. Find those great thinkers that have criticized it and pick up another book on racism. Try looking at the decades and decades of research into this issue instead of just one book. Expand your knowledge, seek other information, look at other fields, not just one woman and her now, what is she making? 7 figures in her consulting business. So I'm sorry, it upsets me to see good people be offended and hurt, and to see Fairfax fall apart. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Danette.
The next speaker is Veronica Gerritz. Veronica, you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Hi, council members. Thanks for being here, putting all of the time that we don't see into the work that you do. I just wanted to say to the folks on our committee on ResJ that I am so grateful for your continued courage, and especially to the young women of color, as Liesl spoke to, the bravery and the consistency of your commitment to showing up in the way that doing this work in this town has meant for you. I see you, and I will continue to do what I can, flawed as it clearly is, to get your back. And when you let me know that there's comments that make you feel harmed, I'm going to try and fail and try again to make sure you know that I'm not going to passively sit by and watch that happen. And I hope you keep showing up. And I hope if you're listening to this and you're thinking about whether or not you would like to apply to ResJ, if equity and self-reflection and collaboration and dialogue and failing and trying again are part of your MO, then please consider applying, because we really need members. And this work is hard, and it unveils things that are very uncomfortable within me in my life as I attempt to untrench myself from the systemic racism that I myself perpetuate at times. I know that it takes a lot of work, and I hope our town continues to stick with it. And I thank our staff and our council members who continue to keep your commitment amidst the time consumption that it's required. And I'm sorry that it is taking even more work than I realized to simply be able to operate functionally as a group. And we're gonna do it. And I believe that. Good luck tonight.
Thank you, Veronica.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson. And Deborah, you're unmuted.
Hello, I just walked into the meeting. Thank you for hearing me. I'm gonna read a letter I wrote to you all. The ResJ and PPPSA committee and subcommittee are abject failures. They need to be disbanded or possibly reformed with open-minded individuals. There's now only one member of the public on the PPPSA subcommittee, and she needs to be removed from both committees based upon her behavior while a member of the public was speaking at the council meeting. Her act of holding up a sign that she had just made saying, "Read White Fragility," brought to light the fact that this group is closed-minded, bigoted, and heavily involved in the cult following of the book White Fragility. That act was akin to saying to a Jewish person who does not agree that Christ is the Savior and Son of God, "Read the New Testament." It was an act of arrogant ignorance, and there should be no room for such acts or such individuals on a town committee. Subsequent to that council meeting, at the most recent ResJ meeting, which had to be canceled because a quorum was not present, the same individual, Veronica Gerritz, wore a sign in form of a t-shirt with an argumentative slogan, thereby announcing her rightness in holding the first sign. The Res J has had 7 vacancies for months now. I have spoken with a resident of our town who would be incredibly well qualified to serve on one or both of these committees, but after watching the videos of a couple of meetings is afraid to make an application because her view may differ from the group thinking following the white fragility movement. She's concerned that she will be labeled as racist and being a business could have her livelihood destroyed by this group. The fact that they couldn't even produce enough members for a quorum at their last meeting, where 2 presentations were scheduled, says something. It is ludicrous that a committee aiming to improve racial equity and social justice is exhibiting such bigotry and racism towards white people and qualifying people in other ways based upon their skin color. They're victimizing and infantilizing people of any color other than white and whining for therapy to support their states of victimhood. They're creating divisiveness and hatefulness. We are an extremely tolerant town and are blessed with a diverse and model police force. These committees are basing their premise on identifying Fairfax as having the same terrible problems as cities across the country who really do need change and change now. We are not those cities and those are not our problems. They have yet, after 10 months, to identify specific problems in our town, just as they allude to public comments being racist or terrifying without specifics. There's no critical thinking and no healthy discourse. There's no research into history or differing opinions in order to understand how we got to where we are as a country. Only the blind, cult-like following of a book on the New York Times bestsellers list. PPSA expressed at an early meeting giving the police a required reading list. That is insulting. Bravo to our police for sticking with us through this last year and a half. This has to stop, and it has to stop now. Please take action. I believe that the majority of the people who reside in this lovely town will agree with what I am expressing. All of you were elected to represent all of us, not a very vocal few. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris. You're unmuted now.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for being here, council members. Couple comments. One is, gosh, this is tough. And I hear a lot of personal comments back and forth between certain people. And I wonder if there's ever going to be an opportunity to meet in person. So I just feel like dialogue is so much better when we can actually see each other's faces and humanize each other. I feel like there's so much dehumanizing going on here. So curious if there will ever be a chance to sit in circle with all the voices that are speaking tonight so that people can actually look into each other's eyes and say the same things they're saying tonight. We can really see each other's humanity. The second thing I want to say is Fairfax is a wonderful place. I've been a resident of Fairfax since I was 13. I'm now 37, and it is beautiful and it is different in many ways than a lot of other places. And yet there is still a reality that someone, I think it was Joe from Rethink Police, named earlier, that there's a very small percentage of people of color that live here, especially African Americans. And there is the reality that when I looked at a very old title from the 1940s to the property that my family owns, it specifically said that certain people of color couldn't live in this town or purchase that house. So there is a reality that makes Fairfax not unlike other places around the country that still does suffer from the same instances of systemic racism that plague other cities and places in this country. And I just want to say change is hard. Change is really difficult, and it does require a bit of a breaking down. Change was really difficult in the civil rights movement. We all saw that as well, and a lot of other movements for peace and justice. And it's hard to raise and lift the voices of minorities that don't get the same public space to speak and be heard, or feel afraid to speak or be heard because of the comments that are going to be raised against them. So I just want to uphold and uplift ResJ as a committee that was formed in response to the surge in the Black Lives Matter movement from last summer. And I want to continue to support that. And I hope that you all do too, and that we can find ways to get the right folks in there that are able to hear everybody's voices, but that are also able to speak for those that don't often get the chance to speak or be heard, because that's really the point of it. And I don't see any ulterior motives or like malintentions behind trying to look at some of these things that are happening in Fairfax's town ordinances or police department or where the funding goes. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So full support for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris.
I do not see any other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we will close the public comment. That was for items not on the agenda, although they kind of overlap with some that are. Okay, so take a deep breath. And let's move on to the actions of this evening. So the regular agenda begins with the ratification by the council of the appointment of Rico Tabaranza as the Fairfax Chief of Police and the approval of the police chief employment contract. And Garrett, can you give a report on that to begin?
Sure. As background, you may recall at your March 17th meeting, council decided to conduct an internal recruitment process for police chief. That process really entailed interviewing then interim police chief Rico Tabaranza. As part of that interview process, the council actually created a 7-member community panel. You also requested staff to conduct a community questionnaire on the qualities the community would like to see in the police chief, as well as questions people would like the town to ask that candidate. Staff actually developed a list of questions for the community panel based on those questions we received from the questionnaire. On May 26th, community panel interviewed interim chief Tabaranza for the position, and after the interview debrief, the council's ad hoc subcommittee of council members Kohler and Catrano to provide their feedback. Then council members Catrano and Kohler provided their feedback back to the council. Entire council actually interviewed the police interim chief on June 1st and provided its feedback to the town manager. So moving forward, per town code, the town manager's appointment of the police chief requires ratification by the council. So this evening, I'm pleased to recommend the appointment of interim chief Tabaranza as the permanent police chief. Pretty much as his short tenure as police chief, Mr. Tabaranza has demonstrated the knowledge, ability, and capacity to lead the department in the future. He has over 12 years of experience in law enforcement. On Fairfax, he does have a BS in criminal justice, and he did put himself through USF to get an MPA from USF. So, similar to the retired chief, Mr. Tabaranza has required an employment agreement, and per the Brown Act, I am required to summarize the compensation that the police chief is entitled to. So, with that, while it's written, I am required to give an oral summary so that the base salary for the chief would be $13,771.70 per month. That's approximately an annual salary, base salary of about $165,000 a year. Per the agreement in December 2022, or about 18 months from now, subject to a satisfactory performance review, the chief would receive a 3% salary adjustment / COLA. That would bring his base salary to $14,184.92. The chief does receive longevity pay, exactly the same as the Police Officers Association. Right now, it's 5% of base salary, and it increases depending on the years of service. Right now, he also, interim chief Tabaranza also receives educational incentives. Again, it's the same as what the Police Officer Association receives, plus an additional 2.5% for a post-management certificate. What that means is he receives a maximum incentive of 13.5% of base salary. Contract also has what we refer to as reversion rights severance pay. The Chief Tabaranza is terminated without cause, then he does have the right to revert back to lieutenant position or elect a severance 6 months of his current monthly salary. The reversion back provision was similar to what the previous chief had. Retirement, he pays 100% of the employee's salary of retirement costs, as well as 3% of the employer's share. The chief does get shift pay. Shift pay is $100 for every watch if he serves as a watch commander. Really, that's entirely dependent on staffing. And actually that does save the town overtime costs, because otherwise the chief didn't do it. You'd have to bring in some other sergeant or commander to serve that shift in overtime. Administrative leave, 10 days per year. Vacation he accrues is the same as all the other police officers. Holiday pay is 11 days a year, and he gets the same medical and health benefits as the police officers. So his total annual salary plus applicable incentives is approximately $206,300 a year. Just one item of note in the employment agreement, it does talk about an Exhibit A that's attached with job description. And actually the duties of the chief are actually in the contract. So for the final contract, we'll probably remove Exhibit A and make adjustments as according. But with that, I am recommending that you ratify the appointment of the interim police chief Tambaranza as the permanent chief and approve the employment agreement. But with that, that's the staff report.
Thank you, Garrett. So for council members, if we have any questions before we go to public comment, and then if for the public, I'd really like to ask that we not repeat ourselves and that we try to be civil and be understanding of the fact that we are looking tonight to ratify the hiring of a person who has put his life into this work and into this town. And let's try to welcome Rico Tabaranza tonight rather than focusing our comment on repeating what we just went through with the public comment on items not on the agenda. So Barbara, I saw your hand up.
Just a quick question, Garrett. I may have misheard you, but I think his base salary is $13,771.77. I think you said 70. I just wanted to make sure in accordance with the Brown Act we're correct. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Yeah, I just heard it differently. Thank you.
Any other questions? Did I see a hand? Stephanie? Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, just real quick. And this is, my question pertains to all of, we've been talking a lot about staff contracts and so forth. So on page 2 under performance reviews, I'm just like to understand what, just for the public too, like what the process is in terms of opportunity for feedback from the public, from council, et cetera, in terms of a performance review.
So for performance review, it is a responsibility of the manager. The manager will ask council members for feedback at any time. If anyone, a member of the public, has any comments of the police chief, positive and negative, they're more than welcome to email the town manager. But we don't send out something asking for people to have direct feedback to the manager on a performance review.
Okay, so that is a documented process for all staff?
Yes, it's the same process for all staff except staff that aren't department heads. I wouldn't ask council members for performance evaluation or feedback.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else? Okay, so we can open up public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I see 2 hands. The first is Deborah Benson, followed by Fairfax resident Mimi. Deborah, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Council, for hearing me. I would just like to say very briefly, congratulations, Rico Tabaranza. We as a community are very fortunate to have you as our new police chief, and I wish you all the best. I thank you for having dealt with a tumultuous year and perhaps a half with grace and intelligence and understanding. So welcome, Rico. I am so happy to know that you will be our chief. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deborah.
The next speaker is Mimi, followed by Patrice. Mimi, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle, and good evening, Council. At the risk of repeating what Deborah said, I just want to say congratulations, but I want to congratulate you guys for pursuing the appointment of Interim Chief Rico Taparanza as our permanent police chief. I think you all deserve praise and should be commended for recognizing that our interim chief was the right guy based on his experience, based on our experience as a town with him. And I really appreciate the fact that we limited the position internally in such a manner that we saved resources. We didn't waste time and resources unnecessarily. And I really think this was the right way to do this. And I appreciate that you guys, made the difficult decisions. But in the end, I think we're all winners because we have such a great candidate for this position. And thank you all.
Thank you, Mimi.
The next speaker is Patrice, followed by Pamela Miggs, followed by John and Jane. Patrice, you're unmuted now.
I just want to say thank you, Town Council. Again, as an African American, and I hate that I have to say that, but we're 0.01% of your population, and people are speaking for us. So I just want to say congratulations, Chief Tabaranza. You have earned this. You have worked your whole life to protect people. You've been in Fairfax for 11 years, even though we pay 60% less than most police departments. You could have gone anywhere, and you chose to stay with us and stick with us. And I'm sorry that people are saying that all cops are bad. I am from a military family. I have cops in my family, and I think it is ludicrous to think that there are absolutes. Like, if you look at math, statistics show absolutes don't exist. So congratulations, Chief Tabaranza. Thank you, Town Council, for appointing the right person for the right job at the right time. And let's keep moving forward with people simply speaking for themselves and not groups that they don't represent or understand, because that's going to make this town much more divisive, much less diverse. I can tell you right now that I've thought about moving because the white fragility in this town is unbelievable. Like, you don't need to speak for me. If you want to have my opinion, ask me. But Res J has been so insular. They have not reached out. I was even on it. I was asking people to reach out. They won't do it. Why? Everyone thinks they know what needs to happen. So I'm so sorry, Veronica, that you held up a sign that people are annoyed by. But you know what? You were one of the people who didn't even want to hear my Black experience. And I've been Black for my whole life. So congratulations, Chief Tabaranza and Joe McGarry. Please give thought to the next things you say. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
The next speaker is Pamela Miggs, followed by John or Jane. Pam, you're unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know the new chief that well, but I had an amazing interaction with him about the striping. And I found him to be professional, practical, prompt. He got back to me right away. He's a good listener. He was kind. and he gave me some ideas on what I could do to be proactive. I mean, I just found that so amazing. So I just wanted to relay that, my experience with the new chief. And Stephen's going to say a little bit with the extra time.
Hi, folks. I just want to congratulate Rico and you guys for choosing him. I think the town is quite fortunate to have had him for all these 11 years and now as our chief. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
My phone is ringing. The next speaker is John or Jane. And, oops.
Hi again, Council. I just I want to say thank you. I mean, everybody said everything that could be said. It's pretty clear you all made a great decision. I want to congratulate Chief Tabaranza. I've had minimal interaction with him, but it's always been pleasurable. And I think, you know, where else can you really kind of go around and get to know your police chief, right? And he's a very nice guy. So I am recommending that you ratify the appointment and approve employment with him. I think Jane has something to say here.
Yeah, sure. I can do this quickly. I just wanted to say thank you, Town Council. You are renewing my hope that there is hope for Fairfax. You, I guess, searched your own hearts and your own minds, and you picked the right man. You didn't bend to voices calling that we go far and wide to find somebody else more diverse or this or that. We have a very diverse police department, an excellent police department. I am very happy, very pleased. Thank you very much. And congratulations, Chief Tabaranza. I presume and hope you will be, I guess, ratified. That makes it permanent. I hope. Yes, please let that happen. Thank you. This is a good, happy moment. Thank you.
Thank you both.
The next speaker is a call-in user 1, and you are unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself. Oh, I see you have.
Hello, Council and Mayor. Thank you. This is former Chief Chris Morin calling. Can you all hear me?
Hello, Chris.
Okay, hi. I just want to congratulate the Council for the decision that's been made or will be made tonight. And I want to congratulate Lieutenant Tabaranza on this achievement. As I've said, he's the right person for Fairfax. He's the right person for this job. He will continue to serve Fairfax in the fashion that I think our police department has served the town for quite some time. Going back to Ken Hughes, Chief Ken Hughes has served our town for 30 years as a police officer and 12 years as our chief. I served the town for 20 years with 10 years as our chief. Rico will continue the tradition of serving our town in the utmost fashion, providing impartial, great service to the town. And if we make a mistake, like all of us, he'll admit to it, but he's the right person for the job and he's the right person for Fairfax. He gets Fairfax. And I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, oh, I do see another hand. And that is Joe McGarry. You're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. So I was asked to watch the next thing I say. So I will say that my father was 20 years military. So, and I had two brothers who were born at Letterman Army Medical Center. So I too am an Army brat. And my grandfather was NYPD. So I watched what I said, but I usher in the new era of Lieutenant, now Chief Tabaranza, and hope it brings along a new era of transparency for the Fairfax Police Department. And any promotion deserves a congratulations. So I would say congratulations, Rico. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
The next speaker is Liesel Blausch, followed by Veronica Garretts. You're unmuted now, Liesel.
Hi, so I just wanted to welcome Chief Tabaranza. I also want to thank the committee and all of the people in the community who so carefully debated how to move forward with equitable policing in town. I'm going to note that we don't have absolute conformity on this issue on ResJ, and comments to the contrary are uninformed. I regret that some of those who had different opinions dropped off the committee because we really do need to have a diversity of anti-racist voices on the committee. So I hope others will join us. And I just want to thank the whole town for really taking this issue so seriously. I think that was a really amazing thing to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa.
The next speaker is Veronica Garretts, and you are unmuted now.
Thanks again, Michelle. I also wanted to say congratulations, Chief Tabaranza. I am really excited to hopefully get to build relationship with you and work with you alongside the Police Practices and Public Safety Alternative Subcommittee, and continue to imagine how we can foster everything that our town deserves in terms of public safety. And I'm grateful for the work you've done in our town, and I'm glad that we get to be working with you.
Thank you, Veronica.
I see no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment on that agenda item. So if council members would like to make any comments. Yes, Barbara.
I'd just like to thank Interim Chief Rico Tabaranza for staying with us and leading the department for the last 6 months and continuing to stay with us for so many years, and congratulate him on what I think is going to be the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I would suggest that this would be, we've got several steps here, but I would suggest that this would be the time, if council members want to say any words to Rico, this would be the point. And yes, Renee?
Yeah, just short and sweet. I want to welcome Rico to this new role. I'm very happy that we stayed the course the way we had initially thought to do, which is to stay inside with someone who has shown us nothing but professionalism, integrity, kindness, personal connection, and gives me great hope that we can work together and that there will be flexibility in thinking, in looking at the future as things change and as we welcome new and diverse thinking in our town. I will do everything I can to be there to welcome you and support you in the new role as chief. So thanks for hanging in there, and we have work to do, but I'm so thrilled to have you here. Thanks, Rico.
Thanks, Renee. Chance.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I also wanted to send a couple of congratulations and thanks. I mean, the first being a big thanks to former Chief Morin, not just for calling in tonight, but for identifying the leadership qualities and capabilities of Rico early on and sort of taking him under your wing and prepping him for this moment so we could have somebody that we could hire internally. It's fantastic, because that's part of community policing, is making sure you're having someone in that leadership position that knows the community and loves the community. So thank you. And I wanted to thank everybody who participated in the community survey that led to a more robust process with stronger questions that were asked not only by us on council, but also by the volunteers from the various areas that joined us on the community panel. So thank you to all those volunteers. And then finally, again, congratulations, Rico. I've been so excited by our conversations that we've had and how deep they've been and how candid and open you've been in discussing policing and your leadership and your vision. And so I'm really looking forward to our ongoing partnership, and yeah, congratulations and a formal welcome.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I'll be really quick because I already shared a lot of my thoughts when we decided to keep it internal, but I just wanted to offer my congratulations for such a well-deserved promotion. And I will say that when we had our council, I don't know if we called it an interview, but of our closed session where we spoke with you, Rico, you know, that time with you instilled even more faith in me and your readiness for this role. And I'm just really delighted for the town and for you. So congrats.
Well, I will join in the congratulations. I also join in Councilmember Cutrano's thanks to outgoing Chief Chris Moran for his recognizing Rico and for his building of the culture of this police force. I wasn't here when before his time, but this police force has a culture that Rico epitomizes, and I trust will continue to build. And I want to thank Rico for not only in all of my interactions with you, Rico, you've been professional, you've been forthcoming, you've been a great listener, and you've been kind. But I also want to just say that there was a time, one of the very few times that I've needed to call 911. Rico and another officer responded almost instantly. I was still on the phone with the dispatcher, wondering if anybody had been sent, and they were already here, or where I was. And Rico very calmly saved the life of someone whom I care very deeply about in front of my face. So this is the work that the police do and that Rico does. And, congratulations on your, I believe, upcoming ratification of your hiring, and welcome to being Chief of Police in Fairfax. And I hope that we can treat each other, all of us, in a more listening and welcoming way. So with that,
So can I make the motion?
yes, Barbara.
I would like to make the motion to ratify the appointment of interim police chief Rico Tabaranza to the permanent police chief position and to approve the employment agreement with Chief Tabaranza.
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Kohler and second by Goddard. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so next we will adopt or consider the adoption of a resolution appointing and approving a contract for an interim town manager. So Garrett, would you give the report on that, please?
Sure. Well, as a little background, with my pending departure on July 13th, Council has met in closed sessions to discuss the steps of finding your next town manager and the options for maintaining the continuity of leadership during this interim period. Council decided the best approach was to appoint an interim town manager to run the organization during the recruitment process, and you direct the staff to go out and see if we can find some qualified applicants. We did reach out to numerous candidates. We found that most had existing commitments. However, I think we've got extremely lucky when Adam Pollenser The recently retired manager of the city of South Toledo expressed his interest. The council actually interviewed Adam in a closed session. In turn, Adam would be best suited to fill that role. Adam is a consummate professional. He has 33 years of governmental experience. He retired after 13 years as the city manager of South Toledo. He's very familiar with all the workings of Marin, especially with our special districts and our JPAs. He's worked and developed and shared models, sat on many of the same JPA boards as I do, worked closely with all the Marin managers, and it's very familiar with all those countywide issues that all the towns and cities have to work together on. And in addition, one of the big pluses is his daughter did work for us as the interim deputy town clerk. So he's pretty familiar with our council meetings. Adam's really going to have a minimal learning curve into this position. So one of the things to point out is that Adam has retired under CalPERS, and as such, he is a retired annuitant. As such, he does need to follow the CalPERS regulations. As such, he has been retired for at least 180 days. He meets that requirement. The other thing is compensation, and it's directly tied to the maximum compensation of the base salary for the existing town manager, that's me, and he can't receive any other incentives or benefits in addition to the hourly rate. One of the things as a retired annuitant, he is restricted by 960 hours a year for this position. And so hopefully that'll tie during the recruitment process. And per CalPERS regulations is that this appointment would be effective on July 13th, which is the day I actually vacate the position. And assuming you approve the recruitment contract tonight, that you start the recruitment process. So with that, the hourly would be $153 per hour. Depends on the number of hours per month, but if you work, say, 160 hours during the month, that would be about $16,085. That's what it would cost for the interim. That is significantly less than having a permanent town manager because there's no health, medical, or other benefits such as retirement. One item of note, I just need to point out on the contract, it was pointed out to me that we actually did a typo. The hourly rate in the contract should actually read as $100.53 an hour, not $100.58 an hour. Apparently, when I'm typing things at 8 and a 3, look really familiar without my glasses on. So with that, if you were to adopt this resolution this evening, then after that action, I would actually like to introduce Adam to the community via Zoom. So with that, that concludes the staff report.
Okay. And just to clarify, I think you earlier said 153, but it's $100.53, just to be clear on that. Any questions or clarifications?
Yeah, I do. I do. I just heard you say 940 hours. Is that the cap?
Yes, 960 hours is the cap that a retired annuitant can work in these interim positions, or any position for that matter, with a municipality.
Okay, so if there's just using an assumption of 40 hours per week, that gets us to like, what, 24 weeks?
Yeah, roughly 5-6 months, depending on the hours.
It's 6 months if you figure 160 hours, and it's 960 hours per fiscal year.
So we're not assuming 40 hours.
Well, if you assume 160 hours a month, which is about 40 hours a week, that's 6 months.
It's about 6 months. So I think the best way to think about it is Adam will be aware of his hours. Finance has to track the hours because we need to report to CalPERS. So there'd be some times where maybe the hours are cut back just to make sure you have somebody available to run the organization as you get closer to the end of the recruitment period.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted clarification on.
Okay, any other clarifications? Okay, so we can go to public comment on this item, which is approving the contract for the interim town manager. And later on in the agenda, we will be, later on this evening, we'll be considering the approval. It's on consent, I believe, to consider the approval of a contract to begin the search for a permanent town manager. So that's what we'll be doing during the time that Adam Pulitzer is with us. Okay, well, let's open public comment on this item. Michelle, if you would.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I don't see any hands raised. If anyone wants to comment on this item, now would be the time to raise your hand.
It looks like
I see no public comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment on agenda item 2. And if we have any further comments from council or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution to appoint and approve the contract with Adam Politzer to be interim town manager with the one adjustment in the contract that Garrett Toy mentioned. The hourly rate is $153 per hour.
I'll second.
Motion by Kohler and second by Hellman. Michelle, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, good. And I think we can now welcome Adam Politzer to join our call for a bit and introduce himself to our community. Welcome, Adam. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor and council members. I'm very pleased to join this very talented team and obviously this very special community. Being a lifetime Marin County resident, this is very exciting. And thank you, council, for giving me this opportunity to serve your community. Very special thanks and recognition to Garrett for reaching out to me. And Garrett, congratulations on your 8+ years as Fairfax's town manager. You did an outstanding job, and you should be very proud of all your accomplishments. And I just hope to be able to keep the wind in the sail and work with this talented team and keep Fairfax as special as Fairfax has always been. So thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to introduce myself to the community. And I look forward to seeing everyone very soon.
I'm sure we will. Thank you very much. And we appreciate that you're ready to join us and welcome your experience and the knowledge that you have of our local area. And we appreciated your daughter's help as well. So I feel like we already know you a bit. All right. So now I believe, Madam Clerk, that you will administer the oath of office.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Getting back to our new police chief, Rico Tabaranza.
Yes, and here he is. Here I am. Hello, Chief. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So I'll be administering the oath of office as required by our Constitution, and following that, we will be doing the badge pinning that I believe Chief Tabaranza's father will take care of. So with that, I ask you to raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Rico Tabaranza,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you. And And Mayor, if it's okay,
Oh.
Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, can I please say a few words?
Yes, please.
First, I'm incredibly blessed by God to be standing in this position today. So I'd like to give glory to God for his greatness and his grace. Second, I'd like to thank the mayor, vice mayor, the council, Garrett, staff, Michelle, who you can't see on the screen, for this opportunity. It is my honor to be selected to serve in this capacity for the town of Fairfax. I don't take that lightly, and I am humbled and honored to work with the incredible men and women of Fairfax PD and the town staff that's currently there and for the future to come. Second, I want to give credit to my wife, Deanna. She's recording. I want to give her credit because behind the scenes, she does all the sacrifices day and night, and she's the supportive part of this journey. She does the work that no one knows about that allows me to come to work every day and serve faithfully, and she doesn't complain one bit. So my success is a credit to her hard work and dedication and support to our family and all my family and friends here today. So family, there's no friends here, it's all family. Okay. Also, I want to thank my children who are here today. Say hi. Hi. There's 4 of them, not all 8, just 4. But we missed a lot of family parties, Christmases, holidays, games, and they understand, and they don't give me any heat for it. They understand what the mission is, and that I serve faithfully in order for us to have a happy family and to change our family tree. So I want to thank you for your patience, your dedication, and your grace toward me for missing out a lot of things when I was at work. Next, I want to thank my parents. Romeo Tabaranza is my dad right there. And my mom, Nanita Tabaranza, she's right there sitting down. I got everything from them. So without their leadership, their guidance, teaching me how to be as an adult, and introducing me to Christ, I wouldn't be here in this position today. So I want to thank my parents. Next, I have my siblings right here. I'm missing one. She is watching from Oregon. But I have my 2 sisters right there, my sister-in-law right there, my brother-in-law right there. And they've been very supportive and through everything, through all this, especially in the last year. So incredibly more supportive. So I just want to thank everyone here and everyone watching for all the support and guidance throughout the years, and bringing me here is a success to all of us, not just me. Also, just want to thank the Fairfax Police Department, all the incredible men and women that work there, past, present, and future. Those are the people that interact with the public, and it's their hard work and dedication that's going to make my job easy. But currently, they're doing all the great work and the hard work, and I'm just a face, but it's them. So I want to thank each and every one of them who's watching right now, the POA who's watching right now. Thank you for everything, for the support, and I look forward to the future. I know it'll be great. We'll do better. And I hear transparency a lot. That's going to happen. And we're going to work toward that. We're going to work together. And we're going to make things better in Fairfax. Let's see. A lot of shout outs. I'd like to give a shout out to Chief Hughes for hiring me back in 2010, January. Big opportunity in my life. When no one was hiring, he hired me. He gave me the chance. So for him to give me that chance, I just want to thank him for that opportunity. I strive every day to make that guy proud. Next, he called in Chief Morin. Thank you for your leadership, your mentorship, and more importantly, your friendship throughout all the years. Chief Morin is like the big brother that I never had growing up. I credit him a lot for the knowledge that I have, the skill set that I have, the vision, the mission that I have in police work and in leadership. So I just want to thank him for paving the path for me and giving a kid from the streets of Vallejo a chance. And it's my sister said yee for those Vallejo people. But that's where I am today. I brought it home. So I'm in Vallejo, my parents' house, and I just want to thank those important. So it'd be a remiss to not mention my pastors and family from the Hill Vallejo, who's actually on right now. And they prayed for me every day through everything. And I just want to thank all the pastors, Pastor Scott, Pastor Phi, Pastor Mark, Pastor Dyson, all of them. They're all on right now, and Pastor Gwen. And thank you for everything, and To the rest of my family and friends out there, the GBNH family, they're out there, they're listening. They're on GroupMe right now, giving me a hard time. And I just want to thank them. Their friendship is like, they were like my siblings growing up. We grew up and we're pretty much family. It's hard to not call them family when they're friends, but we are one of the same, and we grew up together, and they're here supporting me till today and in the future. So thank you, GBNH family. And one last, my family around the nation that's watching right now, and also across the globe, in the Philippines and Australia. Thank you. You guys mean the world to us, and I just want to make everyone proud and do my best and serve this community the best I can. So thank you. Help me, help you. Let's get this. Let's do it together. Let's work it right, and let's make everything better for Fairfax as long as we can. So it's not just me. We all have to do this together. So let's get together and make it work. So I look forward to the hard work coming forward. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think the chief might want to get pinned by his dad on camera.
Yes. Yes.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta take this pin off.
Okay. I was worried you left already.
Yes, we're not seeing the video now, but we're looking for it.
There he is.
There we go.
We practiced before this, so. All right.
Right.
Thank you. Good, everyone, all the residents too. Thank you for all the support and everything you've said. Thank you so much.
Okay. And now, circling back to the town manager, we have a proclamation that we would like to give to Garrett Toy.
Mayor, don't we need to have Adam Pulitzer sworn in?
My understanding is that is not the case. Michelle, would you just clarify that?
Yes, that is correct. We would usually do that in the office with a witness.
Okay, thank you. It was on the agenda that way, so I wonder.
That's why the agenda was in that order, but it was clarified earlier today to me. So we have a proclamation, which I would like to read. And thank you for fellow council members who worked on this proclamation as well. This is a Town of Fairfax proclamation in honor of Garrett Timothy Toy. I never knew your middle name. Fairfax Town Manager from 2013 to 2021. Whereas Garrett Toy has been the town manager of Fairfax since January 2013 and has served ably, deftly, honorably, and with superior integrity for 8.5 years. And whereas Garrett has more than 34 years of public service prior to his tenure in Fairfax, having served in leadership positions with the County of Marin and the cities of Morgan Hill, Stockton, and Fairfield. And whereas Garrett has a Bachelor of Arts degree in Legal Studies and a Master of Public Policy from UC Berkeley. Whereas Garrett has been married many years to the love of his life, Robin, and they have 2 beautiful daughters. And whereas during his time as town manager, he has demonstrated his skill and dedication in managing an active jurisdiction with a small staff. And in addition, he has also served as Public Works Director, Human Resources Manager, and Risk Manager. And for several years, he has been the Executive Officer of the Ross Valley Fire Department, a 4-agency joint powers authority. And whereas during his years in Fairfax, working with the council, Garrett's low-key yet creative and thoughtful approach has greatly facilitated many of the council's successes, including a few highlighted here. And whereas the town council approved Victory Village after several years of public meetings and hearings, a 54-unit, very low and low income, all Section 8 affordable senior housing complex in the west end of town, which opened last summer. And whereas numerous social justice initiatives were enacted during his tenure, 3 renter protections and a recent urgency renter eviction protection for COVID, and in 2020 and 21, the formation of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Town Committee. And whereas several environmental actions and resolutions were adopted during his 8+ years, most notably the declaration of a climate emergency in 2019. And whereas during the pandemic, he worked with the town council to create temporary encroachment and temporary use permits, free of charge and easy to obtain, to help enliven and rescue our downtown businesses. And whereas also during the pandemic, he managed the council-created small business grant program, and working with both Ritter House and St. Vincent's, our rental assistance program for very low-income residents who are at risk of homelessness. And whereas Garrett willingly took on several infrastructure projects, taking on the significant maintenance and repair of 5 bridges in town and the Meadowway Bridge replacement. And whereas with the council, he led the complete reconstruction of the parkade, the largest infrastructure project completed in more than a decade in Fairfax. And whereas Garrett has taken on the multi-year project to conduct seismic retrofit and other needed repairs of the pavilion to start this year. And whereas, again, in concert with the town council, Garrett ably led our efforts through numerous meetings to enact cannabis ordinances consistent with Proposition 64 and prior to it for medical cannabis. And whereas Garrett has a successful track record of developing innovative solutions on a tight budget and has expertly guided our community through emergencies and natural disasters. And whereas Garrett has worked hard with staff to ensure that Fairfax is fiscally sound and the budget is clear, reflecting the priorities of the council, and during his years in Fairfax, financial reserves have always exceeded 30%. And whereas Garrett has clearly demonstrated his commitment to and unwavering support for the town of Fairfax. His easygoing manner and humble nature belies his intelligence and ability to address any number of complex challenges. And whereas Garrett is respected by the town council, his peers, the citizens of Fairfax, and everyone who has worked with him due to his commitment, dedication, and conscientiousness. And whereas Garrett has devoted 8.5 years as town manager and worked countless hours for our town and the community, serving the public with integrity and intelligence, while always reminding us to keep smiling. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that in acknowledgement of his dedication, commitment, exemplary service, and innumerable contributions to the town and to our community, the town of Fairfax thanks Garrett Toy and wishes him success in his future endeavors. And be it further proclaimed that the town of Fairfax is a much better place because Garrett chose to work here, and that July 7th, 2021 is hereby proclaimed Garrett Toy Day in the town of Fairfax. Thank you, Garrett.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
So Michelle runs in here and goes, "Here you go."
There's a giant proclamation.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I like it. Thank you very much. I didn't really prepare anything to say. What's this?
That's another official.
Oh, a smaller. Oh, I like it. Okay. Yeah, all I'll say is, I didn't really think about it. 8 years has actually gone by pretty quick. Been through, I think now it's 11, 12 council members. Renee and Barbara were council members shortly after I started. Then came the rest. I hired Michelle a little after I started. So it's been an honor and privilege to be the manager here in Fairfax. I'm not going to lie. There have been some challenging times, no doubt. I will tell you unequivocally, though, in Fairfax, there are many things I experienced in Fairfax I have never experienced anywhere else. And I've been in government over 30 years, and that's been both good and bad, very unique. It's a great community. I think the downtown's awesome. I know obviously I haven't been perfect, but I think it's been a good ride. I think it's the council. You've done lots of great things in the community, and there are a lot more things to go on. So, I like to thank staff. I think you do have a great staff. I think that the police department's great. Everyone's always been really supportive. They're all pulling the same way. I think the council's been great, always working as a team, always very supportive of staff. I think in essence, even the community, people state their opinions. Most people, I'd say almost 99% are very polite about it. And it's great. You have that dialogue. It's all a good thing. I just feel honored and privileged. I know the next person in, has a lot of things to do, but I think the council is great to work with. And so thank you very much for the proclamation. I thought that was funny. You mentioned my wife, Robin, and the kids. That's why I was laughing when Michelle was standing here when she ran in with the proclamation. So again, appreciate everything. I think this is great. I'll probably hang it up in my new office.
Thank you, Garrett. So, yeah, we could maybe get public comment on this, which we do need to do on this, and then go to council comments. But Renee, yes?
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you want to come back, that's great.
Let's go ahead and get public comment, and then we can all have something to say.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This is Michelle, the town clerk again. I'll just put my camera on for a minute. I didn't ask you about this earlier today, and I apologize, I forgot. But I do have something for Garrett from the staff, town staff, that I would like to present. And let's see. Oops. That's not working, huh? All right, I'm going to run to Garrett's office and give it to him.
It looks like the standard bamboo pen set that we all get when we leave. Oh, open it. Okay. Oh, here you go.
So the staff is very appreciative.
It says keep smiling.
And that was kind of Garrett's motto for the staff. And he did keep us all smiling a lot of the time. I don't know if the community realizes the sense of humor that Garrett brings to the job, but we really appreciate him. We'll miss you. Thanks.
Thanks. This is great. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we'll take public comment if there is any on this item. Michelle?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there is one hand raised, and that is Patrice, followed by, a few more hands, John and Jane after Patrice. So Patrice, you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself. Oh, wait.
You're still muted, Patrice.
Okay, I might move on to the next speaker and then see if we can resolve that. So, John or Jane, you are unmuted.
Hi, this is John. I just wanted to kind of give Garrett a well wish and thank you for your time serving the town. I know that it was a roller coaster ride, but I think that you came out well. I think you have a very level head, and I appreciate that. It's kind of like an under pressure thing. But anyways, that is to say, I wish you the best of luck in the next chapter of your life, and all the best. And you'll be up in Sonoma. Have some good wine to boot.
And I'd like to chime in too. Good luck, Garrett. Enjoy your new life up there, and think kindly on us while we struggle through our waters of turmoil. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Okay, Patrice, I'm going to try you again. And I see that's not going to work. Okay. The next speaker is Lisa Jimenez. You're unmuted.
Hello, Lisa.
Hi, members of the Town Council. Hi, Mayor Ackerman. I just wanted to give my public appreciation to Garrett while I was facilitator of ResJ. He was an incredible professional to work with, and I've worked with many managers over the course of my career, and I so appreciate his professionalism, the sense of humor he kept in some very challenging times. He was always grounded and so thoughtful, and I wanted to just give him a huge shout out publicly to say thank you for all the support he lent me personally as a facilitator, and then also to ResJ over the time there. Thank you so much, Garrett, for your service.
Thank you, Lisa.
The next speaker is Ann Manis. You are unmuted now.
Hello,
You might
Ann.
have, oh, there.
Hello. Yes, I just logged on and I'm going to miss the staff barbecue send off, Garrett, but I wanted to let you know just how appreciative I have been of your leadership and just your reliability. And one thing I really have appreciated about you is that you know, if we make mistakes or if we fail, you don't make us feel bad about it. And I just really think that is a special thing to have in a boss. So I just wanted to thank you for all the mistakes I made and you just letting it flow. So thanks so much, and wishing you well, and we definitely will miss you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann.
And I don't see any more raised hands.
Okay, we'll close public comment on that. And council members? Renee.
Yeah. Hi, Garrett. Hi, everyone. I just wrote down a few little things that I wanted to share. And so I thought I'd just tell this little story. The opportunity to step up and serve your local community as an elected official is available to all residents. I think we sometimes forget that. The uniquely terrifying aspect of that is that you can theoretically come forward as a passionate resident who wants to serve, knowing absolutely nothing about government. And that was me. So day one, I went to Garrett, and Garrett was, really the only available lifeline because there's no manual. I learned that the trick is to build relationship and dance with the town manager until you find a suitable, affordable, sustainable, and agreeable, hopefully, way forward that represents the interests of the entire community. So easy peasy, right? The steepest learning curve I've ever scaled, still climbing. The town council member, town manager dance. Garrett learned the complex dance steps, the ever evolving, revolving Fairfax way. His learning curve was also steep. And I often felt like he may not have seen my ideas that he may have seen my ideas and my projects more like alien invaders into a system not yet set up to defend itself. Nonetheless, Garrett never led on, regardless of the unrealistic scale and style of some of my requests, my recommendations, and my demands. I watched the morale of town staff restored and thrive with Garrett at the helm. I gobbled up extraordinary amounts of his time, and his patience was unwavering. The dance of the mayor town manager is even more nuanced during the terms that you serve as mayor. And I will never forget the teamwork and consistent openness and calm that Garrett displayed through 2020. When the world changed overnight, Garrett held up a canvas upon which council could create and design a new way forward. And he responded to the never known before needs of the community. Our staff stood up town council's programs, displayed flexibility and support that only a well-respected town manager could lead. A few of my memories. I'll never forget the meal that Garrett ordered at the restaurant the night of the League of California Cities boot camp that Barbara and I attended together. He ate the all bacon meal, including bacon drink and dessert, and he never tired of the many courses of bacon-based bites. His support of the town vents including pedal powering the smoothie blender at Streets for People and Robin's holiday shopping sprees exclusively at the Fairfax Craft Fair. I'll never forget him sitting in Naves with Jim Moore, sipping Bloody Marys, watching the festival parade. He was the test case for the roastery's evolution from plastic straws to paper straws to no straws and the leaky sippy cups. He was a complete buy-in to the reusable cup and zero waste practices. And I think he actually really enjoyed riding his bike to work on Fridays. I will miss the ever-present smiley face emoji at the end of every budget message and your pure professionalism. I'm wondering if you'll be taking your bird clock to Sonoma. And most importantly, will you go back to the days of dry cleaning your dress shirts? We are so much better off for having had Garrett Toy as our town manager for the past 8.5 years. And I'm deeply grateful. Thanks, Garrett. Good luck.
Barbara.
Well, Garrett, so I'm probably going to cry because I tend to do that at certain times, but I poured my heart into working on that proclamation, and I don't want to repeat many of those statements, but, you know, Renee and I kind of were joined at the hip in the beginning. She came on a month before me, and getting to work with you these 8.5 years has been just amazing. Your easygoing nature and ability to sort of go with the punches. There's been some really difficult times, and yet you did keep smiling. And I do know when you came in, there were a lot of morale issues with town staff, and that quickly faded away. Jim Moore is one of my good friends to this day, and I remember sitting in Naves with you and Jim, me with my seltzer, and you guys with your Bloody Marys. But I do think you have made this place a better place for your efforts all these years. And I know some days you probably went home and were very frustrated, but I know other days you just seem to take it on the chin, some of the really difficult days. And there have been some wonderful days. And I think when you go to Sonoma, you may miss some of the fun that we have at these council meetings, staying till midnight, staying till 2 a.m, that you've been really a joy to work with. And I am sincerely honored to have had the ability to work with you. Thank you.
Mhm. Well, I'll say that not having been on the council as long as Renee or Barbara, but having been involved with the town since before Garrett came here and seeing the difference, it was really a wonderful thing when Garrett, when you came to town, and I have such respect and such gratitude for your ability to keep 100 balls in the air and keep smiling at the same time, and to just listen and to be totally present for any conversation at any time that with whatever question I come up with, trying to figure something out, trying to bounce an idea around. You're just always right there for it, as if you had nothing else you needed to do. Although obviously you've got these amazing packets that you have to get out, and along with the staff that you work with. There's just never a day that I'm not thankful for your being here and for your for your presence and your support, and for knowing that so many things will be taken care of that I'm not even aware need to be taken care of. So thank you very, very much, and best wishes in Sonoma. Okay. So, and enjoy the pen. You'll need it.
Thanks. Thanks for all the kind comments. I'm not very good at doing this, but I wasn't really expecting all this. It's very, very humbling. Very appreciative too.
Chance, did you want to?
Yeah,
say?
I didn't have anything prepared, and I'm the newest council member, so it's sort of a new relationship. But I just wanted to extend my appreciation as someone who was going through a Master's of Public Administration program. During the start of my time in Fairfax and being on open space and the volunteer board and being able to work with Garrett in that capacity, and now in this capacity on town council. There are so few opportunities to have sort of mentors in the public realm, like this sort of relationship. And I feel so privileged and honored to be able to work closely with you, Garrett, and to have learned from you over the last 3 to 4 years, and just really appreciate that professionalism and also the sort of personable nature that you have, and you really do have that keep smiling attitude, regardless of the adversity that we're facing. So I wish you the best of luck, and I know that the people of Sonoma are going to be really happy with that same sort of character trait that you exhibit. So thank you very much for everything you've done for Fairfax.
I just wanted to quickly wish you well and thank you, Garrett. And I know you're going to have a great ride in Sonoma. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this is Janet. May I say one thing?
Yes, please.
Maybe two things. I can never just say one thing, can I? Garrett, I started 5 months after you did, and I really appreciate a number of things. First of all, your sense of humor. Second, your professionalism. And third, the fact that you have incredible experience and knowledge base. But most important of all, I appreciate the fact that you understand it works best when the town attorney and the town manager work together. And that's what we did. We really did work well together, I think, and I am going to miss you. So, but Sonoma's very close to me, so I could be over there for lunch. You never know.
Thanks, Janet. Okay, so that concludes the first part of our regular agenda, but actually we moved an item forward. So the next item would shift gears to, this is item 27. Do we want to continue with this, or are people wanting a break first before we? Yep. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay. Let's reconvene in 5 minutes then.
Thank you.
Reconvening our council meeting. So we moved item 27 up to this point in the agenda, and Garrett, if you could give us a report to kick that off.
Sure. Item 27 is discuss, consider requests of the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee to allow ResJ's Police Practices and Public Safety Alternatives Committee, PPSA, to not be subject to the Brown Act and direct staff as appropriate. So quickly as background, at your June 16th meeting, you held a joint session with the ResJ to discuss budgetary issues, operational issues, and a request to make the PPSA subcommittee not subject to the Brown Act. At that joint meeting, some of the ResJ members indicated that at the PPSA, since they were subject to virtual meetings, that it could have a harmful effect and or create an unsafe environment for some of the members because it is open to the public and the meetings are recorded. The council at that time indicated you would take it up at a future meeting, and that's what you're doing this evening. And so what's something to keep in mind with the formation of the ResJ, the staff report indicated that the ResJ, as well as its police practices subcommittee, would be subjected to the Brown Act. Brown Act requires the meetings be open to the public and that we post agendas for the meetings of what's going to be discussed. Now, something to keep in mind is that while the ResJ is subject to the Brown Act, the PPSA, that police subcommittee, is not subject to the Brown Act. That was something that the staff report had reflected back when you formed everything based on what the council's direction was. So something to keep in mind for the PPSA. I think at the time, the rationale for making it subject to the Brown Act was that police practices subcommittee could actually recommend some policies or practices or procedures that could affect police services in town if adopted. And so the thought pattern was it was very important for the community to see the discussions and considerations that went into those recommendations. Now, that's one side. The other side is it's also important to remember that anything that the police practices subcommittee comes up with is actually a recommendation to the ResJ, and that the ResJ needs to consider these recommendations and actually take action to forward it to the council for consideration. So there's another step. The recommendations of the police subcommittee do not go directly to the council. They actually go to the ResJ first. And so those are kind of the background rationales for what staff recalls why the police subcommittee was subjected to the Brown Act. Now, one side note is that there's no requirement that we record the meetings for the ResJ or the PPSA. In fact, from a staff perspective, not having to actually record it would actually save us some time and money. It actually costs us $165 every meeting to have the Zoom recording actually converted into a YouTube video that could then be retained in perpetuity. So that's kind of that extra step the staff has to do. So we would say so two things for this evening is one, discuss the request from the ResJ regarding Brown Act requirements for the PPSA. And unless the council feels otherwise, staff would stop recording the PPSA and the ResJ meetings, and we would remove the videos from the website. So those are kind of the two things. Actually, the main one's the first one, and the second one is we would just need direction if you still want us to record and post the meetings. So with that, that's pretty much the staff report.
Thank you. Chance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, Garrett. Later on in this agenda, under consent, we have the proposed schedule for going back to in-person, and we're for council, that might be September. For committees and commissions and boards here in town, it looks like that agenda item, the recommendation from staff is like as soon as possible. So like in July, it can start up. Meetings have been held on Zoom for a lot of these committees and commissions. Some are recorded, some are not. Going back to in person, would that make sort of this recording or not recording question moot, sort of?
Yes, because we don't televise or record meetings when you meet in person other than the planning commission and council meetings. So it would be a moot point. If they went back in person, then there wouldn't be any video recording, nor would it be televised, nor would you be able to participate remotely.
Mm-hmm. Stephanie?
So I have more of a comment than a question. Should I save that till after public comment?
If it seems like it makes sense to
Well, it was just to tag on to Councilmember Cutrano. I think one of the suggestions that I made, I don't know, recently, I think it was the last meeting, was to capture minutes. I mean, if we're considering no longer recording them and posting them, that both ResJ and the PPPSA, you formalizing the minutes from the meeting so that there is transparency, and the public that is very engaged and attending or watching this video can at least access what's happening. So I would like for us to consider that as an alternative or enhancement.
Mm-hmm. Good points, Garrett.
I can't hear you, Garrett.
So that was one of the things. So it is true for the ResJ, we do have to do minutes. We're still preparing them. Obviously, we got really far behind their action minutes, and ultimately they'd have to go to the ResJ for approval. So that's what staff and I are working on, and that's one of my things to do before I leave is to finish the minutes from those meetings where I would attended the meetings. But you're correct. We have minutes for all those meetings right now.
Okay, and then just to be clear, the other suggestion related to that was for the subcommittees to have formal updates. so that there's that visibility into what's going on. Because I think, well, we know.
Mhm. Thanks, good points. Okay, if there's nothing further, we can go to public comment on this item and then we can, oh, Barbara? Yep.
Now, before we go to public comment, I'd like to make a comment.
Mhm.
And it's about the joint ResJ council meeting and what happened at the meeting that I did not see at the time. And I went back and looked at the tape, and I was very disheartened and saddened by the action of Ms. Goretz. And I had hoped that she was planning to apologize tonight, but apparently that's not the case. I think anybody who represents the town council or any of our town committees is not acting on their own. And we all make missteps and need to do course corrections. But I went back and looked at the tape, and what her note said was read as white fragility, which to me implies, and I may be taking this incorrectly, that implied that she was calling the person Jane Richardson Mack a racist by that implication. I'm just really saddened by this, and I wish that Ms. Goretz would apologize and also consider that when we're on committees or on the council, we hear from a variety of people, and we may not agree with them, but we need to listen. That is our job. So just one, and that is the job of all our town committees. And like I said, we all make mistakes, including myself. So I think we need to go back to square one as far as people understanding their role. And if they really can't remove a bias against certain people, then maybe they're not the right people to be on those committees. But I would just say at this point, I would hope that Ms. Goretz would apologize. And like we all do, is try to make course corrections in the future and be more open to ideas that may not be what we personally feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in the spirit of putting forth ideas without further discussing them so that maybe the public can comment on those ideas as well. I appreciate the thoughts that have been brought up by Chance that we're probably soon going to be off of this Zoom period in our history, and that has been expressed many times on ResJ as being a real obstacle. People haven't even seen each other other than their head and shoulders on a screen, and it just isn't the way humans work. So someone in an earlier comment, earlier public comment tonight mentioned being in a circle, and that's a really nice image. I've been in many circles discussing difficult issues, and it really is a good form to be in a circle. And I think this is shared by members of ResJ as well, that we would like to be able to have these discussions and get to know each other. And I find when I get to know someone, I like them. It's almost universal. It's very difficult to do that when we aren't together. So that will help, I hope. We actually do, I understand, have at least a couple of people have mentioned to me that they know people who are interested in joining ResJ. The applications are up. You can fill out an application at any time. We announce it at every meeting, so you don't need to wait. Things do need to turn around in terms of the ResJ losing members, and in terms of it being so difficult to to have the conversations that we try to have on ResJ. It can feel like a very stilted environment between Zoom, between the requirements of the Brown Act and the posting of the agenda and all the motions and seconds that have to be done, and the amount of having to watch our time and how much anyone speaks in order to get through our meeting in the short period of time that we have. And being on video the entire time. It's difficult when you haven't done it before. It's difficult when you've done it for a long time. I can tell you it's difficult for me right now at this moment. But it's doubly difficult trying to really look into your heart and look into the heart of another person and understand and try to walk in their footsteps when you're at the same time in this kind of a situation. So I think that will help, and I hope that it will. And that's the spirit in which this request, I think, is being made for the PPPSA. As Garrett said in his report, the PPPSA is a subcommittee, and it has been required, just like the Brown Act requires of any subcommittee, that it be less than a quorum of the full committee. But at the same time, it is all, and the PPPSA reports back to the ResJ, as Stephanie said that it should. That happens at every ResJ meeting. The committees each give a report on where they are. And as Garrett said, the process of any recommendations the PPPSA would make or would want to make to council would be that PPPSA would make that recommendation to ResJ. ResJ would discuss it even further, may change it, may decide not to pass it on, may decide to pass it on. Then it goes on to council. Then council can discuss it. We hear public input, and it can be thought about on all levels before anything might or might not happen as a result of it. So PPPSA is just a place to begin generating the ideas and sorting out what might make sense to even recommend. So it's kind of in a unique position, having to go through all the videoing and posting the agendas and all the formalities, while at the same time not being allowed to have a majority of the people from the ResJ even on it. So just to clarify a few things. And also I would point out that we could tonight think about an option such as, for example, we could say that at certain meetings of the PPPSA, for example, the PPPSA has had one meeting right so far with, at that time, interim chief Tabaranza, and expects to have further meetings with the now chief Tabaranza after once this process of the hiring of Rico as the police chief is complete. We needed to put a break on that just because of the process of the hiring. But that we could conceivably consider that if the PPPSA were to be able to meet without being on video and in the Brown Act requirements to post the agenda and so forth, but we could also direct that the ResJ, that the PPPSA, when it meets with police, with in particular the chief, that maybe we could direct that those be public meetings and that they be announced that as such so that the public could watch them. I'm just throwing that out, that we could think of different ways that we could cut this. So in advance of the public comment, just throwing out some ideas. I'm glad to hear that we've all thrown out some ideas here. So shall we go to the public comment then on this item? And Michelle, would you open that up, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. If there is anyone in the public who wishes to comment on this, please raise your hands. And I see Kevin Curtis is the first speaker, followed by John or Jane, followed by Frank Egger. Kevin, you're unmuted. You may have to unmute yourself.
Yes, hello, Town Council, and thank you for doing all this hard work for our neighboring city of Fairfax. I'm just across the ridge here, up over the Manor and Sleepy Hollow subdivide. I watched the last ResJ meeting, and I have a lot of respect for Council Member Cooler, who made those comments, because it was a hard one to sit through. And I certainly know from a social aspect these days of sitting through many of the city and county meetings on these types of subjects that it's not easy. But for the purposes of adhering to the Brown Act for subcommittee and or not, what I heard from the town manager, Toy, was such that if you were to go ahead and continue adhering to the Brown Act, you would need to continue just as you are. And if you were to not adhere to the Brown Act, you need to remove the agenda items and some of the other things that formalize this type of committee. And I think that if I heard him correctly, that is true, because there is government code, California Government Code 54952B. And before I read that, I just want to make sure that you guys have had input or get input from the town lawyer, because it does say that, advisory committees composed solely of the members of the legislative body that are less than a quorum of legislative body are not legislative bodies. So this is basically saying that you either are or are not a legislative body as a subcommittee, except that standing committees of a legislative body, irrespective of their composition, which have a continuing subject matter jurisdiction, a Res J, or a meeting schedule fixed by charter, ordinance, or resolution, or formal action, which means your agenda, the continuing agenda. That on your website, you do have a Res J formalized agenda and meeting schedule. So this does make it a legitimate legislative body. And I certainly think that at this time, without making major changes, you already are adhering and have to adhere by law to the Brown Act. But, certainly that's just as much as I'd like to make for comments for the evening. And I thank you all for all of your support and hard work.
Thank you, Kevin. And just to clarify, this item is to discuss this subcommittee of the ResJ, the PPPSA, possibly not having to be videoed and on the Brown and following the Brown Act. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Mr. Mayor, were you done? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. The next speaker is John or Jane. You're going to be unmuted in a second, and you're followed by Frank Egger.
Hi again, council members. So I've kind of been following this. This was kind of very important to me, and that's what kind of why I started watching the PPSA and the ResJ committee meetings. So, Garrett mentioned in the report that this goes back since its inception, that the ResJ and the PPPSA would be subject to the Brown Act. And during the course of those meetings, it seemed to be before the public was commenting about, wanting to be open and be subject to the Brown Act. There was talk prior to that by the committee members that they wanted to get more stuff done, and they felt that they didn't have the time to do it, and that the PPPSA meetings were somewhat of like a hindrance, and they couldn't get what they wanted to get done. Okay, so initially, then anybody can go back and watch the public comment on these meetings. It's right there for everybody to see. And so the public, and I included, would made comments about, like, look, these are important issues. You should be subject to the Brown Act. You are. And then it turned into, like, other members of the public would say, no, it doesn't need to be. It wasn't in the ordinance. The committee wasn't formed by ordinance, therefore it did not need to be subject to the Brown Act. However, within the ordinance, the Res J is forced by virtue of the declaration that they must form a PPSA committee. So I'm kind of questioning whether that has any bearing on the matter. Anyways, so the fact that the committee members feel that there was harmful effects and that there was an unsafe environment, I challenge that. I do not think that that is true. In fact, I think that it's just something they're saying. I mean, frankly, just to get out of being subject to the Brown Act. In fact, some people who spoke this evening about transparency and accountability are just the same people who are saying that they don't think the committee should be subject to the Brown Act. And I want to leave you with this. Why would anybody not want to be subject to the Brown Act on a committee? If I'm on the tree committee, if there was an issue, I'd be like, sure, yeah, it's open. It's, what's the big deal? My fear is that people are kind of like, they want to hide and do whatever they want to do without, sunshine on, basically. And that's the big issue for me. And I do understand that, the fact that it will go through the Res J committee and then that'll go through the to the town council. But by that time, it's all said and done. It's all wrapped up. And I'll just kind of finish on this. Even the sad part is, I think that even if they are subject to the Brown Act, that frankly, there's a portion of the public that they just don't want to acknowledge or listen to. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
The next speaker is Frank Egger, followed by Lori Berliner. Frank, you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger, Fairfax. There is a purpose of California's open meeting laws, the Brown Act. We used to call them sunshine laws back in the day. If Fairfax okays one of its established committees to meet and make recommendations to the town council on Fairfax Police Department issues in secret, then the use of the word transparency is only a public relations ploy. Please don't allow any Fairfax committee to start meeting in secret and say it's not subject to the Brown Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
The next speaker is Lori Berliner, followed by Naomi Alessandra. And Lori, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, members of council. I'm a longtime resident of Fairfax. I've not participated in any of the public forums, but I tuned in to the last Res J meeting. It's of interest to me. I thought about maybe applying, but after observing that meeting, I'd be afraid to. I don't want to be called names, and I just didn't think it was, the members were conducting themselves in a manner that is appropriate. I think the public should get to know what's going on with all the town committees, subcommittees, etc. I have a background as a public defender for over 25 years, and I spent my entire career mostly in Vallejo, the new chief's hometown. And so I have something to bring to it, but I'd be afraid to participate out of fear that the name calling and could impact my family or my business. I really think that the council should consider putting the whole thing on hiatus. Let the new chief, get some time, with his new department and setting his agenda and his goals. And I just feel that that would be the wisest course at this point, rather than with this current sort of toxic Res J group. It just seems like people have left because it's not a workable committee at the moment. So my suggestion would be to put it on a timeout and moving forward, perhaps reconstitute it, but keep it in the public eye, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
The next speaker is Naomi Alessandra, followed by Brian Poindexter. Naomi, you're unmuted now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. I know.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I want to ask you all to move forward in making the Police Practices and Public Safety Alternatives Subcommittee not subject to the Brown Act. The PPPSA is currently the only subcommittee in town that is subject to the Act, and that has made the proceedings of this subcommittee near impossible. A subcommittee is designed in order to be a working group, a place where a variety of ideas can be entertained, projects can percolate, people can effectively communicate with one another and with other stakeholders, and deep research can be done. The Brown Act impairs many of these possibilities, which is of course why other subcommittees in town are not subject to it. We also know that the PPPSA is currently comprised of a very tiny group of folks, and this is due in part to the fact that some committee members have resigned due to harmful comments they've been subjected to in the public comment that's currently demanded by the Brown Act. When there's so much work to be done in order to even begin implementing positive change on public safety and policing, facing a constant stream of sometimes insulting public comments on a subcommittee can be both demoralizing and inefficient. As the ResJ committee will obviously continue to be subject to the Brown Act, we'll be able to hear from the public at crucial points when the ResJ is considering recommendations from its PPPSA subcommittee. Full transparency and public comment will always be part of the final decision-making process of the overarching body. But there's no need to single out this one subcommittee to be subject to the Act and all of the limitations that come with it when other subcommittees are not subject to the same. Finally, I just want to offer my wholehearted support for the ResJ, the PPPSA, and all of its members for your crucial work. I know this is so difficult at times, and I want you to know that there are many community members who appreciate your dedication. Council, let's do what we can to lift up these volunteers and to attract new members of the committee and subcommittee so that we can continue to work toward an ever more equitable town. Please do lift the Brown Act requirements from the subcommittee. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Naomi.
Next speaker is Brian Poindexter, followed by Jane. And Brian, you're unmuted now.
Hi, Council. I'm going to try to keep this polite. I'm feeling a lot of emotion as we speak about this. Partially that's because I feel like the comments are incredibly disingenuous from a very organized group of people. We're seeing folks that are calling for the disbanding of ResJ and the PIPSA because, quote, they don't do anything, they haven't gotten anything done. And now members of that subcommittee are bringing to you a way that they could actually be more effective. And those same people are protesting that solution. Moreover, one of the reasons that it's been hard for the subcommittee to get anything done is because members of the subcommittee have expressed being harmed by public comments. I understand that there are people in the public who are saying that they believe that no harm was done. That is not their judgment to make. It is the people who have experienced harm, and particularly the people of color on that subcommittee who have experienced the harm. They're the ones who have the sole authority to make that kind of claim. So I'm feeling a lot of defensiveness for this because really, if you have a subcommittee who's subject to the Brown Act, whose members are resigning because of harmful comments that are made, and then those same people are coming to you and saying that the Brown Act needs to stay in place and that the subcommittee should be disbanded because it's not being effective, well, that's because they're not meeting quorum, because people are leaving because they don't want to be subject to these comments. This is really an abuse of the kind of system that we need to have to be effective in fighting for a more equitable town. And think about this. People are saying that there's no transparency. There are two layers of transparency above the PIPSA. It goes first to the ResJ. It gets publicly debated. There's no policy making that the ResJ does. Then it goes to the town council where there's a separate layer of transparency. So it's hard for me to understand these people who are saying that this is undemocratic, where they're coming from. It actually seems like a strategic ploy to stall progress about what this committee is trying to do. As they pointed out, before the committee has really had a chance to even extend a recommendation to ResJ, partially because of this politicking. And it's very frustrating as someone who wants to at least see a dialogue occur, to have it stymied before it even is given the chance to see the light, right? This is a working group and they need to be given the chance to do work swiftly and in a way that facilitates the dialogue within that subcommittee. If they reach conclusions, those conclusions will bubble up to the ResJ, and from there, those conclusions will bubble up to the town council. I obviously am very, very, very much in support of not having PIPSA be the only subcommittee in Fairfax that is subject to the Brown Act. And I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Brian.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by Deborah Benson. Jane, you're unmuted.
Thank you. In some way, I need to respond to the former speaker, and it has a lot to do with we of the public really want to know and see and hear what's going on. The very idea that this subcommittee should be allowed to operate not under the Brown Act, they're misinformed when they say other subcommittees don't. I'm on the tree committee. I'm also on a subcommittee of the tree committee. I absolutely have to go work under the Brown Act. That's a fallacy. That's the government. That's what we have. We need to respect it. And I have to say, thank you, Barbara Kohler, for speaking out against the lack of respect shown to me when I was speaking at the last ResJ meeting. That's part of this problem. We have a really great divide. I don't think there's going to be any solution, any help, anything positive to come out of any of this unless there really is a dialogue between the two factions. You can't have an insular, closed committee, both ResJ and PPPSA, with one mindset to defund, to re-regulate the police, to control, to impose this whole, I'm sorry to keep bringing the book up, White Fragility, but it'd be nice if we had another book with a different view, a different vision to talk about as well, instead of only that. I think perhaps if you invited more people of the public, if we could have a voice on the PPPSA committee, I fear that committee, and it's actually a committee of one, and it is Veronica Garretts who displayed the lack of respect for the public. That's who we want advising the police on how to treat the public and all the rest of us. Bruce is a council member, so he's on the committee, but that's not representing, he's representing the council because he needs to be there. I say invite more people of the public to join ResJ, to join PPPSA, so that there is a real dialogue. It isn't just this little insular group that has one mindset, one goal, and that is to like re-educate, re-inform the rest of us so they can teach us how to behave. Some of us have been doing this since 1969 on stage at the Woodstock Festival. So I really, I don't want to be re-educated. I would like to work with you. I would like to see our community work together. I don't think we should, those of us who disagree with ResJ or PPSA are not antagonistic. We don't want them to disappear and go away. I respect their ardor, their passion, but we also have it. So let's meet together somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Lisa Jimenez. Deborah, you're unmuted.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. I would agree with Jane that the two previous speakers are mistaken. All town committees and subcommittees are subject to the Brown Act. This is not a punishment to the ResJ or the PPPSA. Both committees are doing everything they can to manipulate the Brown Act and want to meet out of the public eye of the eye of the public. Here's the difference between these committees and the other committees. They're being given our money, $65,000 last year and $50,000 this year, and a lot of power. And I don't really understand why they want to meet in secret. They've likened public comment to a free-for-all. We live in a country where we have freedom, we have free speech. We're all able to voice our opinions without denigrating the other voice. And it seems that the basis of both of these committees is to deny free speech and voice. I really have a problem with a committee who decides that they do not want, as Veronica Garrett stated at the beginning of the, we don't want anyone on the PPPSA committee who's in support of the police because they won't have an open mind. So I see that as the thinking of these committees. And this is our town. It's all the people's town. It's not the town of a few or one, actually, at this point, and a council member on these committees. And I think it's really important that we keep this in the light. And as we go back to meeting in public, that everyone is able to be involved, because these are really important issues. And I think it's bad form to take it into the dark. It's bad form to not allow open communication. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Deborah.
The next speaker is Lisa Jimenez, followed by Joe McGarry. And Lisa, you're unmuted now.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello, Town Council. I'd like us all to really remember a huge tenet of, I know the goal that you have for Fairfax, which is that Fairfax is an anti-racist town. A huge tenet of that work is deep listening to the communities most impacted by racism. And I'd really like to ask the Town Council and all of our fellow members listening of the community that we do deep listening to hear your fellow community members saying that they feel harmed and that they feel afraid and that they're concerned about their own personal wellness. If you are not a person of color, BIPOC, Afro-American, Latino, Black, depending on the term that you prefer, it is truly impossible to understand the daily lived experience from sun up to sundown that it is to experience racism in your own community. And when we name racism as a community, we are working in service of justice. We are not working to call people out. We're not working to call people names. We're simply working to name behaviors that oppress, that harm our fellow community members, and ask that the deep listening is also connected to action. Action that includes listening, and it includes changing some of our behaviors and thinking so that we can ensure that all members of our community feel a sense of belonging and safety and wellness as they enact their public civic duty. I cede the rest of my time in the name of justice.
Thank you, Lisa.
Next speaker is Joe McGarry, followed by Mark Bell. Joe, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle, and thank you, Lisa. Yeah, it's really concerning that the two previous callers prior to Lisa both referenced the subcommittee of the tree committee being subject to the Brown Act. And I'm looking at the tree committee, and I can't find an agenda for that subcommittee. So it feels like we're just saying things and throwing them out and seeing if they stick. And maybe, it sounds like they might be untruths, and, referencing a week ago, like questioning the population numbers of town. And this is all very concerning. But anyways, so on with the tree committee. I think what people have a problem with isn't the content of the meetings, it's the mere existence of the subcommittee. Like, they have a problem with there being a discussion around the topics that this committee was tasked with by the council. They don't want folks to be talking about police practices or public safety alternatives. So when they're calling into meetings, they aren't talking about agenda items. They're talking about the validity of the existence of the subcommittee. It would be like if I chose to call into the tree committee every last Monday of the month and said that I don't think that there should be applications required, or started to question whether trees prevent soil erosion, and went on with these types of things that have nothing to do with the work that's at hand. So I don't know what, you know, what's going on with these folks, because it's fear is what it is. I do know what's going on. The idea that white voices are not being centered is stirring up a lot of fear. This subcommittee is the only one that's being subject to the Brown Act, and I fully support it being lifted so that this subcommittee can get to work. It's a working group, as was said before, and the Brown Act is getting in the way of that, and these folks are being harmed. The comments that are being made are harmful, and we need to listen to them. These folks of color who've volunteered to help the town move in an anti-racist direction are now saying they're being harmed, and we need to listen to them, or else I don't know what the whole thing was created for. If we're not going to center these voices. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a bit. It's just really, really concerning when I hear non-truths being thrown out just to see if they can stick and pick up traction. It's a dark, dark place that the country experienced for like 4 years, and it's really, really shocking to hear it here. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
The next speaker is Mark Bell, followed by Patrice. Mark, you're unmuted now.
Hi, this is going to be Ling Shen, and I'll log back in.
Hi, this is Ling Xian. So thank you for hearing me. I just wanted to say that my understanding was that the member of the police practice, PPSA, I think, the reason she resigned was that she was not going to get paid. She was asking to be paid because she's a person of color. And since that was refused, she said then she was going to resign because she didn't have time to do it without being paid. So that was my understanding of the reason why she resigned, not that she was being hurt by comments. That's it. I just wanted to point that out.
The next speaker is Patrice. Sorry, I'm losing my space here. Okay. Patrice, you're unmuted now.
Where do I start and where do I end? I believe, the only person who's ever served on this committee who has 2 Black parents. I am not solely Black. I'm Native American. I'm Caucasian. I'm gay. I represent a lot of ethnicities and sexual identities. I never once received a message of hate on this committee. So the fact that people are asking for therapy to be paid for, and the fact that people are saying that, you know, they're getting hate messages, I don't buy it. And I'm sorry, but I agree with those who are like, disband it. We've done nothing. $100,000 should have accomplished something. And I'll say what I said when I was still on the committee. Name 5 things that have been done. There's been nothing done with this committee. And if this committee is to be viable, let's have the town council set out goals, maybe 5, keep it simple, and have the committee work towards those. But I don't feel like the people on the committee right now are even able to achieve goal setting. It was a cat fight. And that's why I left. It wasn't because I'm an African American who didn't want to tell my stories, because I will tell my stories here in a more public forum. The Res Day, we maybe had 7 people watching our meetings, maybe, if that. I'm really tired of Caucasians speaking for me, and I have Caucasian in me. So it's not a racist thing. It's not that I can't handle it. And I'm not a victim. And these people who think they are victims should not be on this committee. The topics we discuss are very hard. And I just want to, again, for the town council, say that I left because of the people on the committee and the people in this community, not because of my race. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
The next speaker is Mark Bell, followed by Jesse Lum, followed by Ziana Griffin. Mark, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. And I'd like to thank Barbara for being surprised that Veronica Garretts did not offer an apology, which really is just shows where she's at and why she should not have anything to do with social justice. As far as the Brown Act, even the Res J meetings, the way they were set up was to try to manipulate so there would be virtually no public comment. They were set up with an item and then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and that was counted as one item. And the public was given 3 minutes to speak on everything that they had covered in the previous hour plus. So really what happened is they were trying to already sidestep the Brown Act. I don't think you've proven any type of, you haven't proven yourself that you can actually function without a Brown Act. And so if you're going to have a subcommittee, which hasn't met in how many months now, they obviously aren't doing great work in the meantime. As far as the population percentages, the guy next door, 2 doors away from me is Asian, part Asian. My neighbors used to be Mexican or Latino, but they moved because they wanted a bigger house. The guy across the street from me is Puerto Rican. The lady a couple doors down is Filipino. We used to have 4 Afghans in the neighborhood. So when you're talking about Dominga, and I say, how many white people are in the town, and what does the whole 10% or whatever of people of color live on my street? As far as the money goes, as Patrice was saying, what have you done? 60,000+, I believe, is what's been spent. You've got another, 35,000 in the budget. How many people could have used that money? Minorities, people of color, for scholarships, for college education, for trade school. How many kids need a decent internet connection, especially with what's been going on with COVID-19? Was any money spent for that? No. How about these kids needing computers or iPads so they can do better in school, so they can be a better part of the community and they can represent what people of color need? How about money for the absurd amount of Black people who are in prison so that you have broken homes, so that you virtually ensure the same cycle that's been going on for the past X amount of years? And I'll leave it with this. You want to talk about harmful comments? I went to a high school where I was threatened to be killed every day for 3 years, including by teachers. So I have a small idea of what it's like, and I'm not exaggerating. So really what I find harmful are Joe McGarry's comments. There are a lot of people who have a lot of truths, a lot of people who've gone through a lot of things. I don't think that you own hatred and bigotry.
Thank you, Mark.
The next speaker is Jesse Lum, followed by Ziana Griffin. And Jesse, you're unmuted now.
Hi, Town Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you all for being here tonight and having us. I would first like to ask that we please lift the Brown Act requirements from the subcommittee of the PPSA, the Police Practices and Public Safety Alternatives Subcommittee. I thought Garrett made it pretty clear earlier on that the PPSA as a subcommittee does not need to operate under the Brown Act, and it seems like it has certainly just impeded the progress that they could make. I also want to thank the ResJ and the members of the PPPSA for their courage and their vulnerability, as well as y'all whose faces can be seen tonight. It seems pretty easy to just call in and point fingers at people, and that's the whole thing with this getting the Brown Act off the PPPSA is so that people can feel more comfortable in this forum. I'm just speaking from the heart here, and I have to also defend my dear friend Veronica. She's such a wonderful person, and she is the most compassionate person that I know. And I just want to thank her for all the work that she's done personally. I think about her son, my dear friend Ilo. He's biracial, and Veronica and a lot of us are just trying to work towards a safer and more equitable town for people like Ilo and for anyone who lives here now or wants to live here in the future. And instead of asking her to apologize for promoting a book, I'd like to thank her for all of her hard work. And White Fragility, that book is just one of many great books. It's a good starting off point as a Caucasian, written by a Caucasian. You can kind of like relate to it pretty easily, but really the books, so many great books written by people of color. I worked for the library, and Veronica and I have worked together to find some wonderful reading material out there, and I think we've kind of blown this out of proportion. I can see how it got misinterpreted as an attack, but it was not. I didn't see it as an attack. So anyway, thank you all, and let's please lift this Brown Act off of the PPPSA. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
The next speaker is Deanna Griffin. You are unmuted now.
Hello, Town Council. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you everyone who's watching and staying engaged in everything that's happening in the town. I want to first voice my support for dropping the Brown Act. Garrett and Bruce made a lot of really good points about why it shouldn't be subject to the Brown Act or the recordings, just as far as like effectiveness goes, and that no other subcommittee is subject to the Brown Act, as has already been said. And also just to like uplift my friends and community members of color who have experienced a lot of pain. And part of that is because they put themselves out there on a committee. I was part of SJ in the very beginning, during a time where I was involved and still am involved in a lot of work, and it felt like too much for me before a lot of things escalated, I would say, but it's been hard for a lot of people, and they're just trying to do good work. And we do live in a town that's 88% white, and I think it's a particular experience growing up in this town, as I did, and other young people have, to be in a place where you don't see a lot of role models that look like you, or educators that look like you, or have the ability to live easily as far as housing goes, and just a lot of other things. And yeah, I think that young people in particular have been targeted. I know people have been targeted, I've been targeted, and like we're all growing and trying to be a part of this community and trying to use our voices and listen and do all the work. And no one's going to get it right the first time, but everyone, I think, deserves to have a chance to really make this committee something that could be really useful. So yeah, with all that being said, yeah, just voicing my support for them and thanking all of them, everyone who's stuck by and people who might be listening, who might be thinking about joining. Yeah, let's give them a shot and keep bolstering support for change and hopefully meeting in person and having some dialogue and moving forward as a town. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ziana.
The next speaker is Richard Mixman, followed by Veronica Garretts. Richard, you're unmuted.
Council Richard Applebaum here. Sorry about the name confusion. So on the matter at hand that you're about to vote on, I'll just quickly get to the punchline. I support lifting the Brown Act for the subcommittee for all the reasons that Brian and many others and Councilmember Ackerman and town manager and everything. But since every time something to do with Res J comes up, it becomes an opportunity for everyone to get their 2 cents in, referendum on the entire existence of Res J. I've been listening to everybody very carefully, as I always do. And, when it first came up that there was even going to be the idea that maybe this committee could be possible, and I remember folks were calling in, and I was moved, I was touched, I was disturbed by lots of people in the community who had never heard speak up before, talking about experiences that they had. Later, I heard it characterized in many cases as microaggressions. In some cases, they were other things, institutional things, systemic things. And I was taken aback, and I said, wow, this is great. This is fantastic. We're gonna put a committee together in town so that we can finally have some meaningful dialogue around this. And Lisa called in on this round today and talked a lot about that word dialogue. And that's what I was hoping was going to happen, that people would stop and go, wow, I have neighbors and there's people in the community that I may not know, or I'm not aware of their experiences that they're having. Things are going on. I remember the mother who talked about being with her small children over at Roy's Redwoods and was harassed by, 4 bros, and it was like, wow, this is really going on over here. And I thought that this would get everybody paused. I thought everyone's like, oh my God, let's get this Res J thing going. We're going to have some good conversation and figure some things out, and we can do education and we can create greater sensitivity and awareness. And somehow it's devolved into this, really difficult thing. And so if people say they're experiencing harm, it's no one else's place to tell them that they're not. That's their experience. They're talking about what they are experiencing. So it's a fragile thing right now. Everything going on, it's fragile, it's tenuous. And I think we need to be patient. It's going to take a little time. I'm sorry that some really quality people left the committee for whatever reasons. And, I don't normally like to call out other neighbors and people that are calling in, but Patrice, when you called in as a citizen last year on Open Time, you told the story of the dead crow. I was horrified. And you exactly said that this was the most racist town you had ever lived in. You had lived all over the country and the Army stuff and all of that. And you moved all around. And those were your exact words last year. And I was really moved by that. I was upset by that. And now you're saying a lot of opposite things. So I don't understand how this has become such a political hot potato. I just think there's an opportunity now to raise the level of awareness and consciousness. And there are people in the community, and some who said that they grew up here biracial and they had these experiences. And I was anxious to hear them and to allow us all to listen. And I think Lisa's theme was listen. Let's do more listening. And I think it will benefit everyone. Anyway, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
The next speaker is Veronica Garretts, and you are unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. Mayor Ackerman, I just want to appreciate when you asked or invited folks to take a breath earlier, and I'll do the same now because my heart's definitely racing, and I know that this brings a lot up in everybody's bodies. And I want to say first to just suggest an event that is being sponsored by the Marin County Equity Commission or Workforce. That's happening on August 24th first of all, you can check out their website at equity.marincounty.org. And the event is John Powell, the director of the Othering and Belonging Institute. And he's going to be speaking about community at the table and helping to understand how we can address and eliminate the barriers to an inclusive, just, and sustainable society, and to create transformative change toward a more equitable nation. And also had the opportunity to listen in a few weeks ago on the county community forum around AB 1185, I believe is the assembly bill. And it's the oversight committee for the sheriff. And in that community forum that lasted as long as I could stay on for 2.5 hours. And in that conversation was so impressed and moved by the constructive dialogue that was had on behalf of the community of our county, to not defensively react to such a commission or an oversight committee, but instead there were members, Adam McGill, a candidate for our new sheriff. The district attorney was on that community forum. Police chiefs were on that community forum. And it was exciting. And there were no expressions of feeling like having such a committee or an oversight committee would be divisive. And that's really why I signed up for this committee, why I volunteered to be on the subcommittee as well, is to really lean into the opportunity that's facing us as a country, as a county, as a community. And I continue to want to do that. And I will strive to understand how I can do that in a more inclusive way. And I will always try my darndest to name when folks could consider, myself included, reflecting on our own perpetuation of white supremacy, of racism. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Veronica.
The next speaker is a call-in speaker, and you're the only phone speaker, so I am unmuting you now. You might need to unmute yourself. You can press *6. There.
There we go.
Hi, council members. This is Mimi Newton calling again. I just wanted to respond to Richard's comments because I think Patrice had already spoken, and I don't know if you're going to let her talk again, but you know, I haven't heard her been inconsistent in her criticisms of both the Res J or some of the residents of our town. I think what she's expressed is that there have been incidents that she's experienced racism in our town, not from the police, for example, but from certain townspeople or visitors through town. And so I think she also expressed dissatisfaction with what she perceived as the unwillingness of some people on the Res J committee to hear her perspective and validate her perspective, because it may have differed from the expectations that people had for her because of her color and assumptions about her. So I just wanted to comment on Richard's comment. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mimi.
Mr. Mayor, I see no further comment.
Okay, we'll close public comment then on this item and bring it back to council. Chance.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll lead off here. I just have a couple thoughts through this whole discussion. The first is wanted to call in something that Jane Richardson Mack had said, which was acknowledging that we need more members of the public on ResJ. And just wanted to remind everybody that there are like 5 vacancies, 2 student vacancies or youth vacancies. So if you know people who might be interested in doing this challenging work and bringing community together through this process, please direct them to the council and to the ResJ. That would be fantastic. So thank you for that acknowledgement, Jane, of the need to get more people on this committee, more members of the public, because that's for sure. The first thing I wanted to note is this sort of bit about subcommittees. Having served on multiple committees and boards in town, I have also been on multiple subcommittees, and never before have any subcommittees that I've had the pleasure of being a part of been subject to the Brown Act. Partially, that's because, as Mr. Poindexter had mentioned, these were working groups, and that what we needed to do in those working groups was to stimulate dialogue. And this is especially true for developing conditions for bringing acquisition suggestions as a working group, as a subcommittee, acquisition subcommittee of the Open Space Committee, back to the larger Fairfax Open Space Committee for a more robust dialogue. But we needed to polish those ideas. We needed to tinker. We needed to pull in outside resources. And that's one of the larger subcommittees that's sort of ongoing. It has a formal agenda note almost every month on the Open Space Committee agendas still. But plenty of other ones on the volunteer board every year, the picnic planning subcommittee and things like that. And we didn't have somebody commenting on each item once we were discussing, do we get soda this year or not? Do we get hot dogs this year or not? And I recognize that there are varying degrees of importance with some of these decisions that are happening. But just my personal experience on boards and commissions and committees, I've never experienced subcommittees subject to the Brown Act. This is also true even on the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee, where now that I'm a member, I'm realizing there are other working groups and other subcommittees that are doing incredible work and bringing suggestions to the ResJ, and none of them are subject to the Brown Act. And they're actually able to meet and do work on their own time and bring that forward in a transparent manner to the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee as a whole. Second thing, I wanted to say is that these working groups and the ResJ, there was a question brought by Patrice and I think echoed by Mark Bell and some other folks in town. What has ResJ done? And what I've seen is not only the development of a mission and a vision that's being led predominantly by women of color, which is incredible in a community where we have so few people of color, but also that there's a real process for with the help of people like Lisa Jimenez, the facilitation process. How do we check in with each other when discussing these tough issues? How do we sit in conflict? How do we model these really challenging discussions, especially in a public forum where people typically don't want to lean into those discussions and they'd rather pretend like they don't exist or ignore them or push them under the rug? I think that type of vulnerability, to the point that Mr. Lum was mentioning, that courageousness, that vulnerability, that curiosity, these are incredible things they demonstrate and provide free to the public to see how this works. And the other thing is this big series of recommendations for fiscal year 21-22. There were a series of really good recommendations that were coming from different working groups and subcommittees of ResJ. So, there's a short list that I thought of off the top of my head just now. And I really, even in this moment, this discussion we're having on this call, it feels like these things feel kind of historic because every community is trying to grapple with these discussions. And we're able to have these discussions in public sessions because we created a public committee and people want to talk about it. So I'm really excited about that. And I think, we've received a lot of emails, a lot of people calling in here, and some things have made me sad, some things have made me angry, some things have made me excited. But I know, at the end of the day, what has become clear for me is that I've never been more committed to figuring out how we make these committees work in service of our community. And how do we create a better world for kids like Ilo? You know, I think those are the types of goals that we should be aiming towards. And so I get that this is extremely challenging work, and I want these committees to be successful. And I think the PIPSA should not be hindered and should be able to be a working group like every other working group, and be able to operate despite the uncertainty that comes with bringing their suggestions to the ResJ, where they still might encounter harmful comments. And I've heard those comments. And if members of the public are uncertain about comments and harm that's done to youth of color in Marin, I implore you to check out BIPOC of Marin on Instagram, where students of color can anonymously submit their lived experiences in our school systems and in our public spaces here in Fairfax and beyond, in Marin County at large. There's a lot of harm that's being done, and we shouldn't take it lightly. And I think removing PIPSA from this Brown Act piece, so that they don't have consistent stumbling blocks and they're able to have the dialogue they need to have to bring recommendations. I think that we should honor that people have come forward and said they felt harmed by some of the comments coming in. So those are my initial comments, but thank you.
Thanks, Chance. Renee?
Yeah, I'm not ready to make comments as I'm still trying to find my breath, but I would like to ask, if I may, that our town attorney weigh in and provide some clarification about the Brown Act and our subcommittees.
Sure. And I apologize in advance. I'm having a lot of trouble. I just got kicked off the meeting and everything is freezing. So if you can hear me, fine. I hope that's great. I hope so. But it's okay. All right, good. You know, when we talk about this topic about whether something is subject to the Brown Act, we're looking at Government Code Section 54952. And that's part of the Brown Act. And it's the definition of a legislative body. And the reason we look to the definition of a legislative body is because legislative bodies under the Brown Act are subject to the Brown Act, and non-legislative bodies are not. And so we see that a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body, is a legislative body. And so the ResJ clearly is a legislative body. It was created by the council, and that can't change. That's just the way that is. But then we read on and we see that it says, and this is not, that it's not well written. It's not a model of clarity at all. And I apologize for that, but I've worked with this section of the statute for my entire career, and it's something that we deal with all the time. So it makes sense to me. It probably doesn't make sense to people not necessarily familiar with it. But it says, however, advisory committees composed solely of members of the legislative body that are less than a quorum of the legislative body are not legislative bodies. So we'll pause right there and we'll say, you know, the PIPSA is composed solely of the members of the ResJ, which is a legislative body, and it's less than a quorum of the legislative body, the ResJ. So that seems to fit. So not a legislative body. But then it goes on and says, except that standing committees of a legislative body, irrespective of their composition, which have a continuing subject matter jurisdiction or a meeting schedule fixed by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body, are legislative bodies. So in interpreting this, I think it comes down to whether or not the PIPSA is a standing committee. And I have always assumed it is not, that it has a task to complete. It's limited in scope, arguably limited in time. There's no set amount of time, but once it completes its task, then it sunsets, dissolves, it's gone. It's not something that is going to be there forever, or it's always going to be a part of this ResJ. And I believe that's what the intent was for this committee. You have a task, you're to go look at police practices and come back and give your recommendations, and then you're done. That's it. And so I would not say that PIPSA is a standing committee. And if it's not a standing committee, and it is less than a quorum of a legislative body, and it's composed solely of members of that legislative body, that it's not subject to the Brown Act unless you want it to be. You can obviously make bodies, commissions, committees, whatever, subject to the act. And you can't make them not subject to the act if the act requires that they are subject to it. So in this particular case, if you had not wanted it to be open, transparent, whatever, if you'd wanted it to be just a working committee and you had said that initially, then it would never have been subject to the Brown Act. So that's your decision. That's why we're at this point, unfortunately, and I'm sorry, where the council has to decide, do you want it to be subject to the Brown Act or not? Because you indicated that you did, and now if you don't, you have to undo that. Yes, Stephanie, you wanted to ask me a question? You're on mute.
Just clarification on that last bit. Are you saying that the Brown Act, having the PPPSA, the original direction was predicated on the fact that it was a standing subcommittee?
No, I've always assumed it's not a standing subcommittee, that it's temporary, that it's not going to be around forever, that it has limited charge, it has a task set out to do. Once it completes that task, it will go away. It will sunset. That's been my working assumption.
Right. Okay, you said that. And I'm just thinking of the broader implications across all of the commissions or committees. So, and I just want to confirm that there's no time.
No, there's not a set time. A lot of people think it's about a year. That seems to be about a good amount of time. You could probably complete most tasks you've been assigned in about a year, but there have been non-standing committees that have gone on for longer than a year, and a lot that are much shorter than a year. So there's no set time in statute. The law doesn't prescribe that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we all on the same page saying that the PPPSA is not a standing subcommittee? That it has a limited task, a limited amount of time. Once it completes its task, gives its recommendations, it's done, it's sunset, it's over, it's gone. Is that correct?
Could I ask a quick clarifying question, Janet?
Uh-huh.
So some of our other town commissions and committees have these, what feel like longer term subcommittees, but maybe they disband and then are reformed in, at a later point in time for an update or something like that, or a revision or something like that. Is that a practice that's in accordance with the way that you read the Brown Act for some of these sort of subcommittees or task forces or working groups that might come back at a later point in time after an initial work product or plan is delivered?
Sure. One of the ones that you see a lot, and this is really close to the line, frankly, but you see things like budget subcommittees. Well, this is a budget subcommittee just for this particular budget, this 2-year budget, and then it's over. Well, 2 years is up, and then it's time for another budget. And so, there's another budget subcommittee. It's just for a 2-year period of time. It's over. That really probably is a standing committee, because you have a budget subcommittee that has as its task to take a close look at the budget. The budget changes every 1 to 2 years, but nevertheless, it's the same thing ongoing. So that would be an example of a standing subcommittee, a budget subcommittee. You could have some jurisdictions have economic development subcommittees. They're usually standing subcommittees because it's an ongoing subject matter jurisdiction. It's something that they continue to work on. Doesn't have a short time period or a set time period. It's not just a single task, it's economic development, and they work on that for whatever. And they're a standing subcommittee, and they are subject to the Brown Act, and they have agendas that are posted, and maybe they don't have a set schedule, so they have special meetings. They only have 24 hours notice, but they still have a posted agenda. They're open to the public, etc.
Well, can I just interrupt? So there is a committee that I sat on as a member of the public and then was liaison to, and I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into this because this is about ResJ and PIPSA, but the Open Space Committee has a number of committees that have been there for years, and they rarely meet, but when I used to manage the website, we always put members on them. And so that may be something we need to look into. But can I make my comments, just my thoughts for right now? Or do we need to further clarify more with Janet?
Well, can I just say, in that example, you said members of the public sit on it. In order to be...
No, that's the Fairfax Open Space Committee has about 6 subcommittees that have been there for years, and maybe they almost never meet, but they will meet, and they don't go away, you know, and they're not publishing the agendas or anything like that. But so that's probably something we need to look into, or chances the liaison needs to look into that.
Okay.
Because I think there's kind of a misnomer about the way they've just been trying to keep it really orderly, and I think it's a different situation.
Okay.
So I just want to say a couple of things. Just to go back to when we formed this ResJ committee, or Racial Equity Social Justice Committee, and there was a lot of call, for my recollection, was to have a police practices and public safety
alternative.
Thank you. And that was at the very beginning. In fact, I wanted to call it something different, and I was told I was wrong, that it needed to have that name. So I know everybody was nodding their head saying, and I know Chance wasn't on the council at that time, but I'm saying that I did not nod my head saying it's not a standing committee, because that was the only one that was called out, and it was very specific. And so I want to say that I don't think there is a universal understanding that that's not a standing committee, at least in my mind, because that one was very specifically called out. And I think it would be good if it did some work and then moved on. But it may not be that certain people may not feel that that's appropriate. I also want to say that at the time we talked about forming the ResJ, we put 2 council members on. And I think there's been, and now there are 2 again, I think there's been things that have happened in those meetings that where 2 council members are participants, they could have helped making sure that there was a focus on certain things. I know there was a reluctance to do so because it was feeling like you would be overstepping. But, and I also know that the reason we had the PIPSA, and I guess I want to say something. The Brown Act is called the Open Meetings Act. And I know that we run into issues with the Brown Act because, for example, I can only talk to one other person on this council about an issue, where I might want to talk to 3 or 4 of you about it before it comes. But the goal is that we're supposed to do our work in public. So the reason there's so much public interest in the ResJ, and clearly we're not talking about that now, but there's a lot of public interest in the Police Practices and Public Safety Alternatives group. So I think it was important to make that part of the Open Meetings Act. And again, I would say, I'm not sure that people necessarily feel that that's not a standing committee. But I think there is something called daylight. And what are we doing here? There is so much public interest in the ResJ. There is so much public interest in the PIPSA. And right now, there's two people on the PIPSA, Ms. Goretz and our Mayor Bruce Ackerman. I don't think that's necessarily a really representative group. But I'm feeling concerned that we're looking at the Brown Act as something that hinders work. And true, it's more formal to get an agenda out and to post something and do it in advance. There's more work involved in that. But I think it really does provide the opportunity for these things that are very different. We film the Planning Commission because it's so important. We film the Town Council because it's so important. I would argue that the ResJ and the PIPSA are very different than our other town committees. Now, true, when we go back in public, and I would say if the ResJ no longer wants to film their meetings, I don't think we should look at a $160 charge as being a problem. But I think they should meet in public and make it available to the public. I don't think we should remove the past meetings from the website. Those happened. And so I'm concerned about just looking at the Brown Act as being something called the Open Meetings Act that was enacted, what, in the 60s, 70s? That we're looking at that as being a problem. And I really do think that having two council members on this committee should mean that we really try to be unbiased on all aspects. And I know it's hard for those of us who are white to do that, but I mean unbiased as far as public comment coming in. And I looked at the last agenda for the ResJ. This was not a decision on hot dogs or hamburgers or organic. I know about some of those volunteer meetings, Chance, where people argued about so many different things about the food. What I saw was some pretty critical items combined into one for public comment. That's not an open and transparent. And that was for the ResJ. So I would like to see that we have more members of the public try to participate in ResJ as members. And I would also say that it's fine for ResJ members to interview those folks, but that we at the council should hear from everyone. If the ResJ doesn't think that someone is appropriate, I think we should also consider talking to them as well and making the decisions on our own is what we should be doing. So I'm not completely either way on this, but I do think this committee is pretty important. And something that the mayor said earlier was, if there is, for example, if we decide that the PIPSA does not need to have the Brown Act's agendas posted, so they could meet at somebody's house, for example. If there is a featured speaker, such as our Chief Tabaranza, that needs to be either a full meeting of the ResJ, that might be the best way to do it, or if they want to keep it, and I think we need to have more members on the PEPSA that represent varied interests, that those with special speakers should be open to all in the public and the agenda should be posted. So I would slice it and dice it a little bit differently. And, you know I've talked a bit too much. And I'm not totally married to either way, but I am concerned that we tend to keep viewing the Open Meetings Act as something that's a problem to do work in this town.
Thank you. I can throw out some thoughts if it's appropriate. I usually try to go last, but clearly one thing that ResJ and PPPSA needs is more members. And it's actually not able to even meet right now unless ResJ has barely enough members to be able to meet if every member can attend the meeting. So that's right at that edge right now. So either we might at some point consider decreasing the number of members on the committee so that the members we have constitute a little bit more of a quorum, or we need to find some more members. And I would prefer the latter. I'd like to see, and I'll appeal to the public, please, folks, you don't have to wait for anything, even though the ResJ is discussing how the ResJ might like to interview members and might like to be involved in picking, in recommending its own members. Council will ultimately appoint the members. That's the law. But that's a discussion that ResJ has had. No formal recommendation has even come back to the council as to how that might work, and the council hasn't taken action on it. But in any case, this whole while the application is on the website and you can apply. So please do, and let's get some more people on and get this moving. So the fact that the PIPSA is currently 2 people, that's not a PIPSA. We can't have it right now. That's why we had the last 3 meetings we haven't met as a PIPSA, is because that's not a quorum of the PIPSA. So, and I don't like that name, but I'll call it the PIPSA because that seems to be what it's getting called. So that's the first thing, is we need more members. So let's imagine that we have enough members and that we can actually have meetings. My experience is definitely with subcommittees on committees in town, that the subcommittees are, as Janet said, it sort of makes sense that the subcommittees are a committee that's got a task to do. For example, I was involved in a subcommittee of the Climate Action Committee that has actually met for about 18 months. So it's a little over a year, but it did have an end. Hopefully we're done now, because what that subcommittee did was to draft the climate action plan that is actually on our agenda tonight. Hopefully we can get back to that. That degree of writing of an 86-page document is not something you try to do in a meeting where you have to go through all the formality of that the Brown Act requires of a committee. And if the public was watching, it would probably get pretty boring, because a whole lot of it is formatting and commas and research and getting the citations right and all that. That's what a subcommittee is for. But then the trade-off is that the subcommittee has no actual power. The subcommittee can draft something, but it doesn't adopt it. So that subcommittee went back to the Climate Action Committee, and then it came to council, and then it circled around many more times, and we're looking at it again tonight. Hopefully we'll adopt it. But that's what I think of as these ad hoc subcommittees. We form subcommittees of the council. We've all been on 2-person subcommittees of this council to go get something done, figure something out, and then come back to council and have it a lot more organized and, you know, the research being done. So I think that, and as to what we were thinking, or how it happened that PPPSA got formed as a Brown Act committee, my understanding of it is that it was basically because it's an important topic. And it was a very sensitive topic at the time, and obviously is still a sensitive topic. Are we going to suggest is there going to be, as a town, are we going to consider any changes to policing in town? Well, that's a pretty sensitive topic, considering how important it is to our town and how much our town has really put into our police department as it is. And so, and considering the times that we are living in and that we were living in at the time that ResJ was formed, it was a very sensitive topic. So that was, I think, why it was put under. It's not because of the type of committee it is. It's a subcommittee. It's required to be a subcommittee. It only brings its recommendations back to the ResJ, just like any other ad hoc subcommittee, and it has a task to do. But it was just, that was added on, that let's have the meetings in public. It's been really difficult for the committee or the subcommittee to move forward on a lot of things, but the subcommittee in particular, the PPPSA, it's been, no recommendations have come out that have come back to council, come back to ResJ, or come back to council. And that's what the task, I think, is. I personally never really thought about it being something that would sunset at a given point, but I can certainly imagine it now. I can certainly picture that, and it sort of makes sense that maybe, and I guess I would say at this moment in this discussion, and I'm still hearing what you all have to say, and we'll learn, but my thinking at the moment is that I think it would make sense to say that the PIPSA needs to really, first of all, we need to get enough members that we can have it get going again. But then the PIPSA needs to sort of think of itself as having there's a time in which it's going to get something done. And that thing is going to be a set of things to recommend to the ResJ that the ResJ might come back to council with, and council might discuss. But it's not necessarily an ongoing thing that's going to go on indefinitely, that there'll always be a subcommittee of the ResJ that will always be talking about policing. That doesn't mean you can never talk about policing or police practice alternatives. The ResJ can talk about that, but that particular subcommittee to specifically dig into that topic, I could imagine that right now as being something that has sort of a task and sort of a limit as to, it completes that task. And it would probably be good for it to have that sense of, time and resources, and you get the thing done. That would be a good thing to do. So I think I could picture getting it off the Brown Act and allowing it to meet much more efficiently, but with enough members to do it. It's got to be not two people. I don't think that makes sense. But given that, I would picture that we could take it off the Brown Act as a subcommittee. And just to correct some of the things I heard in the public comment, this would not be unique in town, because in fact, subcommittees of town committees, I don't know of any that are under the Brown Act that have to do an agenda, have to meet in a public location, have to take public comment on each item on their agenda, have to even follow an agenda. Following an agenda is a good practice, but you can meet anywhere you want to and you just get the job done. So I think that might make sense to do. But I appreciate, Janet, your linking as the Public Meetings Act does, the concept of a subcommittee being ad hoc and the concept of it being able to meet offline and just get the work done. That's it for me for the moment. Thank you. Stephanie?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone who's spoken so far. I have a lot of thoughts, and I really appreciate everyone calling in this evening. So as far as the criteria that Janet, our city attorney, has put forth to us, to me, it's really clear. And I think that the police practice public safety alternative subcommittee has a very defined set of goals or objectives in terms of a finite, there is a finite endpoint in terms of understanding the current state, which I don't think they've begun to do from a survey and data collection standpoint. As I've said many times at our council meetings in Res J, you need data to develop a proposal. And we don't have that yet, or we haven't come to terms on that yet. I think that there's some data out there. And I would recommend, meeting with Chief Rico soon on that. So you need the data to develop whatever your proposals are going to be. So I do think that there is a set of deliverables for that subcommittee. It's not going to be quick, and I didn't hear that there was a time frame on it. So to me, when I hear members, and they have shared many times in different forums that they're experiencing harm, we absolutely need to honor that. And I know that it's hard to hear. And I know that our community members are feeling attacked and they can't speak freely without that sort of retaliation. But it is an opportunity for deep listening and to lean into that discomfort as an opportunity for self-exploration. And I can tell you that this is coming from a place of personal experience. And I am really hoping that the community education and engagement subcommittee will start hosting forums for our community. And I love the circle idea. This work is so important. And so, yeah, I'm supportive of lifting the Brown Act, if you will, in order to eliminate the barriers to get the work done. And obviously to support the members who are feeling harmed. And I will say, just from a consistency standpoint, we need to address the Climate Action Committee, because we've got a transportation subcommittee, we've got a community engagement subcommittee, and the Climate Action Plan cap is pretty straightforward. You had to update the cap, and it was done. Hopefully, that's behind us. But the other ones I mentioned those are ongoing. So we have uncovered an opportunity for consistency, and we can take that for a discussion with Janet, but I wanted to be transparent about that too. I do have a question about the recordings. I see that there's a note on the staff report that says recordings removed from the town website. They're also on YouTube, and I asked the question and never got a response. Like, is there the capability of taking those off YouTube? Did anyone look into that?
Oh, did you want me to respond?
I don't know. Who knows the answer?
I think the best way to describe it is we could try to take it from everywhere, but once it was on YouTube, it exists out there, so there's no way not to make it unavailable. Probably someone could find it, but what we've done and where we put it, we can take it out.
So you got that response from CMCM?
Yeah, I think what we're saying is we put it out there, we can always take it down, but that doesn't mean it's not going to exist out there in some form or fashion.
Understood. But if we are talking town website, we're also talking YouTube, is that?
Right. We eliminate all the links on our website and we'll take it down where we can. But again, once it's out there in the internet, it never goes away.
I guess I'm hearing two different things. I understand that if there's a video on YouTube, somebody can save it or what have you, but do we have the capability to remove it? Does
Right.
CMC?
I'm saying we can remove whatever we've put out there, but I just want to make clear to people it doesn't mean it won't exist.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, I everyone's been so articulate, and I really appreciate having listened and listened and listened. It's taken me a while, actually, like I said before, to catch my breath here. I think a lot has gone down in the last couple of hours. There's an image that keeps rising to the surface for me, and that is something that Veronica shared about the Marin County Equity Commission putting on an event. I think you said John Powell, called Community at the Table. And we've all kind of mentioned this idea of a table or a round table. I think that would be perfect. And it would only be perfect if everyone felt comfortable at their seat at the table. And it would only be perfect if those who really need to be at the table felt comfortable even to decide to attend the dinner party, if you will. Recently on the Sir Francis Drake Renaming Working Group, we actually invited Laurel Ross and Buffy McQuillan from the Great and Rancheria tribe to sit at the table. They said it was the very first time they'd ever been invited to sit with other elected officials in Marin County and have a conversation where they were centered and we were listening. We'd never heard their stories before from their mouths, maybe read them, maybe seen pictures, maybe private conversations. In this situation right now, I hear some very, very starkly, distinctly different languages being spoken. And I think that in many ways, we're all grappling with the idea that we know we need to understand each other. We know that deep down our values, our sense of humanity and morality has been challenged on every level since the murder of George Floyd. Our town has reacted. We reacted quickly. We invented. This was a local council appointed committee to do something that's never been done. There was no roadmap. There's still not a roadmap. There's no points of reference for measuring success. And that's exactly the point. And the point is that the map doesn't exist because our systems have never allowed for it to even be considered. So to me, the essence here is how do we look and challenge systems, but get the right people to the table and make sure that they feel safe. And those are the people that have never been invited before. So the discomfort that I feel right now is rightly my discomfort, because I've never even thought about this as a white person. And I feel myself push back when I have to sit there and listen and process and deeply, deeply suffer with my own white fragility, if you will. But I know that I need to listen. And as people have spoken in so many better ways than I can speak right now, this idea of deep listening and sitting at a table and the opportunity that we have going forward to make that happen, I'll support 100%. But I will also do everything I can to make sure that those folks that are meant to be at the table or want to be at the table are there safely. So, like I said, we created something. We decided that yes, because of the importance of the subject matter and the fact that we were looking into policing, which means a lot to a lot of different people here in town in a lot of different ways, that we were looking at that yes, let's make it as transparent as possible. Let's go ahead and make sure that all sunshine laws apply to such an important discussion committee. At this point, I've watched and listened to the comments that have come to the people who have put themselves out there vulnerably to start to make their way to the table. And they have been very, very painful for me to listen to, and I'm not sitting in their seat. So I want to be ultra, ultra sensitive to that. It is not for me to judge what harms another person or hurts their feelings or makes them feel like they're in danger. So I would very much like to give them the opportunity that other subcommittees or working committees have had, with the flexibility that they've had. And I don't like the idea of let's take them away or out of the Brown Act or out of the burden of the Brown Act, because I agree with Barbara. It is not a burden. It's an opportunity for the public to know that we're not doing things behind closed doors. I feel totally safe and confident that our different levels of transparency that would allow for the public to be involved and not feel as though something is happening outside of their purview. So long story short, I thank all of the people who have stepped up on our ResJ and our PIPSA. Veronica, I have felt in my heart times where I felt like you reached a point of frustration where you held something up, but you were indeed just saying there is a book that will help us. And I also understand how Jane felt it as such an assault. I hope that when we do get to sit around the table that we can talk this through and that we can find a language that will allow us to move forward for shared goals, reasons about making this a better, more inclusive, safer place for everyone to live in. So yes, give this PIPSA an opportunity to do their work, grapple with their issues without being on TV, and let's recruit new people. People step up, please. We need new ideas, new faces, new breath for these committees. But I stand behind their continuation and wish every success.
Thank you, Renee. So we have one specific decision to make tonight, if we can make it. Do we have a motion to, yes?
Yes, I would be happy to move that do we have an actual, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at a staff report.
Yeah, so item 27, if you, it's way in that giant pile.
I do have it right here, sorry. Yeah. Yes, that I would make a motion that we allow the ResJ's Police Practices and Public Safety Alternatives Subcommittee to not be subject to the Brown Act. And that is my motion.
Second.
Okay. Michelle, would you please take a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Council Member Kohler.
I'm going to vote no, only because I feel there's a lot of public interest. Thank you.
Council Member Cutrano.
Yes.
Council Member Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
So the motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no. Thank you.
Thank you all. And yeah, if I can just add, because there's just so much to say about the complexity and the difficulty of this conversation and the difficulty of our town right now in having the conversation. And I was really moved by something that was said in public comment about how Fairfax used to be really fun, and right now it doesn't feel like fun. That's well put. Yeah, it's like there's not a lot of laughter right now around the state that we're in. And I really hope that we get back to enjoying ourselves and each other and our town, and that we can do what Fairfax does, which is to improve, to move through something, to create something. This is a chance to be creative, and I hope we can all just feel like we're part of the same team rather than on opposite sides of it. And I do see how if someone makes public comment and says that the committee isn't doing enough, or it's not getting it, it's getting too much money, or the things that have objectively been said in the public comments, that's a totally reasonable thing to say, and people have a right to say that. But it is taken as being an attack on the committee because, well, you're saying this about our committee and our issue. And so it's taken as an attack. And then on the other hand, when people on the committee say that was a racist comment, that sounds like an attack, like you're a racist because you said this. And so we just need to be, try to separate out what we see, how we feel, and what we imagine the other person is thinking, or where we think we ought to go with it. These are all separate things. And if they get mushed together, then it ends up that we end up making assumptions about what somebody else is saying and pushing those assumptions back at them, and that really hurts. And that, I think I see that on both sides of this. So if we can just all do our best to be careful about our how we speak with each other and do a lot of listening and just really try to have some compassion for the fact that there are a lot of people who are hurting, a lot of people who have been hurt around race and a lot of other issues, but we're trying to sort some of this through, and let's try to do it. Thank you all. I appreciate you all on the council and all the commenters on the public as we try to sort through this tonight. So if we can move on a little bit farther down the line, I believe the next thing would be, as we talk
Mayor, I think we need to do the 10 o'clock rule.
Yes, the 10 o'clock rule.
Well, I would say we need to look at the consent calendar because there are a number of things on there that are very time critical. We cannot table them. So
The only thing I was going to suggest in the regular agenda is to continue item 28, because it's the first time we will have seen that ordinance. And I agree that we need to get through consent. And I think, so I think we should see where we're at after consent. But for now, I would make a motion to continue item 28 to the August meeting.
Second.
okay, I'll take the roll call on this. Renee?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Chance?
Yes.
Stephanie?
No.
Okay, and I'll vote yes, I guess, because I think that's what's going to happen. I'm disappointed to continue item 28, but I think we can get through all the rest. So let's go on to consent now. And we have a number of items on the consent calendar, but again, I think there's a good reason for them to be on the consent calendar. So are we prepared to consider the consent calendar as a whole?
No. I want to pull a handful, and I have questions on several things. So on number 7, there was several omissions from those minutes, so I propose we continue that one, unless you want me to go into detail about what was missing. I didn't think so. Okay, can I go on?
Yeah, okay, we can table that.
Number 12, I'd like to poll.
Continue.
The skate park one for number 19, I think we need to have a discussion around expectations and next steps that I didn't see in the staff report. So we can either do that now or pull it. I'm open to either.
The skate.
Yes, we continue it.
Was just to, all it was to inform us and the public of what came out of the Parks and Recreation Committee's subcommittee to study it, right? And that it was specifically not an action item for tonight. So there's no action item there. It's just received the report. So I don't see why we would need to pull that. We could discuss it if we needed to, but we aren't going to take any action on it.
that's fine, but I think there is public interest in understanding what's happening with the skate park. And I wanted some type of commitment as far as when it'll be on the agenda, because we did say there would be a 6-month pilot period where we would do a community survey. So we need to get in motion with that survey in August to get the results back to have the October check-in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so.
So I would like some commitment related to those items. What?
Why don't we pull that from consent so we can discuss how we're going to move forward on a survey? Because that's the only action item we could take, but we could take that item as to just direct.
Okay, that's fine. Number 22,
Which number is that? So I don't have.
That's 19.
19, okay. All right, pull 19.
Number 22, I didn't see any, next steps for the public to understand when their opportunity for input is. And I like what was provided, but I personally want to know, when are we reconvening as a council to start really nailing down and approving some of these ideas? And I think the September timeframe would make sense.
Well, I would suggest that we might, since we are in a transition now as far as town managers, so we can't ask Garrett, when's this going to happen, because Garrett's got a handful of days left. And so I would suggest that maybe we talk about this with the new town manager, the interim town manager, as to how we can move forward and how much we're going to be able to move forward under that condition. Yeah, Chance.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Garrett.
I was just going to suggest some of these things, well, you could pull and talk about it. That's strictly up to the council. Some things seem like it's more like future agenda item type topic. So if the discussion is for future agenda for the council is, hey, in September, let's have a workshop to talk more about the American Rescue Plan, then you would just do that under future agenda. You don't really have to discuss it within this context. Or you could pull this item, or just right now, just say we like to meet in September. Then I'd say we'll put it down so that when the interim starts, and your town clerk, assistant 2 already has that, so we'll know in September that's when you want to discuss it. Then it'll just be a matter of what meeting to discuss it at.
I like that idea. I just want to have some understanding, and I'm not able to talk to all of you because of the Brown Act. So I wanted to get a plan going.
Could we do the same thing for number 19? Is rather.
Yeah, again, I just want a commitment of some concrete next steps.
Well, I think so. And
that's fine. We can talk about it as a future agenda item. I'm fine with that.
Okay. And then, all right. I have a couple of comments only that don't need to be pulled. Are you finished with your list?
I am. Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to make a few comments on a few things on consent, but I don't need to have them pulled. Number 8, which is on the climate action plan, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the subcommittee of the Climate Action Committee. That was Jody Timms, Walt Vernon, and Joanne Lasnier, meeting with me on June 5th for more than 2.5 hours to go over my comments. I know Councilmember Cutrano was able to get in on the early part of that because he had some better comments than mine that weren't so detailed. So I just want to thank them. And then on number 9, on the veg management grant, I think that's all good. I would suggest these are just comments I'm throwing out, and I don't think we need to pull it, that I would suggest we consider a limit of $500, not $1,000. That's what Ross Valley, Jason Weber is going to do. And I think to the extent we can get receipts, we should, but we should definitely have before and after photos for all of them, so we know that, somebody wasn't just paying a landscaper to do some nice plants. And so that would be one thing. And then on maybe this is something that Garrett can talk to the new interim about, is we have an increase for the bridge management work. And I just want to make sure that we can have Wayne Bush oversee that work because it looks like it's continuing. And I know under the town manager's authority with his contract, that can continue. And then I know we're going to pull the item on the appeal to ABAG, so I'll mention my comments there. But on the recruiter contract, that's number 15. Exhibit D, the insurance requirements was missing. And I had asked that we provide that in a supplement. It was discussed in the staff report. And then on the proposal, and I discussed this with the town manager earlier, is when Vice Mayor Hellman and I met with the recruiter, who will be excellent, one of the things we talked about was we can't wait until the town manager recruitment is completely done to start the public works director recruitment. And I see in her proposal, she has not changed that. And the proposal becomes part of this document. And so I had asked that we start much sooner than having a town manager on board. Otherwise, we're looking at February or March to have a public works director. And we do have bridges, we have streets.
She was amenable to that. So I think
she was amenable to it. It just, what I was concerned about is the proposal still said complete. And I know Garrett told me he talked to her about that, so maybe that's okay. I just want to make sure we throw that out there because we know the optimum approach is you hire a town manager and he or she picks the public works director. But because we have so many public works projects, I don't think we can afford the luxury of doing it that way. So town manager.
Can I just add something? I totally agree, but I think I think the term she used, which I kind of liked, is dovetail, right? You can get the candidates, you can start doing your search and get a group of the best candidates, but you want the new town manager to be involved in that decision for obvious reasons. And also from the candidate perspective, they want to know who their potential new manager is going to be, right? So it makes sense from both those.
I think it totally makes sense, but unfortunately, I don't think we have the luxury of that. And what Garrett told me prior to this meeting was that the interim town manager could be involved in winnowing down the public works director candidates and potentially assisting. Garrett told me when he started in Stockton, they hired somebody that would be working for him beforehand. It's not optimum, but I just don't think we can afford to wait so long. So I think all her arguments were good, but she did say she'd be amenable to trying to do more overlap. Garrett, did you want to speak on this? And
Sure.
about the insurance requirements?
Yeah, the insurance will add that. It's just, we would have added that anyway. But to be clear, when we spoke to Heather with Ralph Anderson, she's completely amenable to anything the council wants to do regarding the recruitment. So you have lots of opportunities. We can get her to wordsmith it so it provides tons of flexibility, but typically recruiters, they'll do whatever you'll like. And the ideal process would be you'd start the public works director recruitment while you're doing the town manager recruitment, and that you would line it up so the top candidates, the top 7 or 8, would be ready for the new town manager to interview and then narrow it down. Or you could have the interim narrow it down to the top 3, and then whoever's the new manager coming in, interview the top 3. So you have tons of flexibility on this recruitment. You're probably not going to start it, though, at least I wouldn't recommend it until actually you started the town manager recruitment. Probably when you close the application period, you'd be ready to get going with your public works director recruitment. But we can modify it so it's pretty clear, plenty of flexibility. That's not the issue. You'll have the insurance thing. And it's true. Some places would hire a department head before the new manager comes on. Not the perfect way to do it. I've been involved in things like that personally. Not the best way to do it. So, but you have tons of flexibility given the situation at the time. So at this point, I don't think you need to make that decision, but we'll have her slightly modify it so it's pretty clear you have that complete autonomy to provide her direction.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple questions about a couple consent items that I just wanted to ask. But nothing pulled, just questions for staff. The first, I just want to clarify for myself and for the public. So we, if we pass this consent calendar, item 13 is the approval for a schedule for in-person. So the public and all of us can expect to go back in person at the Women's Club September of 2021. And our boards and commissions here in town can begin to start meeting wherever they meet. If it's the community center or the women's club or wherever they meet, they can do that this month, this July meeting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I see you shaking your head. So, okay, great. Thanks.
That's what I understood, yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that's clear for everybody. So everybody's, Councilmember Gowdy.
Can I just ask a question on your question? Is it required? Are they going to have a choice of whether they want to continue? And I'm talking about the town, the committees.
Mm-hmm.
Can they all say, no, we don't want to meet anymore, we want to keep it on Zoom?
No, sorry. The staff recommendation is we just give them flexibility to start as early as July. They'll have to start again in September. But the reason we give them flexibility in July and August not to continue with Zoom is in the case that some committee members are uncomfortable with meeting in person. So we just allowed them that flexibility. Otherwise, everyone has to go back and start meeting by October 1st.
Okay, thanks.
And if I could just ask a sort of follow-up to that, Garrett, previously I talked with Michelle about hybrid aspects of going back in person, just as people try to figure out how to go from Zoom to in person and what the matriculation is. But do we have any sense of whether or not our community or other communities in Marin are going to be doing, have a plan for some sort of Zoom or call-in or hybrid functionality to council meetings, or will it be completely as it was pre-pandemic?
Can I add this, since I'm a board member of the Community Member Media Center of Marin? So, and Jim Schutz, who's the city manager of Centerville, also is a board member. So I don't want to speak for Garrett, but what has happened is they film almost everybody's meetings. And in fact, a couple of cities that weren't being filmed are now going to be filmed, which is Tiburon and Ross. I think the only one that won't be filmed is Belvedere at this point. And so everybody has talked to them about trying to do some kind of a hybrid. Now, the only thing that Michael Eisenmenger has talked about is there's actually a piece of equipment that's needed to do that. Some cities are going for this very expensive $5,000 piece of equipment, which they've chosen on their own. Michael can set that equipment up for us, for all towns, much more cheaply. It's still probably about a $1,500 expense, but it's going to take, they have to be able to help us with that. And I know Michelle has talked to him about it. So everybody wants, from what we've heard from those cities that are doing Zoom and are being filmed by CMCM, everybody wants a hybrid. Are you hearing something? And CMCM is going to work with folks, but it won't be seamless. And what I heard from somebody recently who, our new Marin IJ reporter who's covering Chico currently in her previous life that she's transitioning to us, is that they started right away with hybrids and they've had some glitches. But what's happening is we and Marin are trying to really prepare for the glitches before they happen. So Garrett, are you hearing anything different?
No, some will try it. CMCM will set it up. They'll set it up here. The reason we said September is we wanted to see how it works for other people and how well it works, so the council would have that option, see if they wanted to do it. Now, oddly, Sonoma does it. Sonoma meets in person and they do a hybrid where they take comments via Zoom. Now, their chambers has television sets all over the place, so everybody can see who's speaking. So for us in Fairfax, for the chambers, there's a few things that we would need to do, but we're waiting to see how well it works for other Marin communities, and then we'll provide the council with some feedback on what we think.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. And I think my other question was just if we, for item 15, this recruitment agreement, given that members of the public in the past have expressed their desire to just not be left in the dark as we move forward with the new town manager recruitment process, if we approve item 15 tonight, when does that process technically start? Like, when does the shot clock start for recruitment for a new town manager, public works director?
Typically, the first step is a recruiter meets with council to get your direction on the brochure and recruitment materials. There's an option for the council to conduct a community questionnaire if you wanted to for qualities or whatever on the town manager. That's really up to the council to decide if that's something you want to do.
And they stated in the staff report or in their documents to us that they'd be able to help.
It's
That's part of the.
I think that does cost more, but it is an optional task.
Okay, great. And then I think the final thing I had a question on was just the other material thing happening downtown is the reopening of the mono lot, which is item 20. And Councilmember Goddard might have comments on that too. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to make, so that's August 1st. There will be no barricades, and it'll just be as it was, except there might still be that paint that was there. Is that correct?
The paint would still be there. We'll probably restripe the handicap space as well as another handicap space that we just hadn't gotten around to, but the council approved a while ago, and try to clean it up. So beginning of August is the latest date. It could reopen sooner depending on Gestalt House.
Great. Thank you for all those clarifying answers.
Now, Stephanie, you're on mute.
Oh, Renee, you just put your hand down. Were you done? Oh, you're on mute.
Oops, I was just going to talk, but why don't you go ahead and then I'll.
No, I had to tag on to chances on the mono lot. So why don't you respond and then I'll ask another question.
Can I just ask one question because you're going to respond? So can we cover, I mean, the paint is nice, but I think it'll be hard for people to figure out the spots. Is there some idea about painting over it with gray and then putting the striping in so that people actually know where the spots are? No?
I mean, I was thinking that we were actually going to be able to power wash it, or and I know we have to rent one because it has to, it has to capture the water. But yeah, because otherwise you're right. It won't, the lines won't come out very clearly.
Oh, so you can't, so it needs to be power washed. It can't just be painted over with gray paint or something and then restriped?
We can paint it over. The other paint at some point will bleed through as things wear out. So we haven't thought about it that closely. I actually don't know the rules related to power washing nowadays.
I think it's just that you can't let it go into the storm drain. You have to capture it.
Well, I think he's talking about using water.
Yeah, I just think Marin Water District has these rules out, so I don't know how to apply.
Sorry. Yep.
Anyway, I think if we can look into, I know you've got 2 days left, so what? If we can look into at least an idea of painting it with gray, even if it bleeds later, by that time we can figure out how to get the old paint off, just so that people understand where the spots are. anyway, sorry to interrupt. Just want to know.
Yeah, Stephanie, did you want to ask yours? Because I was just going to make a general statement, make a comment about the mono lot, and then maybe I can respond to what
Sure.
you're.
Maybe it's more appropriate for future agenda topics because this is related to the whole open, public space. And I'm just curious about where things stand on other things related to that. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just going to, what I was going to say is, first of all, I was going to thank, and I know it's 11:45, and so Vice is certainly not listening to this, but the Gestalt House did an extraordinary job in making a pilot what I would actually call very successful. And I spent time with John Bella down at the lot yesterday, just sort of talking about, how did it work? How did it not work? What would we do differently? And just sort of dreaming a bit about the downtown. John, just as an aside, he is going to be working for San Anselmo in helping them develop an actual parklet program. So they had a very successful community survey, I think 400 plus participants, learned a lot from that. And I think, Stephanie, you're probably, we're going to ask about that survey, which I think will be better suited to get real community input once we've gone back and reopened the mono lot, so it doesn't become just about parking, but more about actual use of our public spaces, with some of the information that John has already shared with all of us on the different chamber forums and things like that. So I'm really looking forward to a robust conversation about how we are going to best use the little public space that we have. I think the lot will be missed dearly by some. I think many will welcome the parking places back. I'm just grateful that Vice was able to hire people who really did take as good a care as you could possibly take of a parking lot where lots and lots of bikers and families, ice cream, sausages and Cokes from the skate park, things like that were taking place down there. So I'm just grateful. John considered it a successful pilot. He put lots of energy and time into helping us with the downtown. So I honor and thank him. And I think there'll be members of the community that will be pretty sad, to be honest. But I'm hoping it will launch us into new opportunities and ways of looking at how we share space downtown. So anyway, that's all. And thanks, Council, for your patience. I know that it was wearing thin a few months back with the lot, and I think we've it reached a place where it needed to, have an affirmative end. So yeah, but I hope for renewed conversation and a survey that will really allow us to look at that versus just people versus parking.
Yes, you're here. Okay, so this is all pre-public comment. So thanks for all those clarifications and some future agenda items. Shall we go to public comment at this point?
I think we should, but do you need a motion to continue item 7, or do we do that after public comment?
Well, this would be, we've.
After public comment. I'm sorry, I'm getting sleepy.
Normally, you would make your motion of what items you're going to pull. So public comment related to that item.
So following on Vice Mayor Hellman, I would make a motion to continue item 7 and then pull item 12.
Yeah, that's what I got too.
I'll second.
All right. No, I don't know what that was. Michelle, would you take a roll call on that, please?
Yes, I would. And to clarify, you're pulling item 12 onto the regular agenda.
Yes.
Not off. Okay. Just off consent.
We can put that right after consent.
Right after consent?
Yeah,
Okay.
right after we finish with consent. And then item 7 will continue to a future meeting.
Okay. So a roll call vote. Council Member Goddard.
Yes.
Council Member Cutrano.
Yes.
Council Member Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so now for public comment, this would be on the consent calendar, but not including items 7 or 12. So Michelle, if you could take our public comment, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So if anyone from the public would like to comment on any item on the consent calendar, please raise your hand. I don't see any hand. I see one hand. Okay. And that is Frank Egger. You are unmuted.
There we
Thank
go.
you. Thank you. The contract with the firm that's going to find a town manager and town public works director, is that on the consent or is that coming after?
That's item 15. It's on consent. Yes.
Okay. So in that agreement, I haven't looked at the agreement. Does that set the salaries for those two positions?
No. No, it doesn't.
But we can work with that recruiting firm on salary negotiation. I believe it's something that they said that they'd be willing to consider after.
They can help us with the negotiation, but that would be after we pick someone.
So are the qualifications included in the agreement?
So Frank, that the agreement is just with the recruiting firm to work with us on those two recruitments. It doesn't set out the specific qualifications for either of them, and it's really a schedule of doing the recruitments and who the team is that would work with us on the recruitments. Does that help?
So that will come back before the recruiter seeks candidates?
Well, they put together a brochure. There isn't anything specific about coming back, but is that something you are requesting that you would have some input into the qualifications?
Well, I'm just wondering, if they're going to be recruiting people, isn't anyone who might be looking at taking a position here wondering how much it's going to pay, what are the benefits, et cetera? I mean, how does that work?
So typically you don't put in the salary in the actual brochures, but we work with the recruiter on what the range is. And then, so you often would not put the salary in there, but the benefits are discussed as far as, you know, CalPERS and medical, but not the details of that.
So the new manager would be making what Garrett Torrey's making now, or would you roll that back?
And it would depend on who we recruited, their experience and so forth.
So we haven't discussed salary at this point. At this point, we're just talking about a recruiting firm that we would work with on the ranges we would want to discuss.
And so for public works director, there's no set salary yet?
Well, if you look in the budget, there is, even though the director position has been vacant for a long time, there's a range of the salary.
Is that the one that goes to 197,000 a year?
I don't know, but Frank, I shouldn't be responding to you. I was just trying to help you understand the item.
Yeah, well, it's not too clear. If I were going to apply for a position, I think I need to know how much the position was paying. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
I do not see any other raised hands.
We'll bring it back to council then.
Okay.
So is there any further comment, and then we can get a motion on the consent calendar?
So can I make a motion?
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item 7, which has been continued, and minus item 12, which has been pulled to the regular agenda.
Second.
Motion Kohler, second Cutrano. And Michelle, if you do a roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and Mayor Ackerman.
Yes. And we passed
Unanimous.
the action plan. Oh, all right. Thank you all.
So Mayor, we have to do the 11:30 rule.
Yeah, we should do the 11:30 rule. What we have left is the item that we just pulled, which is 12, about the appeal. We absolutely have to do that because there's a deadline on filing the appeal. And then we have the item 28, which is the all electric.
No, we pulled that. So we have item 29 and 30, which are second reading.
Those are second readings. So I would propose that we continue and get those three things done.
So I'd make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule and see if we can get through these last three items, other than the future agenda items and the last things at the end.
I will second.
Okay, I'll take the roll call on that. Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, so on to item 12, which is, and are we okay to continue without a break at this point? I am. Yep. Okay, let's get this done. Item 12, Garrett, would you give a quick report on that?
Yeah, I think Ben's on and he can. And just so you know, we did give you a supplemental material that gave you a revised letter with a cover sheet that indicated what were the additional changes to the letter. But Ben can go through that for you.
Can I just say one thing? One of the things I neglected to mention in my motion for the consent was that we had supplements for items 23 and 25.
Mm-hmm.
Town manager, should we amend that?
No, those are just notices or supplements attached. Those items, other than pointing them out, we had supplements. There's nothing there to be approved.
They were just information. They weren't a change.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ben, thanks.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, I'll keep this brief. As we know, there are many concerns that have been raised about the regional housing needs allocation draft allocations for Fairfax, the 490 units proposed in the draft. And in response to that, staff has developed an appeal, which has to be filed with the Association of Bay Area Governments by Friday. In that, staff has developed the basis for the appeal consistent with what ABAG is listing are very narrow bases for that appeal. And so there's some preambles to the letter that talk about some of the general planning topics and then focuses in on the actual items which are discussed in the letter. And specifically, those relate to the fact that the numbers do not adequately reflect the town's extremely serious fire hazard situation, that using their housing availability, housing element site selection tool, which I should acknowledge is a sort of a beta version, but that they showed sites as listed as potential more than half the town. But when you actually use what they state are the basis for those determinations, which is the CAL FIRE fire hazard maps, virtually the entire town is in a high fire hazard designation, which according to the HES tool would mean that those are constrained sites. And frankly, the one area in the town in the CAL FIRE tool that they didn't show as constrained, which is the area off Glen Drive, is probably a mistake because that's certainly a high fire hazard area also. So that's something that we point out, is that there may have been some assumptions about what sites were and were not constrained. Their basis appears to indicate that more than half the town is not constrained, and there in its potential, and in actuality, the entire town is constrained. And I also pointed or included in the letter the notion that the California Public Utilities Commission, which uses somewhat different criteria for determining their fire hazard maps, relates a significant percentage of the town as in the most extreme fire risk category. I should have maps, diagrams to support these assertions tomorrow. We simply didn't have a chance to do all that work, even though we did put together the diagrams you see attached to your report. The other aspect, or another aspect dealing with the appeal, has to do with the jobs housing balance. And this is an interesting thing because you wouldn't think that Fairfax would be in such a unique circumstance, but the reality is that Fairfax has far fewer jobs than housing. One of the lowest in the Bay Area. It's roughly 1/3 of the Bay Area average, whereas the Bay Area is approximately 1.5 jobs per housing unit. Fairfax has 0.6, and at various points, and this is per ABAG's own statistics, the planning documentations that they provided the town as part of the housing element update. So we're in a very, very imbalanced job housing situation. And, not surprisingly, many people who live in Fairfax are commuting elsewhere for their jobs. Well, obviously, if you increase the number of housing units significantly, those people are going to have to continue or increase in looking for jobs and commuting to jobs elsewhere. So that points that out. There's also a plan going beyond merely the short-term this arena cycle data that the state's provided. There's the Plan Bay Area 2050, which forecasts out 30 years. And in that, it's even more dramatic because what they show is that Marin is projected to lose a significant number of jobs. And they have this aggregated into what they call super regions, which is really just a combination of jurisdictions. But the super region for our area is simply the Ross Valley. So it's fairly focused. And what they show is we're projected to lose about 23%, or I think it's 14,000 jobs. So, or excuse me. Yes, that's correct. So the jobs housing imbalance, if we do nothing, the jobs housing imbalance will get even more exacerbated by the state saying, hey, you have to add a very large number of housing units. You're exacerbating even worse. So that's another question where if you're really looking at things like reducing commuting, reducing the vehicle miles traveled, reducing air pollution, all indices that I think all people involved in planning could agree are good concepts. You're doing the opposite of that by forcing housing in an area that's losing jobs. And finally, actually, in terms of the further on hazards, we do have a flooding issue. And historically, Fairfax has put its multifamily housing and much of its development in the flatland area, which makes sense, except when you have constrained flows and 100-year floods. And people who've lived in Fairfax long-term will recall those floods, the downtown floods, for example. Any number of the multifamily housing developments west of town also flood in the event of a 100-year flood. So that's another challenge to say, hey, we're going to try to find housing sites that are not in the critical wildfire areas, i.e. the wooded hillside areas, but also not in the floodplain. And then finally, water. You just look at, I was just looking at Fairfax or San Anselmo Creek today, and I don't think I've ever seen it lower. So we're in a critical water shortage, unprecedented in MMWD's 130-year accounting about low water or low precipitation. We don't know what the future holds, but certainly with climate change and other things, it would seem to be kind of questionable to be adding large numbers of housing when it's likely that MMWD will be putting a temporary moratorium on new water hookups, new water services shortly. So these are all the headwinds that kind of would militate against increasing large numbers of housing. What we're recommending is a much lower number. I noticed in the appeal form, they actually want you to pick a number. One of the thoughts that occurred to me is we're well on our way to, say, producing approximately 90 housing units in the current housing cycle, which is 50% higher than our current RENA numbers. We have 61 and we're going to be building 90. So that might be a good number to say, hey, we can continue to do that. Increase our housing allocation by 50% would be a reasonable number. I don't want to advance much optimism in looking at the history of how the state has treated appeals in the past. The vast majority of them are denied just outright, and those that are approved seems to be a fairly nominal number of nominal number in the reduction of housing units. But I think we have some excellent arguments to make why this town should not have this many housing units. And furthermore, given that we're well on our way to not only meeting our overall, our individualized RENA allocations for each income category, but we've already far exceeded our total RENA allocations in the current housing cycle, including providing affordable housing. So Fairfax is not a town that provides lip service. We actually do provide housing. This town went to the mat, got Victory Village approved. So, and I know talking to people around town that there is a commitment to affordable housing. So, and we are working very hard in our efforts so far in the housing element update to try to facilitate that and bring options to the Planning Commission and your council that meets the needs of the Fairfax community. We're in the course of doing outreach right now with the Fairfax Speaks website. I'm going to put in a quick plug for that. We encourage everybody to sign up and start to register your comments because it's super important that we get everybody's viewpoints about what they want, where, and what their personal experiences and challenges are with respect to housing. So I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Barbara?
Yeah, Ben, thank you. I was the one who asked about adding the flood issues, and thank you for doing that. But you just mentioned something about we're supposed to put a number in our appeal, and I don't see that in the materials we've been provided. But I also want to, I guess, caveat what you said. The last RENA was more like 144 because we didn't make previous RENA allocations that we were given. So the 61 is not the number that we had in our last housing cycle because we were given I think the number was 144 because we didn't make the previous cycle. So are we putting a number in the appeal, and where do we do this? Do we file this online? I mean, I think the public would want to know where, what the appeal is going to look like. Where does the number actually go in this document that you provided us? And it's very well done.
Thank you. The lack of a number was an oversight, frankly. Given the 490, it's kind of hard. You start with 60 and then you do an 8-fold increase to 490. And you say, where do you end up? But as I said, I think what's realistic is simply to say that, give us a stretch target and we can probably achieve it. And that our current number is 60, add 50% more. So
excuse me for interrupting. I worked on the last housing element. It was 144.
Okay.
So we may have gotten 61 in the last cycle, but we also got on top of it the RENA that we hadn't gotten. So our real number was 144.
I spoke to HCD specifically to that topic. And what I said was, does the jurisdiction get credit for any exceedances? And they said no. And so I said, so therefore you're not carrying over either overage or lack of achievement. And this is the current housing cycle. I can't specifically speak to the prior one, but
but wait a minute, Ben, let me just interrupt you. The current housing cycle our number was 144. We may have gotten the 61 as a component of that, but the total number we were expected to make was 144.
Well, I believe that is the buffer that they require you to do, because you're not going to hit on every housing site that you indicate in your thing. I can do a little bit more exploration that, but Barbara, I believe that the 144 is simply the total number of housing units that we provided in our housing element.
Okay.
Not the actual, right?
Right. That's my understanding. And I can route some documents to you to confirm that.
Well, I've talked to our previous planning director who I worked with and Renee worked with on the previous housing element. The number was always 144 total.
Yeah, the current housing element lists 144 units. That's what the town has planned for. When you add up all the housing units on all the different sites, that number comes to 144. I believe that the RENA number we had was the 61. And as I said, in talking to HCD, and I've also confirmed this with the county, they say there is not carryover. Now, whether they've changed their policy from the 5th cycle that we're in currently to the 6th cycle, but they're saying that they're not carrying that over. I'd love to get credit for exceedances, but anyway, that's where that stands.
I'm trying to track this. Can I just ask a clarification? So, Ben, are you saying the distinction? You're saying that the 61 is the actual allocation, and the 144 was the allocation plus the unmet allocation from cycle 4?
Yes, and I believe the town planned for that, but the state has indicated that they are not doing carryover on RENA.
Right, I get that. So
yeah.
I understand that.
So
thank you.
61 was the allocation, and then there may have been a carryover, or it may have been a buffer.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense to me, because everything I've ever seen was 61, but it makes sense to me that, well, we don't have to read.
Yeah, I believe, as I recall it, I believe it was as you stated. The reason that it was 144 that we had to plan for the last time was because that was the 61 plus the unmet ones from before. They did carry over. If you hadn't met the previous cycle, they carry that over. They didn't just forget about it. But if you've exceeded on the previous cycle, they don't carry that over. So it's kind of a bad deal for us, but that's what I think the thing is. But that's I could be remembering wrong, but yeah.
Can I just ask a question? So Ben, do you know the numbers that are required in the RENA from the low and the very low, the low and extremely low, versus what you get up to moderate and market?
Well, moderate is still considered low. I mean, it's a subtle distinction, but there's 304 in the low to moderate range, and then the roughly 40% are market rate.
Okay, so then I just, for clarification, when Barbara was asking you in terms of the number that the appeal is, could you explain that a little better? Because I mean, how are we going to pick a number? Do you know what I'm asking? And it has to be done by tomorrow. So
right. That to me, if I'm going to ask somebody to step up to the plate and do more than they've done in the past, I would pick a reasonable, realistic number. And like I said, to me, Fairfax, starting with the basic 61 and achieving 90 and counting, is that, we would say, hey, let's up it 50%, and we'll see how we do. Maybe we can do more than that. So that's a good request. Again, looking at Southern California Association of Governments and the appeals and what was granted and what wasn't, it was a small fraction. I'm just going to throw out 10% of the appeals were granted at all. And the percentage of reduction was, Garrett has raised his hand.
Yeah, let's be a little judicious here. I think rather than talking about numbers, I'm not clear that you need to put some numbers in this appeal or any percentages. But we can work with EMC to further refine it in legal counsel and determine what we need to put in to this appeal. So I don't think we should be selecting any percentages or any numbers. Let staff work with legal counsel and our EMC, our housing element firm, to come up what we believe if we are required to. Otherwise, I don't think we should put any numbers in. And then I just opened up the housing element. So yes, the RENA number was 61 and there was carryover that adds up to 144. And I think Ben was just saying he doesn't believe that HCD is going to penalize you or give you a credit for anything. These are just the 490 or 491 or whatever the magic number is. That's what your requirement is.
That's new.
That's new. And the most important thing to remember about the appeal, if we didn't mention it before, typically it's highly unlikely ABAG's going to do anything. Southern California, I think they had 48 appeals, they awarded 2. More importantly is that it's a zero-sum game. So those communities in Marin who appealed, if any appeal is granted to one of those communities, what they don't have to plan for, that gets redistributed to all the other communities. So you're all making the same arguments. In essence, we're all making the same arguments. So I don't know how ABAG awards it, grants an appeal to one without doing it for the others. And then what would happen if, odd chance they did, then whoever didn't appeal would get all those extra units. So, that's just something to keep in mind. It's a zero-sum game, is my understanding.
However, I believe we should file the appeal. So
don't get me wrong. I'm saying you should appeal. I'm just saying highly unlikely, and the units just get distributed to your neighbors.
And I concur that, I don't think we should pick a number now. We don't have the information, and that wasn't even what the agenda item was. It was to look at this letter. I think it's an excellent letter. I think you've done a good job of picking the topics to bring up in the letter. You had limits to what you were allowed to even appeal on, and I think you did a great job of picking them, and I think the letter is well written. So thank you for the work on it. And you'll have to figure out whether you need a number and what the number should be, but I think Garrett expressed that well. Stephanie?
Yeah, so Ben, thank you. Thank you for your time working on this and for your emails. I appreciate you including the information on the CPOC maps, and the job information is really interesting. So I think that's effective content. There's one important typo that I would like you to change because it is a misspelling of the president of ABAG's name. So he's got 2 R's in his last name. We just want to make sure.
So ARREGUIN?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I appreciate the time and energy you've obviously put into this and addressing all of the important points. And I would like to know, so I respectfully disagree with the mayor. I would like to know what number. I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing we need to submit a number. I'm hearing we don't need to submit a number. And I do want to know what the number is. So I heard 90 and I wanted some expansion on, I didn't really understand how you arrived at that, but I think we should talk about, what.
Yeah, and let me, I was looking at an appeal form that I had downloaded earlier, and on that I did see where they said, what is your request? But I would probably want to go back to their site and see the online form. One of the things that has been occurring throughout this process, as we know from the, what do they call it, the methodology number,
Yeah.
is things shift as time goes on. So a form that may have been valid in June may not necessarily be what they're requesting now. But in terms of the 90, what happened was Fairfax, got Foursquare behind Victory Village, and that got us most of the way towards the current RENA number, the one that they assigned, independent of the unmet allocation numbers from the prior cycle. And so with that, and with the boom in mostly in accessory dwelling units, we're actually producing 10 plus dwelling units a year in Fairfax. And, this is in a town that for years produced 2 or 3. So we've been doing very well in terms of bringing new housing units online. And again, in terms of how it meets RENA, you have to do this numbers game where you say, well, what do those ADUs rent for? How do you figure that out? Are they building permitted? Are they final? So there's all these technical aspects that Linda Neal could talk about the difficulties in qualifying housing units. But the bottom line is that we're going to be at 90 plus by the end of this current cycle at the end of 2022. And so again, that required a major effort by the town to identify a site for affordable housing. And the idea is to say, okay, we did it once. We exceeded our numbers by 50%. My thought is to say, we can do that again. Now, part of it might be, the old negotiation, right? I don't know how realistic it is to say, yeah, give us 90 instead of 490, but that's a thought. If we have to do it. The other thought is that just leave it to staff.
Ben, I think let's be clear. There's things we can appeal on. We'll check on this, although I'm not convinced you put a number in there or that you're required. I think just let us, if there is, we'll let you know what it is, but let's not have this discussion at this level with ABAG when we're not sure we even need to do that, because my understanding is I don't recall that being the case for others. So I'm thinking that, rather than talking about something that may not be required, let's put in our appeal based on this information we had, and we'll see.
Yeah, I concur.
Do we go out to the public?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just not following what you're going to put in if it is required.
I think what I'm saying is I don't believe one is required, and to do something now just for ABAG, I don't think we're doing ourselves a good service by doing that. I think what I'm saying is I don't believe others have done the similar type thing.
Correct.
I don't recall on the form, when I looked at the form, that you had to do something like that.
Correct.
I think it's really up to ABAG to determine under their methodology, because you're challenging what their assumptions are. They would need to rerun the model based on what our arguments are to determine if there's a change in whatever that number is, and the model punches out a number.
Yes.
Yeah. I was surprised to hear about putting a number on it.
Well, if I misspoke, I apologize. Like I said, I was looking at a June form, and that's where I saw it. So,
yeah, well, I mean, it because it's surprising to me doesn't mean that's not their methodology. But anyway, I do not. I pretty strongly don't feel like we should be continuing this discussion at this point of picking a number. This isn't the process for picking a number.
Let's continue, please.
So let's go to public comment on this item. Michelle, would you check and see what we've got?
Yes, I see 2 raised hands, Mr. Mayor. The first one is Frank Egger. Next is Kevin Curtis. So, Frank, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. This is about Fairfax exercising its administrative remedy. ABAG has listed 3 reasons that a city may file an appeal. There is no case law backing up the legality of this state legislation that supposedly gives ABAG this right and limits the reasons for appeals. Your consultant from Monterey has prepared mapping that shows, one, much of Fairfax in the wildland urban interface zone. The second map shows 2,178 potential sites, and that map is really problematic. I don't think you should enter that map into this appeal, or you should revise it. Most of these 2,178 potential sites are in the wildland urban interface zone, the highest fire hazard zone in the entire Ross Valley. ABAG's asking for 50 years of growth from Fairfax in an 8-year period. It's impossible. It's flat out impossible. By law, there is no ABAG requirement for any city to make up missed housing numbers from previous cycles, period. In 1984, we legally merged over 1,000 of those lots that do not meet minimum zoning requirements of the 1973 zoning ordinance. Size, steepness, no 65 feet of frontage on a public street, on an improved public street, no public sewer, for instance, like in the Outer Cascade. Those are all reasons why lots were merged. Fairfax no longer requires title searches of vacant lots and is now approving every development that comes along on a vacant lot. We've got to go back to doing title searches on those lots to see, because Fairfax went to the assessor's office and filed we filed all of those lot mergers. They were legally filed, and there's a book at Town Hall that when I left in 2005, that book showed every lot that was merged in Fairfax. So what you have to do is redo that second map that shows 2,178 potential sites, because that's not a fact. It's impossible to build on those lots, and by including that map in the appeal, we're almost saying, oh, by the way, yes, we do have 2,178 potential sites for development, which simply isn't true. So please revise that map. Have whoever prepared that map do a quick revision on it and take that map out of your appeal. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Frank.
The next speaker is Kevin Curtis, followed by Lynn Yetter. And Kevin, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. The town manager dated October 13th, 2020, sent a message on behalf of the then mayor to the ABAG regarding the status of the numbers that were allocated provisionally out originally to the city of Fairfax and through Marin. That is up on the Marin County website under regional housing allocations for the 6th cycle. And in that letter states almost exactly what you have also again submitted. And it is my understanding that since then, ABAG has made the final determination, having also passed up through the state housing element for those numbers to be officially allocated out to you in 2021. So my only question would be, as you work through this process, to review what's already been behind you and see if you're duplicating and expecting a different result. And good luck. Lastly, I'll just end with this. I am on the side of building. I see the declining enrollment in our schools, the loss of some teachers and programs. And I do believe that bringing in additional families is the only way to really fix that, because we do have an aging, a high number of 65 and over as single family homeowners here in Marin County. So I do think that growth is probably the only way we're going to fix a lot of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Next speaker is Lynn Yetter, followed by Richard Applebaum. Lynn, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for staying so late. Sorry this is so deep into the agenda, but I appreciate everybody hanging in there. I'm kind of feeling frustrated. I feel like we're doing a term paper the night before it's due. We're cramming everything in. Ben, I appreciate all the work you've put into it, but it's like frustrating being on the outside in the community. I want something to be mentioned about trying to evacuate this town if there's a fire. I would suggest that this town tries to have a 3 a.m. whole town evacuation to see how people are going to get out of these narrow roads when all the cars are parked on the street. We're taking small homes, 2-bedroom homes, 3-bedroom homes. We're making them 3 and 4-bedroom homes. We're changing the foundation and the footprint. We're making larger homes. It's all being okay, okay, okay. Each room adds a car or 2 or 3. You know, we've got to stop enlarging the small homes. We're kicking out single families or single people, seniors, eliminating it by making the footprint larger on homes. So I think we need to stop. Just stop. So that's how I look at it. I walk around now, I've been here for generations. I see all this work on these small houses being readjusted so they're bigger. It's just wealthy, big houses now. Where does somebody that's a single parent or somebody with 2 kids that don't have a problem having them share a bedroom so that they could live in a 2-bedroom home? So I feel like we're just turning into Ross. I've lived through Sausalito. I've lived through watching Mill Valley. You know, been here all my life. It's not looking good. And Prop 19 does not help. So that's how I feel. I appreciate everybody working on this, but I think the build has to stop, and God knows what's happening up on Marinda Heights. So thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. But we would like to see, as a public, to know more of what's going on instead of who's paying attention here at 12:33 at night. This is hard. So thank you. That's it. Good night.
Thank you, Lynn. Good night.
Next speaker is Richard Applebaum, followed by Liesl Blash. Richard, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. So I have a page up from ABAG website, and I'm just going to read off. It says, state housing element law allows an appeal to be filed only for the following 3 reasons. And one of those reasons is failed to adequately consider the information submitted as part of the local jurisdiction survey. And I'm not clear on why Fairfax hasn't filled out that survey. When I looked at the list of jurisdictions that filled it out, well, most of the towns around us have, we haven't. I see that Mill Valley has come up with a resolution by the council expressing opposition to California state housing legislation that further erodes local city control. I think it would be great if we did something similar. I'm not sure I was following everything the prior caller said, but I echo some concerns, not just that it's the late hour, but it's the late hour, as in this appeal, I think, is due in less than 48 hours. And we're finally having public conversation. And, you know, there's many challenges of this. Frank just came in with some other inputs, and it feels to me like this may be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, issues in our town. And I don't know why we're having the feeling of last minute. And not to be provocative, but I do feel like I recall the town manager saying that the appeal had been filed at the last council meeting, and that wasn't actually accurate, because here we are discussing and filing it now. So it's just, I feel like, you know, the council has not brought this position upon us. The state has just is doing what the state wants to do. And, you know, we can all debate about who's behind what's best for us. And affordability is a whole issue unto itself. And I don't really want to debate all of that tonight, although I think we should have more workshops and discussion around town. But just from the standpoint of the actual things we're allowed to do, that we're legally entitled to do, it's concerning to me that we didn't fill something out that could have given us the foundation for a further appeal, when there's only 3 things that they officially allow, and one of them is not available to us. And I just don't like the rush matter of something so important to our town. So obviously, please file an appeal. I hope it's, you know, I know it's a slim chance of going through, but we have to take all the measures that we can, do all the steps that we can do. And this is a really big deal to everybody in town, even though we don't all agree exactly on the solutions. We agree that this is unreasonable situation and a big problem for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Liesl Blush, and you're unmuted now, Liesl.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to note that the low and very low income units together in the next cycle RENA would be about 235 units. So that's 149 very low income and 86 low income. So that's sort of interesting. I personally think the RENA numbers are probably too high to be feasible, and they seem a little bit blind to changing conditions and climate change risk, particularly wildfire. And I think that Ben and other people have done a good job of looking at the different types of fire risk maps. So that's really interesting. I also recognize that these numbers are, to paraphrase San Anselmo's Vice Mayor Alexis Feynman, the result of crying wolf so many times that we have actually summoned a wolf. This is when they were considering their appeal. Marin has fought against overdevelopment, which is reasonable, but without much accounting of equity. Having opposed any and all building rather than opposing excessive market rate development, the perception is now that Marin's various jurisdictions have unfairly pushed the burden of housing provision onto less wealthy communities and put themselves in the sights of the state as miscreants. So that's unfortunate. In regards to the jobs housing imbalance argument, I just wanted to point out one thing, which is that the issue is not so much that we have more residents in Fairfax than we have jobs. I think the issue is that the housing is so expensive in Fairfax that 90% of employed Fairfax residents need to commute elsewhere to get the wage required to live here. Meanwhile, some 83% of those who work in Fairfax do not live here, many because they cannot afford to live here on the wages they receive working in retail and food service. So we need to continue to look at the type of housing and who's being housed, not put that out. The MMWD has estimated that new construction accounts for 0.1% of the district's annual water usage. That estimate, I think, is based on around 1,000 units being constructed annually countywide. So even with the 14,000 new units required countywide in the sixth RENA cycle, that's a growth of about 1.4% usage over 8 years. That's not to say that that is important, but it's just an interesting fact. The MMWD is likely to consider a new hookup moratorium, but probably exempt 100% affordable housing from that moratorium. That's also important to keep in mind. The town of Corte Madera actually withdrew the water resources argument from its proposed appeal because of some of this. So we need to think critically action on water use. And I just want to say that Fairfax really needs to take a balanced approach and move forward with preparing a compliant housing element that emphasizes equity, even if it appeals the large numbers presented in the sixth cycle RENA. Appealing doesn't mean we need to oppose all strategies to create or preserve housing that is affordable. We should preserve those aspects of this exercise that produce the equity results we want to see in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Liesl.
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any more speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Thank you. Okay, so the item at hand is to authorize to file the appeal. Chance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question for staff, and also just thanks again, Ben, for incorporating some of the new data points so swiftly, and I look forward to seeing the maps that come out tomorrow from the GIS person that's coming in to work on that with the CPUC maps. My question is a question and a comment. First, Mr. Egger brought up the map, which I believe is attachment A, and I think it's what it sounded like from his comment was that he's concerned about showing that there's or presenting a map in our rebuttal or in our appeal that says that there are 2,000 plus potential sites. But my understanding of the whole point of the letter is to say that is a faulty tool that they use, and when you look at the overall high fire risk zones, you find that much more of the developed landscape or footprint in our jurisdiction is constrained. Is that correct?
Yes, that it's merely how you represent the overall data. The thrust of the letter is the percentage of the town that falls within the various fire severity zones. And the point that our letter is making is that virtually all of Fairfax, certainly all the area that's available for large numbers of housing units, falls into a high fire risk severity zone. So the point isn't that the map is drawn that shows 2,000 units. You can add or remove a layer. Frankly, that's more of an outcome of trying to show the roads. But the real comment is that look at the total area of the town that falls. Is it constrained? Is it potential? We're saying, based on their own base data, that it's pretty much all constrained.
Great. Yeah. So it just sets it up for the other attachments B and C. And then the final comment that I just want to make is I thought it might be beneficial for those various attachments, which are called out, on page 2, to actually have those, give them titles for each of the attachment. They sort of have different types of titles, but it would be good to have just a bolded attachment 1, 2, and 3 in the corner of those pages for those particular resources, so people don't get confused by why we've included them or what they're speaking to. So.
Okay, good idea.
You're right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Councilmember Kohler had her hand up.
Okay.
Stephanie has had her hand up, but Garrett, why don't you interject? You were going to interject.
Yeah, so I went on to the website. Sorry, I'm looking at my computer, but now I have it. So I went on to the ABAG website and went into DocuSign, which is the form that's online. So it turns out Ben's correct. There is a line there that has to do with reduction of units. However, my recommendation still remains the same. My recommendation remains that we have to work with the housing consultant to come up with a formula and the methodology justify whatever that reduction is, given the different arguments that we're making related to the ABAG's methodology. Because if you just randomly put a number in there without some level of justification of how you came up with it, then they're just going to toss it out as, well, you just made up a number. You have nothing to support why. So I think the base level always with all this information is ABAG's methodology really singled out Marin and Contra Costa County under the new methodology. And that's why we've gotten, and Contra Costa County and Marin County has gotten a lot more units to provide. So it's going backwards and trying to figure out that one key thing that they're using our data to come up with a number that's reasonable. The idea being, but for that one factor, our number would have been X, and X would be lower than the 490. How much lower? I have no idea. But that's kind of the rationale and something that we'd be working with the housing element consultant. And literally we have 2 days to figure that out. And the other thing I need to clarify is, yes, at that last meeting, I thought we had already submitted the appeal, but I was wrong because we were working on maps. So thus we put it on for July 7th. So that's my recommendation and how to move forward.
Barbara? You muted.
Vice Mayor Hellman had her hand up before me.
Yeah, I was just going to note that I found the RENA form in 5 seconds online and found the same thing. But I'm not clear, Garrett, are you saying skip over that and not provide a number because we don't have time to provide an accurate description or backup as to what?
Well, if I had to druthers, I would skip over it, but it's a required box. I don't think we'll be allowed to submit an appeal without filling in the box because it shows it as required. Obviously, I haven't tried yet, but that's my guess on that form. You have to fill out the required fields or it won't allow you to submit the appeal.
Yeah, one of the thoughts that's occurred to me, council members, is we could look at the number of potential sites that ABAG believes we have, the 2,000, whatever that Mr. Egger mentioned, and then look at what we believe are available sites and winnow it down. So based on, we're going to be taking sites out of that are in the floodplain out of the picture, and, just doing an area by area comparison. I mean, I guess, one of the questions would be if they're all constrained, how much housing are you going to build? But we could do that analysis as the manager mentions. It's probably important to include a rationale behind the reduction requested.
Okay, so can I, there's a couple of things. So I'm supportive of filing an appeal, but there's some things that I'm struggling with, and that is equity. And we received a letter from Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California, and they're telling us to make the 490, but rather than focus on that, I think some of the things they speak to are really explaining why the allocations came out as they did. And I just want to read a couple of little pieces from there, which are: the executive board of the Association of ABAG adopted the RENA equity adjustment to ensure that all jurisdictions exhibiting above average levels of racial and economic exclusion take on their fair share of low and very low income RENA units. And then goes on to say, just a little bit of this. It goes on to say, when high resource jurisdictions such as Fairfax, and that's really Marin, improve housing opportunities for low income individuals who are disproportionately people of color and people with disabilities, the town will move closer to being an inclusive and equitable place where all residents have access to a safe and affordable home and equal access to economic opportunity. And I want to point out, as they point out in their letter, that we were one of the 2 jurisdictions in the county to do 3 renter protections. And most recently, we added the new protection just for COVID for the eviction moratorium. But what they go on to say is that they support the equity adjustment because previous RENAs have failed to allocate enough affordable housing to white affluent jurisdictions that have a history of opposing affordable housing development in the Bay Area. Now, we may argue with that, but I think the point that I'm taking away from that is here we are, and I would argue that I like a lot of what's in the appeal, but what I don't like is this jobs to housing ratio. Because there's a reason, as Liesl points out, why people are driving or commuting to Fairfax, because they can't afford to live here. So, let's think about it. We have a pretty white community, and there's a reason why it's a pretty white community. And I don't think it's necessarily what other people have said. I think it's a lot about our housing. So I would prefer that we think about this as we submit this appeal. Is what do we want to do in this town? And yeah, 490 is really, it's unwieldy. It's unmanageable. There's ways to get there that, or a bit of playing a game and then some real stuff. And I have suggestions on that. But I think that we ought to think about taking the jobs to housing ratio out of the appeal, because all we're pointing out is that we don't have places for people to live. That's why there aren't as many jobs in this area, potentially. So I'd like us to think about equity and what we're doing here. And I think it looks like we have to put a number in, but one of the things I think Renee was sort of leading to this when she asked a question about what's in the very low and low range. And I know, Ben, you gave a number for low to moderate, or very low to moderate as 304, but I think Liesl gave the number of 235. I think that's a number that I personally know there are ways to get there that are not going to build 10-story apartment houses in Fairfax. There are ways to do this. And I think for us to feel good about just this discussion we had earlier on the Res J and how everybody's so supportive. We need to stand up. And so I think if we put a number in, the 235 shows our support for equity in this town, because not everybody of color is poor, and a lot of people of color are not. But there may be other reasons why they're not choosing to live here. But if we stand up for equity and we say, our number is 235, and I know the town manager doesn't want to get into numbers, but I think that's something that I can feel more comfortable about, and I want to thank Councilmember Goddard for raising that, because I've been thinking that ever since I read their letter today, and I know those folks. They do good work for people all over Marin and all over Northern California. So those are my thoughts, but I also want to thank Director Berto and EMC and our town manager for working on this appeal. I think it's done very well. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on it? There's a suggestion to take out, or you're saying, Barbara, that you would suggest taking out that entire rationale from the...
I would just this is my thoughts, take out the jobs to housing ratio. I don't think that really fits with the town that we are, but I think the flood constraints, the fire constraints are real. And I think, we can work around those to a certain extent, but there's some ways that we really can't. So that's just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Maybe Councilmember Goddard wants to weigh in. I know she's been struggling with this quite a bit.
You said it all very well. I would love a little deeper explanation of the whole jobs to housing and what your rationale is on that, Barbara. Because Liesl started to make a point, and I would love to hear that fleshed out just a little bit more. I personally more grapple with the water, because I don't know, there is nowhere that's not dealing with the water crisis that we're in. And interesting to hear that others, was it Mill Valley? Corte Madera has taken it out.
Well, I agree with you, because when I read the article in the paper about the percentage of water for new construction, and I heard Liesl just bring it up, I thought, that's nothing. And then if you say, okay, it's based on 1,000 new units in Marin County, then you say, okay, so what is the percentage if it was 14,500? It's still not going to be a huge percentage of the water use in this town. So maybe the water use is better. I'm not sure that I can eloquently discuss the jobs to housing. That was just something that struck me when Liesl was speaking, that maybe that's an area, but maybe since I can't eloquently explain it, maybe the water is the better one to take out.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you all think. I mean, we want to strengthen the argument, but at the same time, we want to be true to our, I couldn't agree more about the, making sure that we are meeting our low, although the moderate, you're saying, Ben, is also considered affordable.
Right, because it's 80 to 120% of average. So it goes below average.
So then we would be talking about not 235, but if you include moderate in that, that's where you get 300.
Some number around 300. It's in the 300 something range, as I recall. Mm-hmm. I would have to crunch the numbers backward. If I had it in front of me, I apologize for not doing that.
That's okay. Well, I mean, the 235 makes really good sense to me, but if someone could flesh out the whole jobs and housing, I'm not sure I understand it well enough to make any kind of determination about that.
Well, as you said, Liesl went and cited some very interesting statistics. it's simply when I was looking at appeals and I was saying, what is unique about Fairfax that puts us in a more challenged position with respect to accommodating housing? The jobs to housing ratio jumped out, is that Fairfax is exceptionally low in terms of the number of housing units versus the number of jobs. And, we can talk about people having to commute somewhere else to afford to be able to live here, but that ship sailed. We can do a lot with new housing, but the reality is the average price of housing in Fairfax is typically around $1 million a unit. So if you're going to buy a house in Fairfax, you're going to have to be able to afford that. Where you get your income, is probably driving somewhere else. But the reality is that unless we focus on the housing for people that work in our community, which is, I believe, something that Councilmember Kohler is focusing on, because many of those people don't earn a lot of money. And so I can tell you that in preliminary work with EMC, we have been taking a very hard focus on that. That's something that we've consistently heard in the community, is that people do support affordable housing. Or some people even talk about missing middle housing, so workforce housing. And so that's where we're saying that can make a difference, because, for example, we met with the Age-Friendly Fairfax, wonderful group. And they were talking about people who are caregivers, who are driving an hour and a half each way. And it's very challenging for people, aging people in Fairfax, which we all know the statistic is that they are aging quite rapidly. And they can't get caregivers unless they say they will give them, say, an 8-hour shift. Well, many of these people just maybe need some assistance getting their clothes on, or with some meals, a much smaller amount of time. But you're not going to get any caregiver assistance unless you sign them for an 8-hour contract. Well, if those people were working in some number or living in some number in the community, then they wouldn't be dealing with that. So there's many interrelated factors that if we start to provide more affordable housing, it will benefit the general population in ways that you don't necessarily realize immediately, but when you dive into the various subsectors, you do. So that's where I look at the jobs housing imbalance, and I say just throwing a bunch of housing at that problem isn't going to make it better unless it's specifically focused on affordable housing. If you put in a bunch of market rate housing, those people are probably driving somewhere else for their jobs.
But I think listening to you speak, Ben, I think and I looked back at what you wrote or what was written, is that we do have less jobs here, period. Now, if we had more affordable housing, and by the way, I paid caregivers for my parents in Orange County in Southern California. There was a standard of a minimum of 4 hours. It's very rare to get one for an hour or two. And in some areas, you had to pay for 8-hour days. So I'm not sure that that's a reflection of the cost of living or just the way these companies work. But I would say I kind of withdraw my concern about the jobs to housing, because looking back at it, you have a nice comparison on the ratio of jobs, for example, in Marin County overall. We do have businesses, but other than Good Earth, I don't think most of our businesses have that many employees. They're pretty small. So I think the better area, and thank you for trying to explain that, is the better area is really looking at the water as the one area, as Councilmember Goddard suggests. So I know Councilmember Catrano has his hand up. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Chance.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had and this is sort of a follow-up to this question of the jobs to housing bit. And Ben, I'm just curious what your take is on this. Is HCD, or maybe they're just coming up with the numbers in ABAGs trying to figure out how to judiciously allocate. based on, legacy issues for housing development, right? But the numbers that they're proposing, it's not like this jobs to housing thing. It's not just about creating units so people can live and work within just Fairfax. They're looking at, regional job richness, regional education richness, resource richness. So it's not enough to say, folks need to we need to make sure that folks are like living and working here, and we're comparing our ratio to the county. But if the county, like these housing units would still serve the county. So I don't know if it's as strong of an argument if ABAG is saying, hey, this housing is a regional resource in Marin. So if there is, if the job ratio is higher in Marin, like great, because Fairfax folks can, whether it's multimodal or public transit, like you could still reduce VMT, vehicle miles traveled, and meet those job demands or whatever that is at the county level. So I don't know if you think that's, because for me that it seems less compelling when I think about it at that regional level versus comparing Fairfax to Marin. You know what I mean?
Well, it certainly all starts with the 440 protected housing units that the state in ABAG has been given from the state to allocate among the multi-county Bay Area region. Some people would say that San Francisco and the Silicon Valley as major job generators should really bear the brunt of the new housing. And some people think that maybe that they've sort of spread out that tremendous jobs generator that tech is, for example, into the more suburban counties surrounding the area. But there is definitely a regional aspect, but at the same time, you can look at San Francisco, which has a tremendous excess of jobs relative to housing. And then you compare it to Fairfax, which has a tremendous shortfall of jobs versus housing. And you say, well, what is adding a lot of housing in one area versus another do? And especially if we're looking at aspects like vehicle miles traveled, which is part of the goals that they've set forth in RENA, is they've simply said, we're trying to achieve climate goals. And so that's where at some point you don't want to necessarily, the argument we're making is you don't want to put people into cars driving somewhere else. And we don't have high quality transit. Some places in Marin have much better transit. The hub in San Anselmo, for example, that'll get you to San Francisco or various other job centers with fairly few transfers and in a reasonably good amount of time. Fairfax is a more challenging situation. So it's a tricky business, though, because as Liesl pointed out, there are equity concerns. And again, that's what it gets back to, where Fairfax is attempting, and staff and our consultant are certainly attempting to focus on affordability and trying to deal with the people that we know, if they're working in our local stores and shops or taking care of our aging citizens, the vast majority of those people have to commute in to do that. So they're in commuting for those type of jobs and out commuting for the jobs that enable them to afford $1 million home.
So I just, at this point, Ben, I think you've crafted something that's thorough. It's comprehensive. It incorporates everything that we are allowed to incorporate and pushes the boundaries. So I don't think we need to take anything out. To be honest, we haven't been able to think 360 degrees around this whole thing anyway, or really understand the strategy. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with as the appeal as you have put together.
I am too.
I would agree. I really appreciate the discussion, though, and I think we're all committed to equity and affordable housing. I don't want to speak for anyone, but I really appreciate the discussion because it was helpful.
So
do we need to
make a motion?
Go for it.
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion that we authorize the town manager to file an appeal of the regional housing needs allocation numbers for Fairfax to the Association of Bay Area Governments.
Second.
With the one typo correction as a friendly amendment.
With the typo correction.
And clarifying the attachments.
Yes. Yes.
Michelle, would you please take a roll call?
Well, I guess actually, I'm sorry, before we've done it. So given we've had this discussion about the number, I would like to clarify, since we're directing staff, that if the case is that we do need to provide that number, that we at least incorporate the 235, make sure that all of our affordability, low income levels are captured.
Yeah.
That's not how the form works. I mean, you could elaborate and say, here's how we see the distribution. But if you look at the email I sent, it just says, how much do you want to reduce it by? And how do you substantiate this?
Okay, I just wasn't sure. I didn't get a chance to look at your
No,
email.
I mean, I appreciate you raising it. I think we should provide some direction.
Well, the authorization covers that. As Garrett said, it's probably something where we're going to need to do some further analysis. So I think that the authorization is sufficiently broad for us to come up with a number. If I don't know, Garrett, if you feel like they could provide a range.
No, I don't think that. I think you just let us work with the housing consultants and come up with a number. It'll be less than 490. How much less? I couldn't tell you. Otherwise, we're just picking numbers just randomly with actually no analysis behind it other than what we think it should be.
Can I just add one piece then? I think that's fine, is at the very end where you say the town of Fairfax recognizes the challenges faced, etc., that I think you should say we remain committed to equity for very low and low income residents. And I think that captures our concerns. Just something like that, so that we have our foot in the door about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the friendly, so we had a motion and I did second. So are we taking the roll call now?
Yes. Michelle, would you please take the roll call?
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor. Council Member Cutrano.
Yes.
Council Member Kohler.
Yes.
Council Member Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so item 29, which is a second reading. Garrett, if you could just give a very quick report on that.
Actually, I think I didn't realize this, but Linda's been on the line the whole time. So I think, Michelle, if you could just promote Linda.
Oh, yes.
Man, I apologize to Linda. I should have, like, 3 hours ago, have noticed and said something.
Yeah.
Okay, I have promoted Linda to panelist, so she'll be coming on.
Good evening, Linda. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're almost with us.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You're bright and chipper.
I'm faking.
Okay. Tell us about item 29.
Yeah, the town council introduced this ordinance at your June 2nd, 2021 meeting with several changes made prior to the introduction. The ordinance specifies that the residential single-family zones are the only districts where exterior color changes or changes in a significant design element, which is a part of the building, would not trigger a design review permit requirement. We're recommending that you waive the second reading and read by title only and adopt ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending Chapter 17.020 and adding Section 17.020.030C to include the requirement of a design review permit for changes in the exterior color of a structure or the alteration of a significant design element, which is a part of the design of the building in the limited commercial, highway commercial, central commercial, service commercial, commercial recreation, planned development district, multiple family residential, and multiple family residential senior residential zones. And that would conclude my report.
Thank you, Linda. You stayed up late for that. So this is a second reading. I'm comfortable with it. We discussed it last time. There were two very tiny typos that I found in the first page of the ordinance. And with Michelle, and was not expecting we could do anything about that, but Michelle said that she does have the power to make changes. You could explain, Michelle, but that maybe those typos could be fixed. I mean, these are just the word commercially should be commercial because it just doesn't fit right in the sentence. That's about it. But otherwise, I'm ready to, and we can't change it on a second reading anyway. It would have to become a first reading if we did. So
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Linda, for providing the red line. And it was really refreshing to read through this and see some of the new language and see what's what we can look forward to going forward. So thanks for making it crystal.
Michelle and I kind of worked together on it, and we couldn't have done it without your help.
Yay! So. It's good to see it. It represents a positive change.
Agree.
So I'd like to make a motion. Oh, public comment. Sorry.
Yes, public comment. Linda, would you open that up?
Okay, I will, Mr. Mayor. Is there any public comment on this item? Please raise your hand.
Okay.
None.
We'll bring it back to council. Can we have a motion?
I'll make motion. I would move that we waive the second reading and read by title only and adopt an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending Chapter 17.020 and adding Section 17.020.030C to include the requirement of a design review permit for changes in the exterior color of a structure or the alteration of a significant design element, which is a part of the design of the building in limited commercial, CL, highway commercial, CH, central commercial, CC, service commercial, CS, commercial recreation, CR, planned development district, PDD, multiple family residential, RM, and multiple family residential, senior residential, RM-S zones.
Second.
Okay. Oh, not me. That was Chance.
Okay. Motion by Goddard, second by Catrano. And Linda, would you, Michelle, would you please take the roll call?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Okay, one more. We have item 30, which is also a second reading, and that would be Garrett.
Yes. This is the second reading and adoption of the ordinance amending the municipal code, chapter 2.12, town manager, to remove the requirement that the town manager be a resident of Marin County. You introduced this ordinance at your June 16th meeting. Tonight's the second reading and adoption. And if you do adopt it, then it would take effect in 30 days. Again, it removes the residency requirement for the town manager to live in Marin County And the thought pattern for the council was that by eliminating this residency requirement, you'll actually give yourself the greatest flexibility in your recruitment and appointment of your next town manager. So with that, that's the staff report.
Thank you.
That was your last staff report.
That's right.
Oh yeah, that's true. Wow. At 13 in the morning?
Okay. Shall we go straight to public comment on this?
Yes.
Michelle,
I would be happy to.
we have one.
Yes, if you have a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. I see Richard Applebaum's hand raised, followed by Frank Egger. Richard, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I know that you weren't all in favor of this. I'm just going to repeat myself from last time. I really feel that we should have some requirements at the minimum Marin County, and hopefully some kind of path to have, one of the most important roles in our town, being someone that is here locally. I also think we should be exploring the talent pool that we have nearby and in town. I believe there may be some surprises there. And I feel like maybe the line of thinking of opening it up to a wider terrain and not having this restriction, giving more candidates. I just wonder what the sort of the basis of more candidates means, meaning if the focus is mainly on a certain amount of experience and resume bullets and particular skill sets, I would like to just offer the thought that I think that it's really, really important for our town to have the right person who understands the town and the unique dynamics that we have here and the issues that we have here. And I think it's a balance between, practical experience versus a certain type of person that's a good fit for us. And I feel confident that that person may already exist within our boundaries or nearby. And so I think I understand sort of the reasoning you have for wanting to remove the restriction, have this notion of a greater pool of potential candidates, but I disagree with it, and I think that there may be some talent locally or nearby, or that it's reasonable for whoever has that role and is so integrated and so vital to our town that they are, if not right in town, close by. So I'm going to encourage you to not go with the second reading, even though I know it's a lost cause. But anyway, I had to say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
And the next speaker is Frank Egger. Frank, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Originally, Fairfax required the town administrator to live in the town limits. And probably the first 4 town administrators that we had actually moved to Fairfax and lived here. In fact, we do have one former administrator that still lives here. He had served twice as our town administrator and then went south, but he's retired and he's back in Fairfax. After a while, then Fairfax removed the residency requirement in Fairfax and expanded it to anywhere in Marin County. And succeeding town administrators and even the past couple of town managers have lived in Marin County, to my knowledge. Once that residency requirement is removed, what are we saying? Will the next town manager live in Sacramento County or Los Angeles County or Santa Clara County? I think it's a question you really have to answer yourselves. Where do you think the next manager should live? And if there's no restrictions, you can't stop a person from taking a job here and saying, "Oh, I'm going to stay in Sacramento, or I'm going to stay in LA, or I'm going to stay in Santa Clara." So I would, if you want to amend the ordinance, you would amend it to say at the time of the person is in fact employed, they do not have to be a resident of Marin County. But 6 months after after they accept the position, they do have to move into Marin County. But you're paying a decent salary, and we need to have someone close at hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
I see no more public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Appreciate those comments, both of them. And with regard to what Frank said, I don't see that this ordinance in any way limits us from saying that it's a preference for us to have, if we do say that it's a preference for us to have someone, for example, the interim town manager, whom we just agreed to hire tonight. One of the things we really like about him is that he's worked in Sausalito and is a resident of Marin. So we see that as a plus because he knows this area. He knows a lot of people around here. I certainly see that as a major plus, just the contacts he has. On the other hand, if we couldn't find anybody in Marin that could do the job, then it would be great to be able to recruit from farther out. If we did recruit from farther out, I would certainly expect that the person would move closer. They wouldn't, living in Sacramento, we can have those discussions. I don't think we're precluded from having those discussions when we hire somebody. Like, you're expecting to move here, right? You're going to do that pretty soon, right? Because we're hiring you. So, I don't think this ordinance precludes us from having preferences that way, or even having a requirement that if you do hire someone, they have to live closer by, because that's just part of the job. You have to be able to get here quickly.
I think we need to think about that from a financial perspective. Even a town manager's salary doesn't pay for a house that's close to $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to think about that as we go through the process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But in any case, we'll have a preference for someone closer. We almost certainly would, but other considerations will modify those preferences. But anyway.
So can I make a motion to waive the second reading, read by title only, and adopt an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax removing subsection B from section 2.12.030 residency requirement?
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. Okay, motion Kohler, second Goddard. And Michelle, would you please do the roll call?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and Michelle, since you are our statistician, do you know offhand whether this was the most items we've had on an agenda in one council meeting, or have we?
I do know that. It is not.
It's not? Wow. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. What else do we have? We have council reports and comments. We have that in writing in the agenda, so I think we can skip that at this point unless anybody has anything burning to say. Town manager's report. Is there anything further you'd like to say?
Might as well make a report. Really, the only thing I have to say is, one item of interest. We will actually get our $900,000 on July 13th. That's the date we're actually going to receive our first tranche of the American Rescue Plan money. So, and then you'll get the second tranche 12 months later. But other than that, that's my last town manager's report. It's been a privilege being the town manager. Appreciate the support of the council. Wanted to thank everyone for their kind words. Wanted to thank staff. Staff's always been really supportive. Gonna miss staff.
What about the Broadway? Sorry to interrupt all that niceness, but maybe you might want to talk about the work on Bolinas Road tomorrow?
Oh,
It will
Bolinas Road.
severely impact traffic and parking?
Parking's going to be impacted because there's no parking because the cars have to go around the work zone in order to keep Bolinas going both directions. There's a sinkhole in the middle of Bolinas. We actually do not know what's causing it. It's not a water line. It's not a sewer line. Don't believe it's a storm drain line. So we really won't know until we dig it all out. But they'll be working on it tomorrow. We anticipate they'll also be done by the end of the day, or at least we're hopeful. Traffic, expect some minor traffic delays, but there's going to be no parking in that area so cars can get around the construction zones in both directions.
Is it near Mas Masa or Village Sake? Which one?
It's probably closer to Village Sake in the middle of the road, if you had to say approximately where it is in Bolinas.
So will the road be one way?
Huh?
Will the road be one way, or will be?
No, it'll be two-way. The goal is by not having any parking, there's enough room for cars to go in both directions. It'll be coned and we'll have flagmen if we need to.
Thank you.
Sorry, just how long has that sinkhole like emerged? When did that?
We knew about it probably a few weeks ago, and what we did was we asked sewer and water, their special districts, to camera their lines to see if there was any leaks, thinking that maybe that was causing it. So what happened is there would be a small sinkhole and we could fill it, but that would only last for a few days, and we fill it again while we were waiting for all this cameraing of the lines. And once that was completed, all of a sudden this thing just got larger, so we had to call out contractor on emergency to put a metal plate over and then schedule for construction. And then we had to call for USA undergrounding to make sure we knew where all the underground lines are before we dig.
So we'll know tomorrow what the cause is what you said?
Yes, I think theoretically we'll know the cause and we'll be able to fix it at the same time. But you absolutely do not know until you actually start digging it out. You may find something funny under there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, for anybody who's listening, there's the news.
Could you repeat the date that the first tranche of money is coming?
July 13th, my last day.
His last day, yeah. Leave us a present. Okay. Future agenda items, we discussed some of those earlier. We got you'll pass that on to
I think Vice Mayor Hillman was going to say something. I have September for your next discussion related to the American Rescue Plan monies. And I wrote down October related to the temporary skate park and combining in discussion with the permanent park into that and having some type of community questionnaire out prior to then. That's what I have in my notes.
Yes, with a little more specificity, that I think the survey needs to be out in the month of August, so we can have it out for 30 days and be able to.
And I'm thinking the staff would work with the ad hoc committee of Vice Mayor Hellman and Councilmember Catrano on the skate park.
Yeah, that would be great. And then back to the American Rescue Plan agenda item you're saying for September. And so in that session, is that another public working session, or how is it that is it just going to be, there'll be opportunity for public comment on a more fine-tuned plan that we have right now? Project.
Yes, the council would decide, I'll just make this up. You could decide your second meeting of the month, September, is your special workshop to talk about the funding. And obviously the public participates because that's a public meeting, or you could decide to have a different day or a special study session workshop. But I think you could just figure that out.
Well, there was a couple of committees that have work to do in terms of, I think we all agreed that we need to be more buttoned up with some of these opportunities, right? And so we're going to submit detailed proposals. So what do we want to submit those for agenda, or those in advance so we can have some time with those and
Well-
form a point of view on those before September. I just want to get aligned on expectations.
So maybe under the, we still have the town manager report, so we're not talking about items not on the agenda because you're talking about future agenda items. As clarification, yes, off your last workshop, you had different suggestions and ideas. You did have some direction that you would have liked to give to, say, an entity like the CAC to provide more clarity on some items. And so staff could, well, actually, I don't have to. I guess you could say staff could request the CAC. Of course, there's 2 council members here on the CAC to report back to the group if they want to provide more specificity on some of those ideas you broached at the workshop.
So am I hearing that the direction is you want those proposals, if you will, to go to staff to be incorporated in the staff report for September?
Well, I think generally what would happen, they just would be attached to the staff report or your workshop so you could talk about it. But yes, the process would normally be committees or any entities that we're supposed to be talking to would give that to staff, and then that would be part of the packet that goes to council for discussion for your workshop.
Okay. So
Okay.
this report could consist in part of just actually things written by some of the other committees saying, here's an idea. And
Yeah,
okay.
I think that'd be fine.
And so that's aiming for something that would be like the beginning of September, right around the 1st of September would be great to have that to staff in order to be able to incorporate that into.
Or if you're doing your second meeting in September, that's September 15th. So staff
Yeah,
would meet that weekend or that week before.
Right, right.
Are the council meetings in September the 1st and the 15th?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So are we preparing? So are we preparing for the first one then? That we want those proposals in by the 1st? Is that what I heard?
No, you just need the week before the 15th.
Yeah, I think what Garrett was suggesting was the
I'm pretty sure
beginning of the 15th.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Michelle would say don't give it to her on the 10th. She'd like it maybe that Tuesday after Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
Just because usually what will happen, we'll get something, we might have some extra questions for the CAC, more clarification, or we just, I mean, that's normally what happens.
And I think, can I just clarify that it wasn't just a money proposal, that people were actually supposed to have their items worked up?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, okay.
That's what a proposal is in my mind. It's not just.
Okay, well, in the past, we've gotten things that have been like a paragraph, and I think there needs to be more work done on those items.
Agree.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for getting that clarified, Stephanie. Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? All right. We will adjourn.
Thank you, Garrett, for your last meeting with us. It's
Thanks,
a late
Garrett.
one.
Good night, Garrett.
I'm gonna miss these 1:30 endings.
You'll miss them.
Good night.
Night, guys. Thank you.
Good night.